Public Education will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Huberty?
Here.
Representative Bernal? Representative Allen?
Present.
Representative Allison? Representative Ashby?
Here.
Oh, yeah. Representative Bell?
Here.
Representative Dutton? Representative Gonzalez? Representative King?
Here.
Representative Meyer?
Here.
Representative Sanford? Representative Tallarico? Representative Van Beaver?
All right, quorum's present. Thank you all for being here. A few housekeeping items before we begin. To keep our hearings running smoothly, if you've been invited to testify today, please fill out a witness affirmation form electronically. The affirmation must be filled out completely and accurately. Kiosks are located in the hallway. Today, the system is set up for everybody to register neutral on public school finance. When your form is complete, please electronically sign and submit that for us. Today, the committee is going to continue to receive testimony on the Texas Commission on Public School Finance Report and our school finance system in general. We hear from a number of different stakeholders and advocates on the topics over the next 2 days. Does anybody have any questions? All right, we'll jump right in. And we're going to call up panelists at a time. And so we're going to call up H.D. Chambers, Superintendent A-Leaf ISD, Dr. Xavier De La Torre, Superintendent, what is that? Isleta? ISD. You're going to tell me what it is. Dr. Michael Hinojosa, Superintendent Dallas ISD, and Doug Williams, TASA, Legislative Chair and Superintendent, Sunnyvale ISD. Please come up to the table. Tell us who you are. And tell us how great the school finance system in Texas is. So. Why don't you go ahead and just everybody introduce themselves for the record, and then you guys pick who's going first. I don't care.
You can go first.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, this is Michael Hinojosa, Superintendent, Dallas ISD, representing the Dallas Independent School District and the Texas Urban Council.
Good afternoon. I'm Xavier De La Torre. I am the chair-elect of the Texas Urban Council, Superintendent of the Isleta Independent School District.
Doug Williams, Superintendent, Sunnyvale ISD, representing Texas Association of School Administrators.
H.D. Chambers, Superintendent of Schools for A-Leaf ISD, representing A-Leaf as well as the Texas School Alliance. And Mike, I'll go ahead and start. You want me to start? All right, I'll get through this pretty quickly. First of all, appreciate the opportunity, and what I'm here to do is I'm going to represent A-Leaf on many of my comments, and then when I'm not representing A-Leaf and representing the Alliance, I want to be sure that I'm not representing the Alliance in some areas in which we have not approved of that. So 5 critical things I'd like to respond to as it relates to the Commission's recommendations. And these are areas of agreement, and there's going to be a couple things I want to bring up that I believe should be part of the consideration as this committee, once the bill is filed and you react to the actual bill. One, obviously, the new money in the system is appreciated. We support the differentiated teacher plan as long as it's locally developed. The extended school year component that's recommended, which allows us to extend into the summer, and the funding for that we extremely support that, and I can give some reasons for that in a little bit. The spectrum weights, redefining the weights to a broader and redefining the attributable money to those weights is approved. Is supported. And last but not least is looking at the different weights for the ELL and our economically disadvantaged students. And I want to make a comment about that real briefly. I would encourage this committee, as you go through the process of the bill process once it is filed and you start taking action on it, is to perhaps look at expanding beyond just economically disadvantaged and just beyond English language learners as to how we define the students who are most at risk. And there are several documents out there. There's a lot of work that's been done on this. Risk loads have been done. I would just encourage the committee to consider that as you move through this process, so that we're better aligning our resources to the kids that need it. All right, I am going to respond to many of the recommendations that you heard last week from the 3 individuals who were on the commission. We completely support the amount of money going that has been recommended to go into early childhood for 3rd grade literacy. Obviously, for 3rd grade outcomes are important. My caution on the $1.4 billion that's recommended, out of that $1.4 billion, the $400 million that is tied to outcomes at 3rd grade. My request of this committee as you move through the process is to be careful with that. I highly encourage a deeper look into the assessments and to the way in which they're developed and in the way in which they're attributed to our accountability system. I know this is not a hearing on that issue, but as it relates to this topic, as being part of the recommendation from the commission, my encouragement is to have a deeper discussion on that before there's decisions made related to using outcomes on a single test for any type of funding, whether it's teacher pay, whether it's third grade literacy, or any other matter for that matter. So I'd be very cautious as you move into that. I do have one, and if you're interested in it, I do have one possible idea that's been bantered around in lieu of that doesn't really have anything to do with testing. And if you're interested in that idea, I'll be glad to share that with you. We support the expansion of career technology education. I'm sorry.
Dr. Allen.
You want me to share it? Okay. I did just real briefly. If you recall, those of you who were a part of House Bill 4 in 2015, which was putting some funding towards pre-K, part of that process was identifying some quality standards and best practices for early childhood pre-K and specifically. And I can just speak personally from A-Leaf's perspective. When we applied for the money, and that was a grant program, and I would highly encourage you not to put it into a grant, but for the purpose of this illustration, that grant program, the practices that were put in place for you to access the money through the grant program sincerely changed a lot of our behaviors on how we deal with early childhood and how we deal with 4-year-olds in pre-K. And we weren't doing nearly as well as we should have. And so by us being incentivized for that money to move towards these best practices, it's made me realize that we don't have those same types of best practices or quality standards in place in kinder, first, or second either. And we get criticized quite often for having a full day program or investing a lot of money in 4-year-olds, and some people would want to say, well, they lose that momentum in kinder, first, and second. My response to that would be, okay, then put some standards in place that we would all agree upon using a process similar to what was done in House Bill 4. Incentivize districts to put those standards in place to access the $400 million or whatever the amount is that ultimately comes out of this in lieu of an outcome. So in other words, invest in the input, I don't want to use the word force, but incentivize us to move to better practices so that we are better aligned in kinder through second grade, and perhaps we won't see some of the gaps that some people are critical of us when they look at pre-K and then third grade. So that's just a thought, just an idea. You bet. We support the CTE, the additional middle school funding for career technology education. We support moving some type of funding into differentiated teacher pay, but I want to be very clear that it would have to be locally developed with some parameters. I know part of the process may be that you'd have to get this approved by the agency or someone. I would just again caution back to my point with the outcomes-based funding that we're not tying everything to just a single test score. And I know you'll hear more testimony on other school districts that are doing it without just using test scores. So, but I just want to be clear on that. There's one slide that you were provided last week, and it's on page 21 of the slides I provided you, where it talks about poverty is not a destiny. And I want to, as you're thinking about putting money into the third grade literacy issue for ELL students and economically disadvantaged students, one thing we added to this slide, which was kind of a scatter plot, was we added a yellow bar, and that bar is set at 60% and higher. So that means every little dot is a school above that who scored at 60% or higher and met their meets grade level in third grade literacy. And obviously, the further to the left of that bar you get, which is the lower the economically disadvantaged students, the higher that bar is. I mean, the higher the number is. This is just trying to make the point that the money needs to go to where the most at-risk students are. And sometimes they're economically disadvantaged, sometimes they're English language learners, and sometimes there's other factors that lead to that. So just a play on that scatter plot. I'm going to go to real quickly. I'm going to go to slide number 12 in this order, where it talks about other recommendations. I'm not going to get into CEI and all that, Chairman, you made yourself very clear last week about kind of where you are on that. There'll be other people that talk about it. I guess my only request is make sure there are no unintended consequences. Not to imply that you would, but I think that's what a lot of people are concerned about, are unintended consequences. The elimination of the moving from current year to prior year, I think there's been some issues that have been brought up. You're going to probably hear about that today from people that are much smarter than me and on the school finance side of that. But we're very.
I think we've abandoned ship on that, so.
I think so. Okay, well,
I'm pretty sure.
it was a point we wanted to make since it was coming out of the commission, and as we move forward, one thing I want to talk about is it relates to transportation. And I know there was some discussion on how old the transportation allotment is. I would ask you to consider, as you look at transportation, somehow building into the funding a way in which to help districts cover the transportation costs that they need or they incur by offering choice within their school district. So there's a lot of districts, particularly urban districts, suburban districts, who are offering choice in multiple schools. And I can tell you in A-Leaf, one of the problems that we have is not necessarily the desire for choice or not necessarily the desire for us to offer some type of choice program. But if I don't offer transportation from one side of my district to whatever the program is that we're offering on the other side, we have a hard time paying for it. And so as you look at the transportation funding, perhaps you could carve out that conversation and take a look at that, because that would be very helpful to a lot of districts who are continually growing choice within their own school system.
Chairman Dutton has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why wouldn't you just offer the program at the school where the bus was picking people up?
Well, because sometimes you only offer the program in a campus, and if you have students who want to participate in that program on a campus, for example, on the west side of your district, I may have students on the east side of my district that would like to all participate in it. I don't have enough to put that program in every school or on every quadrant of my district. So for those programs where they're on one side of the district and I have students who want to participate on the other side, right now, because of just their transportation challenges as a family, it's hard for them to get there. And it's hard for me to provide that to the scale I need it.
Well, why not ask us to help you fund the program at those other schools?
However I get the funding, some of it will be used for transporting students. So whether you decide we would like to fund this program, I would use money to fund the program, but I would also, in order for that program and for students to benefit from that program to the extent we would like them, I have to get them there. And so I would use some of that funding if that were to be the solution for transportation as well.
Well, you know, you're supposed to be in the education business, not the transportation business.
Unfortunately, we're in a lot of businesses other than education.
But the education business is the primary goal, right?
Correct.
And secondary may be transportation. But I, you know, because I find it strange in my district where students walk across the street to a high school to catch a bus to go to another high school. And that, I think, should be stopped. And so rather than providing transportation dollars for that, I think we need to provide the program monies so that the program they're trying to seek is at the school closer to their neighborhoods.
I would love to be able to do that, sir. I would love to be able to offer every program we have in the communities in which all our children are, but I just can't do that. I can't do that.
Well, I understand that, but let me talk about it this way. For example, there are a number of programs in Houston ISD that operate on the west side of town. And by the west side of town, what I mean is there are schools dominated not by students of color. And so as a consequence, the program is over there and not on the east side of town.
Right.
And so therefore, 40% of the students in my district get on a bus every morning to go to a high school on the other side of town, or a middle school, or an elementary school even, in some cases. And I'm just always flabbergasted by the fact that, you know, the problem would be seeing would seem to be the other way around. If you offered the programs over at those schools and had seeking transportation for the students on the west side of town to go to the east side of town, I'm almost willing to bet you that they'd find money for the programs on the west side of town.
They may in your school district.
Yeah.
I'm speaking for my school district, and that's the
Well-
challenge I have. So
Well, I don't know that yours would be a whole lot different, at least. In fact, let me ask you this. The people riding the bus predominantly are black kids, aren't they?
sir, all I have are African American and Hispanic. So yes, they're one of those two.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the programs they're seeking are dominated by what student population or demographics?
In my district,
Yes.
African American and Hispanic.
Okay. So the neighborhood where you're picking up students, is it affluent or is it poor?
It's poor, all of them.
That's pardon me?
But I don't have any affluent neighborhoods, so I understand. I really do understand what you're saying, sir.
Okay. Well, I hope so, because
But what you're comparing your school district and mine are not. Those are two different comparisons.
well,
I'm sorry.
I would hope so, but the history tells me that the problem is the same in almost every school district. Because when you're seeking more transportation dollars, generally it's because you're attempting to even almost suggest that the schools on one side of town need closing so that the students can go to the other side of town. Or what you're saying is that we have the programs on the other side of town, so therefore we need money for transportation to take those kids out of certain neighborhoods to go to the other side of town.
I hear you loud and clear. That's not my intention.
All right, thank you.
All I'm asking is that as we move as a educational system, and it seems as though that's the direction many of us are moving, and some have already gotten there, that you offer choice to a certain extent for students, transportation dollars in addition to just bringing kids to school and taking them home based on some attendance boundary would be very helpful. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that choice is not choice when it's a choice between a bad school around the corner and a good school across town.
Fair enough. Fair enough. One last thing, and I'll wrap up on my comments. And you're going to probably hear this, and you've heard it. And granted, we have not seen the bill, but in many, both in the commission conversations and in the conversations that were had last week, both on this side of this building and on the other side of this building, there's been, at least to our knowledge, there's been very little discussion on sustainable revenue to sustain some of the things we're talking about and that we would be recommending. So without sounding like or being critical about what you're talking about for this biennium and the money that you guys have identified, we've been down this road before as superintendents, and we've seen what can happen in a year or two. And just a concern that we have is what are the discussions about new revenue if indeed something were to happen in 2021 or 22 or 23 or whenever. I know you've thought about it. I know it's been discussed. I've heard Representative King talk. I've heard it, but it goes. I couldn't let this go without saying that that's an issue that it's in the back of our mind. We'd love to participate in many of the things that we're talking about, these choice programming, all these things we're talking about. But just like what happened in 2015 with pre-K or what happened in 2009 with pay raises, we're a little gun shy when it comes to putting things in place that may or may not be funded in 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 years. So that's an overarching concern. And the last thing I'll say is talking about the programs, the extended school year. I know that's a relatively small dollar amount. Out of $9 billion, we're only talking about $50 million. But I am firmly convinced in my school system, and I think some of these guys would agree, that part of the issue with third grade literacy for my students is I don't have them long enough in the school year. We let them go we ask them to go to summer school. But that is different. And I don't care how well you try to replicate summer school to look like the traditional school year. It is difficult, and it's no one's fault. It's no one's fault for effort. But if I'm a big advocate of extending the school year so that those 4 weeks or 6 weeks or whatever the time frame is, looks just like the day on June the 15th looks just like the day on February whatever day this is. Meaning salaries, transportation, people at work. That means heavy investment in people, obviously. But we know from just data that by letting a student, particularly those who have literacy issues, whether it's language barriers or just from the environment they come from, sending them home for 2.5 months it doesn't make sense to me. And I'm doing it. And if I could afford to not do it, I would not do it. We pay for summer school. So to me, that is an important test case, if you will, or by you guys putting money, as long as that extended school year is truly an extension of the school year and not just another enrichment or a summer school program that we kind of all participate in right now. That's mine. So with that, I'll stop. I'll go back to just my point is, as you get ready to go through how to address funding, I really would encourage you to take a look at assessment, accountability, and talk to people who are extremely smart in these areas, not myself, before we make decisions as to how we put money associated with any type of performance. So with that, thank you.
So let me just ask this question for you real quick. You sat through, listened to our commission hearings, and while we have the requirement by federal law to maintain our accountability system and our standards, how do we measure growth of students then? What's the answer?
Well, you measure it through assessment. Okay. As long as you're using the right assessment and you're using the right types of questions, and you're measuring students based on the grade level in which they are in. Please don't misunderstand. This is not, and I know this hearing is not about testing and accountability, but this is not an anti-testing, anti-accountability issue. I'm just bringing up that many smart people, lots of smart people who do this every day, are just questioning, are things like test questions, are they valid? Is a question we're asking a third grader, is it truly designed for what we expect out of third graders, or is it not? I'm not smart enough to say it is, it's not. I just know there's differing of opinions, and those opinions are getting so loud right now that at some point it's going to have to be addressed, in my opinion. And so you measure it by assessment, Chairman, and you measure it by documenting it and holding us accountable.
Yeah. Well, I think I was very clear last week when I said that this is about, and I appreciate what you're saying. This discussion as we start this is about the School Finance Commission, and this is about funding our system on a go-forward basis for a long time and then judging it. If we have a problem with the STAR test, we have a problem where people think that it's not testing what it should be testing or under testing, we'll look at all that. I'm assuming this panel would want to hear about testing. We'll have testing that'll come up and we can talk about it. And there'll be differences of opinion, I know, and we'll bring the people in the room. And if it ain't working right, just like when we had the problem with writing several years ago, we fixed it. So I anticipate that happening as we go forward. So.
And that would be appreciated.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Mr. King.
Just follow up on your funding sustainability. It's something that I've been very vocal about because I've watched us do this over and over since I've been paying attention to it. And you're right, it cycles basically with the price of oil and gas. About every 5 to 8 years we crash. Right. So my question is, whether you want to say it publicly or not, we can't continue to take it from property taxes because of the high rise of property taxes. So we're not going to get any more up from sales tax. And I have a few ideas that we're researching right now. Do you have any solutions? Because everybody I talk to, they all want more money, but as long as you don't take it from them.
Okay, I don't know that these are solutions, and they're not mine. I mean, y'all have heard, you guys have heard from some of your commission colleagues, Nicole from Austin ISD. You've heard some ideas and suggestions. I'm not going to sit here and claim that I've got any better idea than what's been looked at, but it makes sense to me, just me. This is not the Texas School Alliance. It's not even A-Leaf ISD. This is me. It makes sense to me that there seems to be so much money out there in the system that is either exempted or somehow provided as incentives, and I understand that those dollars there's a reason for that. I'm not questioning that. But it seems to me when you're talking in that neighborhood, that some of that is in the 30, 40, 50 billion dollar range. It seems to me that someone could reasonably look at some of those and identify some areas in which perhaps those are not the most productive for our state for whatever the purpose it is, that could be better used in public ed, as an example. I mean, it's almost like you have to weigh, is the value that I'm getting over here for this more important than the value I'd be getting if I put it into teacher compensation that I know would be sustainable over a long period of time? That's a decision policymakers would have to wrestle with if you were to consider something like what I'm describing. You know, this was brought up several years ago, and I think it was brought up at the commission. I can't recall, but it's not my idea. Someone brought it up. But you know, allowing some type of local sales tax election, perhaps somehow a local community. There's examples of that. You know, City of San Antonio did it for pre-K several years ago. Those are complex things that I don't pretend to know the details on and what all ripple effects that might have. But there seems to be enough money out there that's not in the public ed system, or even Health and Human Services for that matter, that's just being utilized for other matters. And I don't ever hear, I've never, in my personal experience, I've never heard those dollars ever discussed and value placed on where's the best value. Is it the best value to be in the economy with some type of break that we're giving or not? Or is it the best value to be put in helping third graders learn to read? I don't know.
I understand where you're coming from.
You know, that's like I said, there's going to be smarter people than me that could answer that question.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, committee. First of all, I do want to express my appreciation to the School Finance Commission. I was very encouraged through the entire process. They had great conversations, and I really appreciate the dedication they displayed to overhaul the system. In preparing for today, one of the things I did was I actually listened to your meeting last week, and again, I do appreciate the work that this committee does. In my opinion, you look at all aspects of these issues, and you have great conversation. I appreciate that. So in looking at the commission report, I'm going to break it down really into to two different areas. I'm going to look at commendations, things that we really believe the commission nailed, and then maybe some items for consideration as well. In relation to commendations, the first one is the commitment.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Would you state your name and who you
Yes,
represent?
sir. I'm Doug Williams.
Okay.
I am the superintendent at Sunnyvale ISD, and I'm today representing TASA.
Okay.
First commendation, the commitment to improving reading for children early in their careers. I will tell you just a brief story. My mother was hired in the mid-'60s to be a reading recovery teacher. That was her first job in public education, and she spent over 30 years in the same school district and actually retired as an elementary principal. That program was put in place in the mid-'60s because students that were entering public education were not reading at the level they needed to. And so they put funding in place to make sure that those kids were brought up to speed. And I just feel like that was very important in that. But that program influenced my mom's career. And my mom, as an elementary principal, reading was always job one. And I so appreciate the commission and the stance they took on that. I appreciate the fact that they created additional funds for students and districts that are in greatest need. And I think that if you're talking about holistically improving education in Texas, that is incredibly important. Next, injecting significant additional resources beyond what is needed for growth has to happen. And that includes an increase in the basic allotment. And we'll talk about a little bit more about that in just a few minutes. And then finally, the commitment from the Commission to reduce the reliance on property taxes to fund public education. We know that system cannot sustain itself. We understand all the perils of rising property taxes, and I appreciate the Commission's response to that. Some items of consideration. First, outcome-based funding. And there will be other groups that are probably going to cover this in a lot more detail than what I am. I agree, and like I said, I do agree that it is very important that we improve our children's ability to read in the lower grades. And I completely understand that and agree with it. However, I'm not convinced that incentivizing districts will actually produce the results that we want to produce. We can look at whether or not dangling the carrot out there or whatever term we want to use, but I'm not convinced that will actually produce the results that we're looking for. Additionally, I believe that it will continue to add to the overemphasis of testing that we've seen across the state. And then finally, I believe that districts will continue to not only, they're going to continue to prepare kids for the test instead of really focusing on positive and on positive reading skills. So, in my opinion, I don't know how that system is really going to produce the desired result.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I think Representative Gonzalez has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I appreciate your testimony. I think that we hear across the state how parents and teachers are concerned with how in the last decade we have really prioritized and centered testing as part of our curriculum and part of our overall education infrastructure. And so I think what we're trying to do is kind of find that balance between making the investment in education and ensuring that the investment actually has some positive outcomes. But at the same time, I think a lot of us would agree that we don't want to continue the model that testing is the most important thing in education. So in your opinion, and so this is the first time I guess I've heard about how there might be a concern, I don't want to maybe even use that black cloud word, but a concern that tying our school finance system to testing or outcomes-based might actually perpetuate an over-reliance on our standardized testing. And so is that true? Is that what you're saying, A? And then B, how would you find that balance if you were us? And no pressure.
No, yeah. So, again, what gets measured gets done, and I understand that. But if you tie it to funding, I just look at the pressure that is already in place because of A through F, and we're not going to get into A through F in that discussion today. But if you talk, and now school districts that are strapped for cash, if they can somehow recoup cash by being able to raise test scores, what measure will they take to raise those test scores? We've had some preliminary discussions in our district. I don't want to go into a second grade classroom where they're working on STAR Prep worksheets. To me, that is not quality reading instruction. And then not only that, but let's also talk about the social emotional well-being of third graders. We've got 8-year-old kids that are now really the message that they're being given is, hey, you've got to do well on this test so somehow the district can benefit. And to me, that really again is not solid. Now, your second question, what's that balance? I think HD said it well. I think that we have to continue to have resources to provide good research-based instruction methods to improve reading scores, and yes, hold us accountable for that. We're not avoiding the accountability issue, but tying it to funds that school districts are going to receive for 8-year-olds performing on a test, to me, is just not solid.
I appreciate that, and I missed Mr. Chambers' testimony, and I apologize. I know you're really smart, but I don't think I had conceptualized how tying school finance to testing and or performance-based measures could create a second accountability system on top of the A through F system we already have. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And let me just say this. I'm advised that in E2028 is the overflow room, so if anybody needs to forget about standing, they can go over there and have a seat and still see the proceedings. So anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The second item of consideration is the concept of merit pay. We understand and we recognize the merit pay system has created success in some school districts, but I'm here to talk about how not all districts have the same needs. Sunnyvale ISD is located in Dallas County. We're right next door to Mesquite, and our neighbors within 5 miles is DISD. Three districts in Dallas County, but we are very different districts. And the needs of our districts are incredibly different. And they're incredibly different. The funding for those three really have to be different, and the design. In a small district such as Sunnyvale, we have one elementary, we have one middle school, we have one high school campus. So the concept of taking your best teachers and moving them to another campus really isn't applicable for Sunnyvale. And then also, if you look at, well, do we place our best teachers in, quote, areas of high need in our school district? And when we hear from our parents, what our parents want is our parents want the performance of all of our teachers to increase, not just having some teachers that are designated as the best. So what we're requesting is that actually the high quality teacher allotment actually be broadened. It would allow for flexibilities for districts to use those funds for measures related to improving the overall instruction in the district. What would that look like? In some districts, again, if it's flexible for districts, it might be the continuation of an ACE program like DISD instituted. In our district, it could be something where we would focus on enhanced professional development for our teachers. It might be instructional coaching in reading or math or other programs where we could take those dollars and we could improve the overall instruction for all of our teachers. And again, we're just asking for some flexibility when it comes to that. The next consideration is we still be provided in the system to assist districts with geographic and cost differences beyond the control of the school districts. The need for these differences exist due to the incredible diversity of the districts in our state. Somewhere in our system, it does have to be reflective of the fact that each of our 1,100 school districts are different, and it does cost a different amount to educate kids in different areas. The last thing I would ask for consideration purposes is realize that the $9 billion is a big number, but I want us to consider the quote from Representative Meyer from last week. When we are helping schools in the state of Texas, we must help all schools. There can't be winners and losers in the system going forward, and we realize that's a big number. But I think one of the things that we've looked at in past sessions is when the system comes down, that some schools win and some schools lose. Now, I've had conversations with Chairman Hubert in the past. I think the thing that we have to avoid is when the runs come out, everybody runs to a rep, and we know that we're going to trust the process. I tell my teachers, I tell my administrators that the entire time. But we just want to make sure that the system that is in place helps all schools. The last point is flexibility, discretion in the funding system. The basic allotment has only increased 7.8% over the last 9 years. That's an increase of less than 1% annually. And because of the diversity of our state, designated funds don't necessarily address the needs for all school districts. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your consideration. We look forward to working with you through the session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Two points I'd make real quick. One is the cost differential that you probably are referencing, cost of education index, right? One of the things that we've identified and looked at is the fact that even if we implemented a new cost structure today, it'd be outdated in 6 months. and the system that we have hasn't been addressed and dealt with. So we do have cost differentiators in the sense of the new system, I think, as a go-forward basis, meaning we kept the mid-size adjustment, mid-size school adjustment, the small rule adjustment, that's been kept and actually expanded from last session. And then when you start adding the differentiators on the comp ed weighting and the ELL, I think that we're going to see, I think that's going to make a difference, but we're certainly going to look at that. And I would encourage school districts that are out there trying to do their own runs right now, or anybody that's trying to help them do their own runs right now. I mean, I was hearing from people last week saying, oh my God, we're going to lose $100 million and, you know, we're really disappointed in the plan. Well, you don't even know what the plan is yet. You don't even know what it looks like yet.
Yeah.
So I would encourage everybody to just, you know,
trust the process.
Trust the process.
Trust
as
the
we go
TTP.
forward. Yeah.
So Omar Garcia put out a new template. I don't know if everyone saw that. And the first line on it, so I'm not a miracle worker, so there's no new changes. So, you know, if Omar hasn't figured it out, nobody has. So, yeah no question.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Tellerico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Williams, you commented on the ACE program and how that wouldn't necessarily apply to a district like yours. I didn't hear you comment on paying teachers differently based on the quality of their teaching and that facet of the educator effectiveness.
Yeah. So a couple thoughts on that. We have 160 teachers in our school district on 3, about to be 4 campuses. We're opening our 4th campus up next year. And I don't know the exact numbers. Let's say that we have 8 teachers that we would designate to be our master teachers. For one, I look at some of the logistics. Let's say we designate one teacher to be the master 4th grade teacher, or she's a 4th grade teacher that is deemed to be the best. I'd have 140 requests from parents to make sure their kids go into that section, and that's one of the problems that small school districts would face. The other one is, and probably the bigger issue, is we really believe in collaboration. We believe that our teachers learn best when they learn from each other, and when they share ideas and they spend time together. We work into our calendar the concept of professional learning communities. You'll probably hear them as PLCs. PLCs will shut down if teachers get into a system where they feel like they're having to compete against each other for additional funds or additional income. And again, I know that that's something that we strongly believe in. And as a school district, it would really cut down on that collaboration aspect that we believe helps build the professional levels for all of our teachers.
I'd only make one more comment there, which is that I know that Representative Bell, Van Dever, Ashby, and King met yesterday, I believe, and are dealing with the rural small school issue related to that and coming up with some solutions on that. So it's a little easier for A-Leaf or Dallas to create plans than it is for Crosby or Huffman or some of these other small school districts. So we're going to work through that. Right, Mr. Ashby?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
Good afternoon. I'm Xavier Delatorre, day job superintendent of schools in the Isleta Independent School District, serving 42,000 students in El Paso, Texas. Today as the chair-elect for the Texas Urban Council of Superintendents. We believe we're the preeminent voice for traditional public school systems in the state of Texas. We meet regularly, discuss governance, school turnaround, leadership development, capital talent, and management, and made up of the following school districts: the Aldine Independent School District, the Austin Independent School District, Corpus Christi, Dallas ISD, El Paso ISD, Fort Worth, Houston, San Antonio, and Isleta. Together, in aggregate, we serve 800,000 of the 5.4 million students in this state. The most, one might argue, vulnerable and challenging students. 1 out of 5 students in Texas are in one of our school districts when it comes to socioeconomically disadvantaged or recessed realities. And when I speak to that, I think it's important to press upon you that we're not talking about students who qualify for free and or reduced lunches. We're talking about generational poverty, hyper poverty. It's a different animal altogether. 1 out of 5 students in Texas who are African American attend one of our schools in one of our school districts. 1 out of 5 students who are Latino attend one of our schools in one of our 9 school districts. And more importantly, 1 out of every 5 English learners are educated in one of our 9 school districts. So we're very, very committed to being the preeminent voice for these traditional public school systems. We believe that we're the petri dish, the laboratory for finding ways to take students who have historically been underserved and underperformed in our public school system and cracking that code. Because if you can do it in one of these large, urban, diverse school districts, you can do it anywhere, but it will require resources. It's also an investment that will guarantee that we continue and enjoy the economic prosperity, the economic development, and the national security that we've enjoyed as a country for over 2 centuries. So we're important to the state of Texas, and we want to be involved in these conversations with all of you because, as I said, our most vulnerable students, most of them, or at least 1 in 5 of them, attend our school district. And so we do believe and are very appreciative of your consideration in acknowledging and embracing the increase to potentially the comprehensive education allocation. 3rd grade reading, as you know, is critical and is an indicator of providing students the type of experience that get them college, career, or military ready. Obviously, having 1 in every 4 students in the Isleta Independent School District, and many of these school districts as English learners who are either non-English proficient or limited English proficient is a challenge that will require an investment of resources, so we support that agenda item. We're very much in favor of, and Dallas ISD and the Isleta Independent School District, as many of our other school districts in the coalition, already use our own local operating budget to provide a full-day pre-K program because it's important that students be school-ready when they arrive, and that can make a significant difference relative to the literacy agenda at the 3rd grade. And so we're very, very encouraged with what the committee is considering, but want to make sure that you all know that we're out there and that any significant increase or positive trajectory in our public school system is going to involve one of these 9 school districts, all of these 9 school districts, because those are the students that have traditionally been underserved. And what you're considering, or what you have under consideration, it gives us some hope that resources, rather than be spread a mile wide and an inch deep, can be targeted at those students who need the additional resources and those teachers who need the additional resources, rather than spread it out and marginalize the impact. At this time, I'd like to introduce a man who needs no introduction, Superintendent of the Dallas.
I think we have a couple questions before you are off the hook. Ms. Gonzalez and then Chairman Dutton.
So, Dr. La Torre, it's a pleasure for you to be here. He's from my district, everyone, so it's a long way, so we're really grateful.
Thank you for having me. First time.
First time in the Capitol, right?
First time in the Capitol.
We're really happy for welcome to your Capitol. What I really am impressed with Isleta ISD particularly is, correct me, you're taxing at the cap, right? 1.17?
$1.17.
And so what Isleta has really been able to do with really some challenges is really meet some of our standards. And we were looking at the presentation from TEA, Isleta was ranking really high. And I know that in your presentation you talked about the weights and how would you would like for the committee to look at the weights as part of our reforms. Mm-hmm. Do you feel that currently special education weights, for example, the money you get for your special education weight is what you need to actually educate special education students?
Well, I think as you've mentioned, in the Isleta Independent School District, we've made significant progress when it comes to 2 subgroups. The first being the English language learners who are performing at or above the state level at the meets expectation. We've, for all intents and purposes in our school district, discounted and dismissed approaching as not being college, career, military ready. So our focus is on making sure that students are performing at the meets and preferably at the masters. Our special ed students in every subject area at every grade level are outperforming the region and the state. So we're doing well with the resources we have, but as you know, special education has historically been underfunded, and the additional funding, I think, will allow us to avoid any kind of a plateau and take these students with special needs, as well as English language learners, to the next level, and that is to pursue that initiative where more and more students are performing at a college, career, military ready level.
And I think one of the things that we talked about was tax effort, right? So if it's letters at $1.17, but you're still in the lower bracket of funding across the state, another district who might be at 117 might be in a higher bracket. So tax effort match is really important, I think, as we talk about transforming the system. Correct?
At present, we rely, I think, heavily on state revenue and state resources to operate our school district with 42,000 students and 6,000 employees.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're
and thank
welcome.
you for being here.
It's fun.
Oh, yeah?
So far.
Well,
So
Chairman
fun.
Dundon's about to ask you some questions. It may not be fun anymore. Be nice.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Well, let me start by thanking you for being here and joining my colleague in saying welcome to
Thank
your
you.
capital. I did have a question, though, and it's something that was bothering me. When you started your testimony, you talked about generational poverty. And I think I know what that means. It means that somebody didn't have any money. But I wondered what does that explain in terms of education?
Well, I think when I talk about generational poverty, or I call it hyper poverty, is that oftentimes school districts receive resources based on the number of students, the percentage of students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged. That's triggered by those factors that make you either eligible or ineligible for a free and or reduced lunch. And in the case of a family of 4, you're looking at somewhere around $36,000 a year. In my school district along the Mexico-United States border, we have families that make $11,000 a year and $12,000 a year. So whereas we may have the resources to provide them with a sound academic experience, what happens after they leave our school, what happens in the afternoon can sometimes undo all of the good that we were able to accomplish that day. So we're talking about social-emotional learning, mental health, wraparound services for students who, once they leave our school and have received a free breakfast, free lunch, free after-school snacks, still return to a very economically recessed reality that is not conducive to promoting the American dream. It's foreign to them because they spend more time there than they do with us in school, which I think is, to some extent, what the gentleman on the end is saying, and that is we're not keeping our students long enough throughout the year, so any resources that would allow us to continue the school year into the summer, and not a summer school program or an enrichment program, would benefit these students. So when I say generational poverty, it means multiple generations of individuals being unable to access our current public school system or any school system that allows them to experience the social mobility that we hope our children experience, so that they go from one level to the next level, and as they experience that, it becomes more of a norm for that family. There's, I think, research out there that would indicate that the first time a child in a family gets into a college and or university, and especially once they complete a degree at a college and or university, it becomes highly, highly more likely that their siblings are going to follow in their footstep. But if you can't get that first child into that post-secondary experience and experience success at that level, then what typically happens is that cycle of poverty will continue on over a period of several generations until you crack the code.
Well, I just wanted to understand, because I think you were saying more about our funding model than you were about the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got it.
Or yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Hinojosa.
Michael Hinojosa, Superintendent in Dallas, again and still. And I'm here back to testify in front of you, and I'm representing the Urban Council and the Dallas ISD. I'll pick it up with the appreciation. I do appreciate this task force that was bicameral, bipartisan, and had educators on it. A lot of people said they're never going to do anything. They meet, sometimes they don't even write a report because this is too hard. And then they say, well, if they write a report, they don't make any recommendations. And then if they say that, well, if they come up with recommendations, they don't put any money behind it. So all of those myths have already been debunked to get to this point. And this committee is very well represented by 3 members of this committee that participated, or more, that participated significantly in that. So I do appreciate where you've been and what you've done to get us to this day. Also, a lot of people are underestimating something. Higher Ed has a goal, 60 by 30. This commission is recommending 2 60 by 30 goals, one for 3rd grade reading and one for college and career readiness. But here's the irony. If you are economically advantaged, you'll be at 60 by 20 because you're almost there. But if you're economically disadvantaged, it'll take another decade. And these resources will help you get there if they're taken into consideration. If students can learn to read, then they can read to learn. If they don't, they get behind, and the cycle that Dr. De La Torre aptly described continues to happen. Second thing, I want to appreciate this committee's looking at the complexity of current year values. Now, I don't know that the other chamber has come to that conclusion, but thank you for coming to that conclusion. That creates one level of complexity. And I also want to make sure that we thank you for at least taking that into consideration. So what do we recommend and what do we commend? Similarly with the previous testimony, increasing the comp ed weight, that has a huge impact regarding exactly what you just said, Chairman Dutton. It's not the kids' fault, but it's the funding system fault that does not recognize that. Later, you're going to hear from San Antonio ISD, who has replicated the intensity of poverty. And we have that in Dallas, and we've figured out. And by the way, the state of Texas is 60% economically disadvantaged. But when you get into local communities in the 5th Ward, when you get in West Dallas, when you get in South Dallas, when you get in certain parts of San Antonio, and you get in certain parts of rural America where there has never been an opportunity to get out of that. When you recognize that and you put weights in the comp ed weight, there has a great potential. Now, of course, with every new index, we're going to figure out the laws of unintended consequences. Pre-K, thank you for doing that. There's a lot of mystery about that, but we've been doing this for 5 years. Now that we've been doing it for 5 years, we have significant data that kids that go to Dallas ISD pre-K outperform kids that go to no pre-K significantly. Our 3rd grade meets level is higher than the state. Our economically disadvantaged students are outperforming the state's economic disadvantage at the meets level at 3rd grade. Why? We've been investing $6 million new every year in pre-K for the last several years. And now we're getting the results. It's taken a long time. And by the way, nobody except great teachers in Dallas got a raise for 3 years because we funded our strategic initiatives first. And then now that we've made it, our community has supported us. And no one is for higher property taxes, but a super majority of our community voted for a 13-cent tax increase to help these kids get out of the cycle of poverty. The next one, dual language allotment. There's research. When I first went to Dallas in 2006, we had 1,300 classrooms that were not being served. Bilingual students were not being served. We had to blow up the system. We had to go to Puerto Rico, to Mexico, to Spain to get teachers. And we implemented a dual language program, biliteracy, where kids are literate in 2 languages, English and Spanish, and it can be not just for Latino kids. This can be for white kids, for African American kids, for second and third generation Latinos who don't speak Spanish, who can become biliterate. The research by Collier and Thomas is overwhelming. It's taken Dallas 15 years to get here. But now, with the dual language program, our students are outperforming the state. And in fact, I'm embarrassed to say that our English learners are outperforming some of our other student groups in Dallas, because we need to do better with some of our other student groups that are not performing as well. But this works, and you've recognized that. Dyslexia, that's a big issue. There's not enough money for everybody, but it certainly, we do appreciate the money that's being set aside to do that. 3rd grade reading allotment. And where are you putting it? In English learners and economically disadvantaged. And if you do that along with your comp ed weight, now 60 by 30 is a reality and not just a dream. A vision is a dream with a deadline, and if you put resources behind it, you got a fighting chance to get there. Now, one of the other recommendations that we could live with over time is what's already been talked about. Current year values would cripple Dallas. The cost of education index would cripple a lot of places, but a lot of that depends on what you replace it with. Yes, I've been a superintendent in Texas since 1994. I had to take a little break to Georgia to get my rest, and I came back. But we've had the same CEI the whole time I was gone since 1994. And so I've known nothing else. I think the state, I think Austin, I think Dallas, I think the Valley, everybody looks different than the early 1990s when this was there. I was here when we did the high school allotment. I cheered for it. I was here when we did all these other allotments, but we added them on. So it may be time to do it. But the key is going to be in what is done with the basic allotment in the end. If you just slightly increase the basic allotment, you're just rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. If you significantly, and there is a number, I'm not going to tell you what that number is, but if there is a number that if you increase it to that amount, high tides raise all boats. Houston, Dallas, maybe Austin come out of 41. Everybody at this table benefits. But that's the key. And of course, I know we're early in the process. We don't have a bill yet. But this is going to be a huge key in addition to the other things you've come out with. Property tax relief. It is important. But 2/3 of our voters voted a tax increase because they saw what they were getting was something that they wanted for their community. So if it's the right stuff, and of course, property tax relief, you always got equity, and you always got adequacy, and how much does that money raise? And I've been a Chapter 41 superintendent. I've been a Chapter 42 superintendent. So you're not going to hear me whine about how much money we're not entitled to that we have to give away, because I've been on both sides of that table. This is complex stuff. But if you got caps, I've been told, well, the caps won't apply to you because we'll make you whole. Okay, what does that mean? Well, we'll see. Trust us. Let's look at the bill. Okay, I'm going to be quiet and wait and not opine further on property tax relief. So Dallas,
you promise?
For a little while. And for Dallas, there is a slide on Dallas. Educator excellence. I was a skeptic. It took me a long time to believe into it. And yes, I was with the whole issue that our esteemed superintendent, Dr. Williams, from my neighbor, had came up about collaborative versus competitive. And we have our own professional learning communities. But what's very powerful is when we got outstanding teachers helping teachers who are not quite as outstanding. And we've been through all the work. We lost 60% of our workforce. But now we're keeping 90 to 95% of our best teachers. And the whole district is benefiting. It was very difficult to do. I've met with the commissioner for 2 hours to tell him this is what was done to make this thing work over time. It can work. It's not for everybody. And in fact, very few people have pulled it off. But it is possible. When you can get your best teachers to stay in the classroom and make significant dollars, it is possible. So that's something that we would certainly be in favor of. Third grade outcome funding, reading outcomes, it's intriguing. If you're not afraid of accountability, if you believe in your kids and you believe in your teachers, you'll be willing to try something like this. In fact, as I was hearing other superintendents testify, what would I do with that summer school money? I would make sure I took all of our students who are not ready to read at third grade and put them with our best teachers for the month of July so they would have a best chance to be successful in their third grade year. I could pay those best teachers a lot of money to make sure that we got to more outcomes. So if we got the outcomes, then we could put that money back into our system. I don't know if it's perfect. It is. There's a lot of pushback about this, but I'm willing to consider it because there may be another opportunity to help our local community. And of course, the transportation allotment, Chapter 41 districts not eligible for transportation, is something that would certainly benefit us. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, Mr. Chairman. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Well, I appreciate everything that you've done. We had you up in front of us a lot. I know that you've improved. You had 40 IR campuses or 43 IR campuses, 3 or 4 years ago, and you have 3 now?
4.
I mean, that's just incredible. And you know what? You're right. There are people that are pushing back on the outcomes. He's one of them sitting right there. But it's okay. And the way I think we're going to try and structure this is that we're going to try and make it, if you want to achieve and go get the money and provide the resources and be successful. I mean, the smart superintendent, I'm not saying you're not. But I'm saying I think that superintendents in generalities would say, we want to be collaborative about that. So we need to talk about it more, I think, is the most important thing, and figure out what metrics we're going to use. But if there's $700 million that's for the taking, I think people are going to try and figure out a way to get it, right?
Yes, sir.
I would think. So, did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to make a statement. I just wanted to tell you, thank you for letting everybody know there's nothing wrong with the children. But it is sometimes problems with what we're giving them. And when we change what we're giving them, sometimes we get a whole lot different student. And particularly in some of the inner cities in Dallas, inner part of Dallas. I followed some of the successes you've had there. And I really just want to say thank you, because it just proves that, sometimes the legislature can do those things that help. But I did want to ask one question, and this was something bothering me. I always ask the question of which demographic is at the bottom educationally. And everybody always knows the answer.
Yes, sir.
They always tell me black boys. And I always say, well, if everybody knows that, why do we never do anything about it? I mean, why do we accept that? And in the research I've done, that's true in about 34, 35 other states. And nobody seems to shine a light on it. Has Dallas done anything particularly related to them?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question, and that's what I was alluding to, that I was embarrassed that our English learners are outperforming our African-American students, and African-American males even more. We've had a mixed success with the African-American Success Initiative. This week at a retreat, my staff was presenting to me a new initiative where we can get more rigor to get more kids successful, more African-American males successful in advanced placement courses, because that's the bell star. If you can get that done, it'll raise everybody up. I'm embarrassed to tell you we're not doing well. That is our lowest performing student group as well. Right. But we're not just giving up. We've got to find different ways. And now when I have African-American males getting on a bus to go to a P-TECH so they can partner with AT&T or Microsoft. Some of those schools that were very under-enrolled are now getting students back because we're giving those communities things that they want. So we haven't solved the problem. In fact, that is probably our biggest disappointment, but that's something that we're not giving up on and something that we're continuing to work on.
Well, thank you.
Chairman, can I just...
Yeah, of course, sir.
We're looking at that issue as well. One of the things that we're finding is attendance. It has a dramatic impact. This is going to not come as a shock to anyone, but if you're not in school, then you tend to lose whatever momentum or whatever we're trying to offer. So as we're looking at strategies and programs, one of the things that we have to look at before even we look at that is, are they coming to school? And sometimes, not all the time, some cases, African males have a higher absentee rate than others. Sometimes we have, this just depends, but there's a lot of factors. But if we get them to school, in some environments, that's the first step towards helping.
Well, that's why when I was talking to you earlier about the transportation part, they're less likely to get on a bus to go across town, and they're more likely to go to the school around the corner. And if we improve that school, then you're going to probably have a whole lot of success at dealing with that particular part of the population.
Yes.
Chairman, we also want to amend our response, because at our A schools, well, we have 22% African American students in Dallas ISD. At our A schools, they were above 50% African American students, and those schools had significant gains. Many of those are elementary, and a couple were middle schools. But the high school is still the frontier that we haven't completely accomplished that.
Yeah, because in all the things in HSD, the school that we have for that's dominated by African American boys, the Mickey Leland School, is in my district, and it started out a few years ago, and now it is the top school in HSD. And so I say that because I just want everybody to know that it's an indicator that there's nothing wrong with the students again, but it is something wrong with what we give them. And when we give them the right recipe for education, and educating them in particular, we get lots of success. And as your statement said, rising tide lifts all boats, and if they happen to be at the bottom and we raise them, gosh, we'll see really an education miracle in Texas.
Yes.
Thank you. I echo the point of Chairman Dutton, and I have a bill you might like. Question for you. My understanding when it comes to dual language that it is the gold standard, it is the approach that works best, but it's also a very hard, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's a very hard program to scale, and to do it statewide I think is a challenge. It's a worthy goal that we've set, but it's tough. What, as districts, other districts are waiting or trying to implement a large-scale, widespread dual language program, what is, let's say, the silver standard? What could we do to improve ELL outcomes while districts wait to recruit the teachers they need and assemble classes the right way to do dual language?
I think everyone needs to be quite honest with themselves, because that same Collier and Thomas research will tell you that the worst program, worse than no program, is the ESL pull-out program, where you just take kids out for a little bit and try to give them something. They're getting no substance.
Right.
So what we had to do, because we had that problem when we first started this in Dallas in 2006, we decided to go, and this was very traumatic to our teachers. We didn't have enough classrooms to fill at 5th grade bilingual, so we bit the bullet. We just moved all those teachers, every bilingual teacher we had that we could find, we moved them to pre-K, K1, and then we started growing up with the system. And we survived over time. And now we have a secondary dual language. We even have a high school where you can get a dual language certificate. But it took us 12 to 13 years to implement dual language. But we knew we needed to quit having this Swiss cheese approach where, and a kid would go to a 4th grade bilingual, then the next school they wouldn't have a 5th grade bilingual teacher, so they would lose out on instruction.
Right.
And so we decided, let's compress down to the bottom and build our way back up. And then we went out and hired the staff. Now we have 4 P-Techs that we have grow our own. We won't have to go to Puerto Rico and Spain and Mexico. We can go to Oak Cliff and get our teachers, because we have them in our own P-Techs where we're developing our future bilingual teachers. So you can start with teacher assistants and try to get them to become teachers, but at some time you got to have a strategy. Where do you start for the best long-term gain? And superintendents don't get to stay around a long time if they're not achieving. So it takes a gamble to do something for the long term, just like it takes a gamble for you to do something for 2030 here with some of the funding initiatives that you have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
One thing that is scalable,
Yes,
because
sir.
there's, as you know, there's multiple dual language ways of implementing.
Right.
But like one-way dual language, if you have the bilingual teachers that Michael's describing, that is scalable. We're contemplating that right now in our district, just eliminating bilingual as we know it and going one-way dual.
Right.
So there are ways to do it with the resources.
So if and just for everyone else who's going to testify, my general question is going to be a recognition that dual language is the gold standard, and then as districts pursue that, what is the silver standard? What should we be aspiring to have our students in while they wait to get to a full dual language program? Only because you're right, there are some strategies that clearly don't work the way they're supposed to. That's my question. I appreciate that, both of you. Thank you, Chairman.
Just to topper some of the same, and that is that we've had a dual language program across the district for over 20 years, and we offer one-way dual language, two-way dual language, and it really depends on the demographics in that particular learning community. We're organized by learning communities, and when you have enough monolingual English speakers to complement the monolingual Spanish speakers, you can provide that two-way dual language program. So the silver standard would be a one-way dual language program where more of the responsibility is laid at the teacher's feet with the help of an aide to try to provide the English that the students need, but to do it in a very prescriptive and systemic way over grade levels until they're speaking 50-50 and they're bilingual and biliterate.
Okay, and it seems that you guys agree on that. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Mr. Meyer.
quickly before we move on. Dr. Hinosa, I just wanted to thank you. You did a great job of thanking all of us. But as you mentioned earlier, superintendents and trustees don't stick around very long when they try some things that are innovative. I have to tell you, this session, throughout this entire session during the interim, what I kept hearing as the gold standard is DISD. And it took your leadership, it took the leadership of Dr. Flores and the Board of Trustees to do that. And so now we're taking a look at modeling the entire state off of what you have done and the great work you have done in Dallas. And so on behalf of all of us, thank you for your hard work and your perseverance. It has certainly paid off. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Two comments, takeaways for both of you, for all of you. One is you've all expressed concerns about outcomes and things of that nature. I really believe it's critical for us to stay focused on that as we go forward. So when you have ideas or whatever concepts you think are something that should be a part of what we're going to do on a go-forward basis, make sure you know how to get a hold of us, obviously, and Amy, and talk to us, and Andrea is sitting over there, and talk to us about that as we go forward. I think that's important. You know, and I'm sure you all are going to probably answer yes, but just I want you, and maybe you don't have to answer, and this may be for other superintendents in the room, but the question is this: do you know who your best teachers are? Do you absolutely know every single one of them in your district? And if the answer is no, I don't know if it is or not. Do you want to answer?
I'm gonna say we know who they are. I don't know. I would bet 100%. But yeah, we know who they are.
Okay. Yeah. But I think we'll find as we go through this process that the changes we're making will make holistic differences, right? You know, for improvement. You know, and so part of it is the mentoring and things like that. I mean, that's the focus of what we're trying to accomplish, is finding out who our best teachers are as we go forward. And then, you know, I hear what Representative Bernal is saying, but I worked for a guy one time named Boone Pickens, and he had a famous saying, and he used to say, "When's the best time to plant a tree? Today. When's the next best time? Tomorrow." So while it's hard to do things, and it takes time to do things, this whole plan is going to come together because we're going to do it at one time. We're going to bite the bullet, and we're going to go forward. So I think that's important to know. So. Any other questions for this panel? All right, well, that was crook. All right, thank you. We only have 5 other panels for the rest of the day. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, next up, Tracy Fisher, trustee, Coppell ISD. Dr. Scott Murray with superintendent, Pursuing Branch ISD. Lacey Freeman, superintendent, Buffalo ISD. And Dr. Edwin Flores, trustee, Dallas ISD. Same deal. Please tell us who you are. Diego, I gotta go.
Bookends. Oh, hey, good. How are you? Good. Oh.
Start here.
Tracy Fisher, Coppell, and we're okay.
All right. Let's keep it going so we allow people the chance to present. We ask questions and people get out of here at a decent time. I think we're going to start with Ms. Fisher.
Yes.
All right.
All right. I'm Tracy Fisher, and I am here from Coppell ISD. I'm actually speaking on behalf of TASB, myself, and Coppell ISD. I am currently the school board president there. And very briefly, I wanted to give some background on Coppell and point out some areas of the commission report that would benefit our students. We have a few. We have about 13,000 students. Coppell has been a Chapter 41 district since the designation began in 1992. This year, the district's recapture payment will equal approximately 30% of the general fund budget. In 2011, our community overwhelmingly approved a $1.17 tax rate. It was a 13% increase. And I will just tell you, we are maxed out in terms of property taxes. Thankfully, we are growing and have been able to offset a little of that recapture. However, every dime of property value growth last year was given back to the state. We got nothing. And part of that is because it's in arrears. So current year would help us a lot. As a Chapter 41, we received no transportation allotment. Our transportation costs have doubled in the past 2 years to over $4 million because of the Dallas County schools shutdown. This year, we will receive a total of $10 million in state aid. We will send back $45 million to the state in the form of recapture. While the transportation allotment update won't help us recoup all the money we send to the state, it would provide some relief to our stressed budget. So thank you for that recommendation. We greatly appreciate Representative Van Dever's property tax relief bill, House Bill 735, which allows the flexibility to raise and lower our tax rate between voter-approved rates. This would allow us to lower our tax rate when we can, and we would. Community is important to us, so much so that the City of Coppell pays for 100% of our school resource officers and crossing guards. Families and parents move to our community because of our schools. We have high community engagement and high parent expectations. We spent last year on the strategic design plan where we asked our community what they valued in education. We had over 4,000 responses to our surveys and 60 in-depth interviews with stakeholders, which included teacher, current and former parents, current and former students, administrators, and local community members. These values represent not only what makes CISD unique, but also areas of improvement centering on the themes of engagement, relationship, great teaching, and redefining success. I think we handed out something like this. It just gives you our story. The redefining success popped up pretty high, and that's right, like colleges and universities, our community doesn't care about high-stakes testing. We believe that outcomes-based funding doubles down on high-stakes testing. We are accountable to our community, and we are every day, I assure you. 6 years ago, only a few of our seniors took the ACT test. We felt that that's an important assessment. All of our juniors take the test now, and our students do as well as the few that used to take it. We're very proud of that. Our kids they've all risen because of that test. Today's third grade STAR reading levels they measure reading levels beyond third grade. Meeting grade level is now fourth to fifth grade reading level. Shouldn't the highest score of a third grade STAR evaluate a third grade reading level and not fourth grade reading level? It has to do with the lexiles that are used in the cut scores and where that is. I'm sure somebody else will talk about that today. It's extremely detrimental to Texas. We shouldn't base funding on STAR test results. Please keep accountability and testing issues separate from school finance. We want to be accountable, I can assure you. We just don't want to be accountable in the wrong way. We have to serve all children and not just those that do well. And in Coppell, I will assure you that we don't only care about our kids, we care about all kids because all kids affect all of us. It's an investment. We ask our community, when we got our A rating in Coppell, we asked our community to reject the rating because what we're trying to do for kids benefits them so much more than any letter grade. We've identified high priority learning standards and focusing on the hundreds of, we've identified the high priority learning standards versus focusing on hundreds of TEKs. Our teachers have more time to create authentic learning experiences. Our kids run into school as fast as they run out of school. To me, that's a great leading indicator that we can work with on school progress. So, by the way, is teacher well-being. That's an important piece for our district, and I know it is for everyone, as teachers are under a lot of pressure. Many of us in North Texas and throughout the state are working on community-based accountability. Each community is unique and deserves to work with the commissioner to ensure taxpayers are being considered, but mostly that students and teachers are growing and not being stunted by inappropriate high-stakes tests. I want to thank you for your work on behalf of our 5.3 million children in the state. You have a daunting task, but I believe that a great partnership between the legislature and fellow elected school boards will create positive, lasting impact on the future of our state. One of the things that we also have there for you, this is our story. It's an official magazine. Everybody tries to inform their community about what's going on. What's important about this, we didn't pay for this because we don't have the resources to pay for everything that we do, unfortunately. None of us do. And when you're maxed out, it's hard to tell your community that you produced a magazine like this with their taxpayer dollars. So just wanted to let you know that that came from another source. I guess with that, if there's any questions, I know this is a shift in what we've been talking about, but well-being is a huge priority for us in Coppell. We have 3 fully funded crisis counselors above our counselors that we have in our schools. And the reason we have that is because we've needed that. And quite frankly, we all need that.
All right, ma'am. Thank you very much.
All right.
Members, any questions? Your crisis counselors, or I think in some places they call them trauma counselors, they serve both students and
Yes,
employees?
they do. Absolutely.
And there's a need for both?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, ma'am,
All right.
very much.
Thank you.
All right. Whoever wants to go next.
Yes. Scott Muri, Superintendent, Spring Branch Independent School District. I want to begin with really thanking the committee for investing a significant amount of time, energy, and effort into focusing upon the needs that public schools across the state of Texas have and investing specifically in school finance. Thanking also the School Finance Commission for the significant amount of work that was done during that 9-month period of time, and also lifting up the Speaker Bonin, and our Governor and Lieutenant Governor, who have publicly said, school finance is the priority this session. So to all of you, we appreciate it on behalf of the 5.4 million children in the state of Texas. Your communication of that priority is well received. In Spring Branch ISD, we support solutions that benefit not just the 35,000 kids in our system, but the 5.4 million across the state of Texas. And so today, is through my comments, you'll hear me talking specifically about solutions that benefit everybody, Chapter 41s and Chapter 42s alike. That's what's important today in Texas. I want to about 6 or 7 months ago, received an email, and it was a congratulatory email. Congratulations, Dr. Muri. Spring Branch ISD is #1 on the list. And when you see that you're #1 on the list, you become a little bit excited. Hey, that's great. And then you begin to read, so what list is this that we are #1 on? And as I read the email a little further, I was no longer excited, because Spring Branch ISD is the %1 district in the state of Texas for recapture growth since the year 2009. Recapture in Spring Branch has increased by 1,600% since we started paying. And so I was no longer thrilled when I read that email, but recapture is a significant burden. And it delighted us to see that the School Finance Commission and this body is looking at recapture and addressing that in a healthy way. Our board chairman, Huberty, actually spoke to this last week. The Board of Trustees in Spring Branch ISD is not able currently to seek tax increases from our public simply because of the impact of recapture. So much of a tax increase would come back to the state of Texas through recapture that our trustees do not feel it is fair and just of our taxpayers to face an increase, knowing that the majority of those dollars would come to the state of Texas. And so we're limited. We are capped currently because of the plight of recapture. And so we certainly support a relief to those districts that pay recapture, but solutions that benefit, again, 41s and 42s. So specifically looking at the Finance Commission recommendations, there are some things that I think and that we believe as an organization will be healthy for everybody. Increasing the basic allotment. That benefits all children in the state of Texas. It decreases recapture, but it benefits every child that we serve within our state. Formula funding, increasing the formula funding for economically disadvantaged students, for our English learners, for programming funding, increasing programming funding for career and technical education. That type of funding, again, benefits very specific types of children. And in a Chapter 41 recapture district, it also helps us with the recapture perspective. So that's a win-win opportunity. We certainly support that type of thing. Investing in post-secondary opportunities. So thinking about that state 60 by 30 goal in Spring Branch ISD, we have a similar goal. We call it T24. Our goal for every student in Spring Branch is that they experience, after 6 years, success in the military, a technical institution, or have a 2 or 4 year degree. In fact, this year we're celebrating the class of 2012 and their successes, because 6 years ago they graduated from high school, but 6 years after it, we hope that they have completed one of those 4 opportunities. And so we would encourage the Commission to think about investments in some post-secondary opportunities, such as funding the ACT, SAT opportunities for all of our students across the state of Texas, funding dual enrollment and dual credit courses for students across the state of Texas. So providing those opportunities at the secondary level that would help our kids be a little bit more successful as they leave us and travel into a post-secondary world. We agree with Chairman Huberty, and again, we heard that conversation today about prior year values. In our system, we see if we used current year values, that would clearly have an impact upon us financially. So we appreciate the consideration and potentially the direction to keep using prior year values. The CEI, as we look at the CEI and the elimination of that, it raises concern because we suspect it would have we know it would have significant impact on our budget. However, what we don't know is the rest of the story. And so this trust yet verify opportunity, we trust that the commission, or the committee, as you look at CEI and its replacement, that you will factor in considerations. You look at specifically how removal of the CEI will affect districts across the state, and also recognizing that there are cost differences between different places in the state of Texas, and understanding formulaically that it would be important that we factor in those cost differences from different parts of our state. Have an elementary school in our system that this year they received 60 new students, and these new students came to them pre-K through 5th grade. So they ranged really, we start educating kids in Spring Branch at the age of 3, so we have 3-year-old pre-K. So they range from 3 to about the age of 11 or 12. And these 60 students came from a country in Latin America. These students did not speak English and they did not speak Spanish. And so they were new to this particular school. And again, their ages ranged from pre-K through 5th grade. And so our school this year had a wonderful opportunity to address not only the academic needs of these kids, but the significant social and emotional needs of these children. Not only did they not speak our languages, but they also had never been in school. And so an 11-year-old student that had never been in any type of school situation. And so our elementary school had to address, and continues to today, to address the needs of those 60 children. If we looked at the outcomes for those kids come May, not a single one of those kids will hit the meets level on the STAR exam. I can guarantee you that, because none of those children have ever been in any kind of schooling experience. They do not speak the English language, nor do they speak Spanish. And so even taking an assessment like that will be challenging for those kids. Yet I can guarantee you that every single one of those children have grown significantly under the tutelage of amazing teachers and a really great principal. And so as we think about tying outcomes to students, any type of student, we have that gives us pause, because I can tell you that those students would not meet the meet standard on the STAR today. But I can also confirm that those kids have grown a lot during the time that they've been with us in our system. And so I would have concern about tying outcomes for kids specifically to a standardized test. I've lived that. I am not originally from the state of Texas and have been in other states where dollars were tied to outcomes for children, and I have seen what that creates. I have watched teachers close their door. I have watched teachers who stop sharing their information because the work that they do with children is tied to their paycheck, and outcomes are tied to kids. I've watched children and the stress that they experience having to leave school in the middle of an exam because the stress that we place upon them to do well, because your success is tied to the dollars that we receive as an institution. I can assure you, however, that if we tie outcomes to results for children, specifically on a standardized test, that we will see results go up in mathematics and reading. I can assure you of that. We will prepare kids for jobs, and they'll be successful in those jobs as long as those jobs involve taking tests. But I'm not sure that that's what jobs require of our students today. And if we want to create mathematicians and scientists and engineers and doctors and future teachers and educators, then we need to make sure that learning is happening. And I will be the first to attest that we are still challenged in public education today to think of the many different measures that we must use to paint a clear picture of the growth and development of our children. But if we tie outcomes to a single measure and tie dollars to a single measure, we are headed down a road that would concern me as an educator. I think the unintended consequences of that would be significant in our schools. And that's not a place that I would like us to be. Learning is critical. Accountability is important. But as we think about measuring, we need to do that in a right way. And that is still a body of work that we engage in education. Tying teachers, tying our teacher compensation to student outcomes would again be a concern. I think, and I've heard conversation today, there are great ways. The question was asked earlier, can we identify the great teachers in our system? Absolutely we can. We have a plethora of measures that we use in education today that allow us to determine the very best teachers. We have a program in our system today that we call Opportunity Culture. In fact, I just got a picture a few minutes ago. We have a group of these teachers and their administrators meeting at this very moment talking about their next opportunity. Opportunity Culture allows us to recognize our very best teacher. We expand their scope. We actually allow our very best teachers to teach more students so that more kids in our system have access to better teachers. Those teachers also have access to their peers. So not only do they teach a larger group of students, they also have access to their colleagues and share their wisdom and knowledge with their peers. And so we call that Opportunity Culture, a wonderful way to recognize our best and to allow them to teach more kids and share their knowledge with their peers. That's a way that we could provide a differentiated compensation to teachers. So we would fully support opportunities for the local school districts to think about ways of compensating teachers that more effectively meet their needs and our needs as an organization. And lastly, I would encourage you to think more broadly about outcomes. And I would use pre-K as an example. So pre-K is an input. It is an opportunity when students travel through pre-K. It is an input. It provides a wonderful basis on which for them to build their K-12 and post-secondary experience. But we could also see pre-K as an outcome, as a measure, because the research says when our children have a high-quality pre-K experience, their outcome is improved. And so thinking about the inputs that are research-based, go back to Mr. Bernal, and you talked about one-way dual or dual language, absolutely gold standard. The silver standard there is your movement towards a one-way dual language program. So those programming, those research-based best practices that we could see both as inputs and outcomes, I would encourage you to consider as you think about tying dollars to outcomes. There are some broad ways to think about those opportunities. Lastly, I say thank you. Thank you for your attention today. Thank you for the great questions that you ask. And again, thank you for keeping public schools in the state of Texas at the forefront of decision making. Appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Good questions? I was going to ask you, what is your tax rate now?
We're $1.17.
You went all the way to $1.17.
Oh, no. Sorry, we're at $1.09.
$1.09.
Yeah,
okay,
$1.09. Yeah, we in order for us to go to $1.17 before you came in, I'm sorry about that. You alluded to this last week. Our trustees would have a difficult time because the vast majority of that money would come here in form of recapture. So we're at $1.09.
How much? What is do you know what your percentage of wealth is by chance?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
What would your recapture be? If you raise your taxes beyond that, what would you send back?
So our recapture today, our payment, our budget is a little under $350 million. We'll send $88 million in recapture. $88 million this year in recapture. We're at 92 next year, and we over $100 million the year after that if recapture continues for us. So, and I shared a statistic right before you got in. From 2009 to 2019, our recapture has increased by 1,600%. So the largest in the state of Texas. So we've seen a significant increase. Yeah. So this relief is appreciated by our community.
Absolutely. Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Lacey Freeman, Superintendent at Buffalo ISD. I want to thank you up front for all the time and effort you put in to try to make our schools a better place all over the state. Just a little bit about Buffalo ISD. We're located on Interstate 45, halfway between Houston and Dallas, a small 3A. We have approximately 950 kids on any given day, and so a little bit different up here from what you've seen so far with the big guys, I guess you would say. So that's part of the issues that you face. The size and difference of what's going on all over the state makes it tough. And so we have approximately 150 employees. Our M&O tax rate is $1.17. So I'm here today representing Texas Association of Community Schools, and gonna, from my perspective, from Buffalo ISD perspective, I guess, talk a little bit about small school and mid-size adjustment, performance pay and outcome-based funding. And so first up, regarding a small and mid-size adjustment, we do recognize and applaud that scalable function of our system. It's very important to us. And for those of you, if you were here 2 years ago and had anything to do with changing the multipliers for those schools under 300 square miles, I thank you. That has been very helpful and very beneficial. So we do recognize those economies of scale, whether it be how many kids we can put in a physics class. In a large school district, you can put the numbers in there to make it pay for itself, to support it. In a class of 70 high school seniors, you may not have but 12 to 15 kids that need that upper level class. So it's not pulling the weight that they are in these guys classes whenever they can fill it up. So small mid-size adjustment is very important in our eyes. Next thing, talking about performance pay. The way I see it, we're looking at one class of employee. We have a completely different situation in Buffalo, America. We are looking for certified employees. We have, in my opinion, a serious shortage of teachers in the small school areas, certified teachers. And so our starting salary, our base salary is $34,000. The average for the state is between 41 and 42 at this time. So that makes it very tough when you go to Menard Johnson Coliseum in Huntsville, Texas, down on the Florida Job Fair, and you plop down your sign, come work for us, and say an Aldine is next to you with 50 whatever, a lot more than what 34 is, I'll say that, or whoever it might be. It makes it very tough. So we have a lot different situation than some of the big schools that have been up here so far. So we have employees that by the time their TRS health insurance is taken out, I'm talking about custodial maintenance, things like that. I don't know how they make it. By the time those things are taken out, they're literally working for insurance. And so, and I say all this not as a whiny part, I guess. It's just that we need focus in all of these areas as far as monetary help to help in these areas, instead of recognizing that upper level teacher, I guess you would say. So that's kind of our perspective on that. And then outcomes based funding, just like I've heard from several people, we're very, very cautious about this. We have 4 third grade reading teachers, and so you're putting a lot of emphasis on a test. We've heard that before. We hear flying around all the time to de-emphasize the test. You're attaching funding to that, and so that puts a lot of pressure on those individuals. And so for that reason, we will be very cautious regarding that. We do, I've heard one common theme up here today, and that is starting those youngsters as soon as possible. And so we, when 4 to 5 years ago, whenever the pre-K grants came out, high quality, we jumped on that immediately. It was supposed to have been $1,000 per kid. Well, after everybody else jumped on it, I think we were about $300. We recognized quickly that was still very much worth it, and so we just continued on with it for the last 4 years. As many as we can get full day. It's important for us to get them, like I say, out of that household and in there with a high quality pre-K teacher, because third grade is just around the corner, and so first grade and second grade go by really fast. So it's very important to get those in there and get them going as soon as possible. So we're very supportive of anything that gets kids repetition. We heard up here today talking about summer work, after school work. It's repetition, repetition, repetition. The more you're reading, the more you're doing, the stronger those kids are going to be. So once again, I appreciate each of you devoting your time and effort to make things better for Texas Public Schools. You have a tough job in front of you. Thank you.
I think Representative Ashby has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lacey, welcome. Glad to have you back before the committee again this afternoon. And Lacey's one of my premier superintendents there in House District 57, and really excited to have him here today. As you all have heard over the last couple of weeks of testimony and listening to the commission last week, the report, there's been a lot of conversation about rural, about urban, suburban, and just in general how there's a one-size-fits-all policy just doesn't work, certainly in a state as broad and diverse as Texas. And so I really value the perspective you're bringing to the discussion today. Largely when you look at the school districts across the state in terms of quantity of school districts, most are rural. And so I think it's important as we continue this discussion that, your voice is heard, and I know that it has been and it will continue to be. And I was really appreciative of the insights you shared on some of the weights or measures or allotments that have been used in the past. And I think looking forward, there's been some good discussion about continuing, a small and mid-size adjustment. And I think you've shared today a good reason, maybe why that should be looked at and considered favorably. And I was really delighted to hear you talk about probably the largest issue, if not one of the largest issues I hear about, and that is just the shortage of teachers, certified teachers that we face across the state, but especially acutely in rural Texas. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And I think the example you cited about plopping down at a job fair next to a school district and maybe in the larger region where the starting salary is $20,000 higher, for a young man or woman coming out of college, that's a significant difference, and certainly puts schools like Buffalo at a disadvantage. And so I think we've got to be cognizant of that. There's certain things we can and cannot do as it pertains to that, but I think in terms of maybe raising the state level of starting salaries that touches a lot of these school districts such as yours has merit to it. It's something I know that a lot of members of this committee are giving some thought to. And then it's been interesting and not trying to be cute or anything, but, as we look about what's happening in Texas, we've heard some discussion about, models that work in certain areas of the state. And of course, my immediate thought is, well, how would that look in my district? And, to be clear, how many high schools are there in Buffalo?
One.
How many middle schools are in Buffalo?
One.
How many elementary schools are in Buffalo?
One.
Okay. So in terms of scalability, I think you used that term, in looking at moving forward with a school funding proposal, I think we've got to be, very sensitive to the reality that you and the majority of school districts that look very similar to you in Texas, face in terms of, what may work in one school district may not work in a district like yours. And I'm very pleased, Mr. Chairman, that you and the Vice Chair have been very open to dialogue and discussion about this. And I certainly want to acknowledge their leadership in recognizing the challenges and the uniqueness of schools such as yours. And then lastly, let me conclude with this. You have been very innovative in Buffalo in maximizing your very limited, tapped out or capped resources there at your maximum taxable level. But you have instituted something that not a lot of smaller school districts have done, and you have been somewhat innovative with a merit-based pay system, as I understand it, there in Buffalo. And can you just briefly kind of share what you've done there as far as, with your teachers, and maybe how that could look a little more broadly across the state?
Yes, I can. I would say probably close to 10 years ago, we recognized retention as an issue. Turnover, trying to, after we invest in teachers and, get that performance standard where we want, trying to keep them within our district instead of migrating to those, higher salaries. We did implement a program that we use, and then we tied it to, it is a performance-based and retention-based, and it is based on whether we're, above state average on approaches, meets, and masters. So it could be scalable to anybody if, if you're you're Highland Park and you're way above the state average, well, you can set those numbers wherever you would want them. But we look to be above the state approaches, meets, and masters, and on our overall test score, and so we assign a dollar figure to that and set it at the beginning of the year, and then when those teachers come back in August, well, we have that incentive when they come back, that check. And so like I said, you have to come back, so obviously it's a retention incentive, and then it's based on performance as well. And so it goes very well for us. It's easy for us to budget for it, and so it's just something that we do, and it seems to work for us.
Representative King.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman, I just want to go back to something you were talking about a little bit ago, and you touched on it, because as you know, I represent a lot of rural school districts, and 3A is usually a large district for me. But you were talking about your at-will employees barely being able to make it after they pay their insurance and stuff. This proposal's been brought up of a across-the-board $5,000 pay raise for teachers. Do you think that will exacerbate or cause a huge problem with your at-will employees when they don't receive that compensation as well?
Wow.
I see them struggling, and I want to do what I can for them. I'll say that.
So do I. Thank you.
I'm not against turning anything down that is going to benefit my teachers. Nothing. I mean, I would never say anything, like that. That they work really hard, and whatever we can do for them, we can. I'm just saying that we have a need with our auxiliary staff to compensate. I look at it as a team effort. Yes, the teacher is number one and always will be, but I've been driving a bus since mid-September.
Right.
I get up every morning and I drive a route. And I drive in the afternoons as well, because getting CDL drivers is a whole don't get me started on that.
I'm with you.
But if you're a school district and you don't have a sign hanging out on the fence that says hiring bus drivers, well, I'd like to know what you're doing to get those. When a CDL driver can make, I saw this read this week, $80,000 driving for Walmart. Well, CDL drivers are in high demand. So the test is more difficult now. The stations to go get your CDL have made it more difficult, so they're in high demand. So anyway, I got off track there. I'm sorry.
No worries.
But I recognize, and that's the way our incentive program that we were speaking about a minute ago, we don't just recognize teachers, we recognize our auxiliary staff as well. If we don't get those kids to school on the bus, we're in trouble. If we don't provide them with great meals and clean facilities, we're in trouble. So,
well, Mr. Freeman, I certainly didn't mean to put you on the spot. Actually, that's a lie. I did mean to put you on the spot. But my point is just that. While I'm just like you, I won't turn down any compensation for our educators, because we know our children spend more time with their teacher than they do anybody else. But if we're only focusing on that part of the team, then we're missing out on a valuable component that's all part of the education system. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Before we switch over to you, sir, quick question. Trent just mentioned, so you're at $1.17, your max tax rate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what your INS, I'm assuming, is not a problem?
13 cents,
okay.
I believe.
And how long ago did you guys do TRE?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. And so you're above the minimum salary schedule, but not by a whole bunch, basically, is what you're telling me, right?
The state minimum was 28, I believe, and so we're at 34.
Yeah. So like
and that's been 3 years, I believe, since we went to that. And so that, to me, to draw those when you go to Sam Houston State University to draw that 22-year-old that's really hungry, to have a chance, that starting salary right now to me is very important. When you get up to the top end, our scale, we compete with everybody else, and so we're okay there. We've just got to get that bottom.
How many employees do you have that are in that category right now?
Which category?
The younger ones, the starting salary ones. I mean, turnover wise,
I would say 15%, 15 to 20%.
Okay. How many teachers are you? How many teachers do you have?
70 total.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's anywhere. It's 10 to 15 a year or something like that.
I would say yes.
Okay.
10 to 12 would be a good. I think would be a good number.
Got it. Okay. Helpful. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. I'm Edwin Flores. I'm the president of the Dallas School Board. I've been a trustee for 11 years. Actually coincided with Dr. Hinojosa both during his 1.0 period and now during his 2.0 period as a trustee, and have seen all the changes that we've carried out in Dallas and all the great things that have been able to happen in Dallas. It's interesting that Dallas is often referred to as a miracle, but the term miracle actually involves having some kind of divine intervention to achieve some kind of result. And so I always like to back off from the using the term miracle, because it has been through the hard work of teachers and principals and administrators that have made the changes in Dallas that have made it the most improved urban school district in Texas. Having said that, I'm here to talk about really kind of three basic things. Of course, state funding. I want to talk briefly about accountability and competition, and it all kind of plays into the discussion on school finance. Now, the reality is, and I think everybody appreciates, that the system is broken, and everybody here is working hard to fix it. And when I think about school funding, I think of principles. What are the basic principles that should help drive, some of this decision making? Well, one principle is, for it to be fair, it has to be complex. You can't have something that is not fair that is also not complex. Why? Because as we've heard already, just this panel alone, I have a high school that's 2,400 students. Just one of my high schools, and I've got two in my political district. Capella ISD is about the size of my two feeder patterns in my political district. So we range significantly, and our needs are very, very different. Yet when I saw the recommendation from the School Finance Commission, I thank them for their hard work as well, it seemed to me that it was a question of balance. How do you balance the needs of smaller rural school districts that have significant transportation challenges? We have transportation challenges as well, with trying to figure out how to fund this in a way that's fair. Second principle that I like to think about when it comes to school finance is local control. We hear a lot of folks talk about local control. All the folks that ran in my political area for different offices this last around talked about, well, it's important to have local control. Why? Because that's the best decision making, right? When you're making the sausage at the school board level, it's because we know what's going on in our districts, and we know our community, we know what works or what's working or what isn't working, and the challenges that we have. And then the third principle that I think about when I think about school finance is that it has to be predictable. I have been through many cycles of the legislature, and whenever they say, well, why don't we fund this with a grant? Well, like others, I say, absolutely, we should jump in on the grant. But then I say, well, what are we going to do when the grant runs out? Are they going to fund it again? Are they not going to fund it again? If they're not going to fund it again, then do I have to find that same money in my budget to continue the progress if it's working? So it has to be predictable. And so I want to encourage you to think about the entire package as a plan. I know that there will be the absolutely understandable want to cherry pick different parts. I've already heard from different members of the legislature that have said, well, but have you read on this part of the plan that there's some technologies going away? Well, they may say that, but then there's another part, on the other hand, where it comes back. So I want to encourage not just you guys are in the business itself, but other members of the legislature to also understand that it's a whole package. and the school finance has to be looked at as a big package, because where Dallas is hurt in certain places, then we also get benefits in other places. And it's looking at the entire scope and how it's going to affect each one of us very, very differently. And I completely understand and hear that there are other needs, but I can tell you what we need in Dallas.
Yep.
We need great educators in every single classroom. We need great educators that bring to the table the kind of diversity and knowledge and skills that we need to be able to deal with our English language learners, with our kids that are at risk, with the generational poverty, the racial inequities that we're trying to address in our school district. And so all of these things have to be encompassed. So I'd strongly encourage you to look at the entire package. Switching to accountability, because there's been a lot of discussion about accountability. Again, Dallas is not a miracle. Dallas is the result of a very focused effort in our Teacher Excellence Initiative to use multiple measures, not just test scores. Test scores are a very small part, in classroom observations and our student surveys to be able to evaluate the whole teacher. It works for Dallas. I can't say it would work for anybody else. But I know that that is where we're putting our resources. As Dr. Hinojosa said, the jury is out on this. We know it works. It works for Dallas. We have the scale to do it, and if we have the funding to continue to improve and drive this, that will make it more predictable for us. Our Accelerated Campus Excellence Program, the ACE program that people have been talking a lot about, that other school districts are starting to replicate, it only works because we know who our best teachers are, and it only works when we can incentivize teachers to opt in to go to these schools that are multiple year improvement required and make them work. And it works, and we've proven this beyond a reasonable doubt. Kids that are poor, kids that are a minority, kids that look like me, and like a lot of members of the committee that are poor, that are many generations poor, have been pulled out of being in improvement required schools to the point where we had one of our elementary schools that have been 11 of the last 12 years improvement required outperform a school in Highland Park, which is great for us, and it's also great.
You go, Morgan.
Yeah. Well, but it also, but the point being that Highland Park gives you great results, and we were able to catch up to those great results that are the gold standard that everybody here wants to achieve, and so we're catching up in that school, and that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to throw shade on other school districts. But we have to be able to incentivize, and we have to know who those teachers are. So don't take the gas off the pedal when it comes to accountability. Can we do better with it? Can it be used to measure different things? Yes, but at least for Dallas in our context, it makes perfect sense to be able to continue to have that accountability, to be able to know that we're doing a good job with the taxpayers' money. And we take a lot of the taxpayers' money. We are now at $1.17. We passed our tax ratification election this last November, again, overwhelmingly in a very tough place to pass tax increases. I think everybody would agree with that. But it makes a difference, and it's making a huge difference for children in our school district. Early childhood. I can't tell you how important our investment in early childhood has been. We've been doing full day pre-K for a long, long time. We're seeing the results. Again, the more kids that we have entering pre-K and first grade at reading level, the better that everybody's going to do, and it's a long-term investment. You're not going to see the results. It took us 5 years to be able to have our first results, so that we could prove to the community that our investment of almost $60 million is important and works and is making a difference for kids. And so finally, in competition. So again, I believe that good competition is good to improve school districts. And I know I happen to be on the board of a charter school. It's not within the boundary of Dallas ISD, but I know the charter school side. I've been on the board of KIPP. I've been on the board on other school boards. I've also been on the Dallas ISD board. And I can tell you that good competition is good. I think we should close bad charters. I think we should have closed them yesterday. But good charters are good competition. And in fact, I would say that Dallas ISD is innovating faster than a lot of these charter schools, because you don't see a lot of charter schools that have two-way dual language, or they have Montessori schools, or they have our early college high schools the way we are, that we're doing, our personalized learning schools. And these are not magnet schools. These are open to every single kid in the district. Are all boys schools, are all girls schools. Our collegiate academies, we have our city lab, we have several dozen innovation schools. And the point of bringing this up is not only that we are improving faster and we're competing mano a mano with every single one of these schools that are coming into our area and with other school districts, but it's about choice. And choice without transportation is not a choice. If you can't get the kids there and you can't have every choice everywhere, I'll give you a very good example. Somebody donated, I think it was UT Southwestern, donated an electron microscope to the school system. And it's housed at our science engineering magnet for the high school students. Guess what? There is only one of those in Dallas. And if kids want to have access to that kind of technology, they have to come to that school. Career institutes, we're expanding our career institutes. These are schools that require higher ed, but maybe not a 4-year degree. Well, you can't have construction programs everywhere. So we're teaming up with the community college district to be able to focus our joint resources together. My point is that being able to have local control to create these kinds of innovations, when you allocate, don't say it has to be, please don't force it to be for a very defined purpose. Don't tell me that I have to pay an unacceptable teacher $5,000 a year more. Tell me I'm going to allocate more money for teachers and let me use my compensation system so that I can have teachers making 6 figures because they've earned it, because they worked for it, because they've shown year after year after year that they're great teachers. And then let me work with my other teachers to remediate them or to help them find other opportunities. So with that I will close my testimony. I'm sure that some questions.
Any questions? Mr. Bernal.
Thank you, Chair. You'd mentioned something when talking about pre-K that I thought was really interesting. You said it took 5 years for you to be able to see that manifest. Was that because you had a pre-K class and then you're waiting for their 3rd grade reading? What about the 5 years?
Yeah, when they're little, when they're 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, the testing may be a little less rigorous than you would want. So instead you look at the necessary. You look at the quality of the instruction they're getting. You can walk into the classroom and say,
the inputs.
Is it high? Right. At that age, it's the inputs.
Right.
But eventually, they're going to get into where they can read. And we do our own internal assessment, our assessments of course progress, which are internally developed, which are written by our own teachers,
right,
to align with the TEKS, to align eventually with STAR. And that gives us some idea as the year goes through where there are weaknesses, where there are strengths. We use Reasoning Minds for math. We use all kinds of different programs that we use, iStation and Achieve.
So it was the performance later on, let's say around 3rd grade, that let you know that the inputs you were using for pre-K were the right ones to get you to high quality, then you maintained after that?
Right. Now, let me point out, some data. We have a school called Harlee, which is an early childhood center, which is only up to 2nd grade. And this is a really unique school because, again, there's not going to be any testing, right, because it's only up to 2nd grade. It is vast majority African American, all poor,
right,
and yet 95% of the kids were on grade level leaving 2nd grade. And of course, it took us 4 years to get them to that 2nd grade level. But it is just absolutely stunning when the entire faculty and everybody at that school is focused on kids learning.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then a second question, very quickly, Chairman, about transportation. You said there's no choice without transportation, which I think is a very interesting way of putting it. In your experience, if you've got, let's say, 2 schools, they're both 90% FRL, but one has a significant number, let's say 50, 60, 70% of kids who require transportation to get there, and the other school, they don't provide transportation. Are those the same school with the same kids?
Well, no. I mean, we have 229 schools where the vast majority of kids are on free and reduced lunch. In fact, we have 1 school in the district that is not.
Right.
So when it comes to the level of poverty across the Dallas School District, it's everywhere.
Got it.
But what I'm talking about are specialized program like IB.
Right.
You know, if you want to go to one of our 2 or 3 feeder patterns that have IB, not 22 feeder patterns can have IB. We have 3. But if you want to choose that program, then you go to your local high school, you get picked up, and you get taken to the school with the IB program. Now, what we're trying to do is create clusters so that we have quadrants. And as we grow our choice programs, we will get more choice so that the distance traveled is a lot less. So there's more of a local option. But at this point, we still have to, and especially with our magnet schools like Booker T. Washington, we only have 1. That means kids from the entire school district have to be transported there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes. Mr. Meyer.
Again, Dr. Flores, thank you for being here. And as you stated absolutely correctly, it's through the hard work of you, the trustees, Dr. Hinojosa, and all the great DISD teachers, which is why DISD has been such a success. I mean, just great work from all around. I do have a question, and I would have asked Dr. Hinojosa had I thought of it, so don't feel as if I'm just waiting for you. But we talked about how great TEI and ACE have been for DISD. If you could tweak anything currently to make it better on a go-forward basis, do you have any thoughts or ideas on that as we're taking a look as a committee at broadening this throughout the state?
Well, again, I think that being able to have a predictable source for the growth of the program to include more teachers, especially at our higher ends, we've had to, because of our funding situation, had to kind of suppress the upper end. Again, because there was no kind of certainty in funding. When we passed the TRE, that allowed us to expand that number. But then if we have a more predictable source, knowing that in the future we will continue to be able to put money into the system, that's going to help us tremendously.
Okay.
When we passed the TRE, it came with a 5-year plan where we know that at the end of 5 years, we don't know what we're going to do.
Okay.
Again, because of this increase, across the ladders in our pay.
Okay, and other than funding, the function, the process, you feel all success, nothing you would change?
Well, I mean, TEI is a constantly improving system, and so we do get feedback every single year, and every single year we go back and the administration relooks at where there need to be tweaks. I mean, there are, as we've discovered, as we've expanded our dual, for example, our dual credit offerings, that the system wasn't accounting for the fact that the students were registered at DCCCD and not with us. And so there were these weird things with the student survey where this huge group of students was not being, taken into account.
Right.
Because we only had, in our roles, the data for 60 students. This teacher had 180. And it didn't make sense that we were ignoring this other group and then focusing on just this group. So there are tweaks. There are always small things that you discover, teachers that teach 2 or 3 different AP courses. Well, which test score should we use? Well, we, have tweaked it so they get the best test scores that we look at. But again, you have to be able to look at the data, and the system also includes the process for a teacher to appeal it, to say, well, wait a minute, this kid should have been counted, or this kid should have been counted, or I wasn't happy with my student survey. Can we relook at that? And knock out kind of the outliers. So every single year there are improvements to it. There's data on our website. You can find videos that explain it. You can find the rubric. You can find every single thing that just explains how it works.
Very good. Thank you again for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Last time. You can. Dr. Allen.
Say I know all my best teachers, and I'd like to take that new money coming in and reward those very best teachers that I already know. You're going to have some new teachers coming in August, and some are going to be canaries, as I always call the very best are called canaries. And what about those people who are coming in? Teachers haven't had a raise, a good raise, since 2006. So we need to reward all teachers simply because they've been waiting so long. And then from there, go on and after that, go on and reward those teachers that you consider the ones that you want to go on and bring your test scores up. So, what I'm in essence, I'm advocating for all teachers to get a pay raise. The economy say they need a pay raise. I'm tired of helping my children who are teachers. Okay, they need a pay raise. All right.
Absolutely. Any other questions? Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. Okay, next panel up, Pedro Martinez, Superintendent, San Antonio ISD. Yasmin Batia, Chief Executive Officer, Uplift Education. Louis Malfaro with the Texas American Federation of Teachers, and Dr. Mike Waltrip, Superintendent, Frisco ISD. All right, y'all know the drill. Tell us who you are.
Pedro Martinez, Superintendent for San Antonio ISD. I'm also part of the District Charter Alliance and also the Urban Council. First of all, I want to start, Chairman Huberty and all of our representatives, thank you for your courage in putting some significant dollars on the table. I know there's some great conversations and there's always going to be some differences of opinion, but what I love is that we are having the right conversations about what's happening in our urban cities, what's happening in our rural districts. San Antonio is interesting in a couple of ways. I'm finishing my 4th year as superintendent. So a little background about San Antonio. San Antonio is the most segregated city in the country when it comes to wealth. And so what that means is that the poor from the wealthiest, there's no bigger difference in the city of San Antonio anywhere in the country. Our district alone in San Antonio ISD, we have just under 50,000 students. We serve over 2/3 of the families that have a median income under $20,000. We also, when we did our deeper look, we're 90% free and reduced lunch, but we feel that's an outdated measure to look at poverty. And I learned that, frankly, when I would visit our schools and when I would talk to our teachers and principals. I would have a school that would have 800 students, pre-K to 8th grade, but there were students that were homeless. There were students that were suffering, that were in the foster care system, children that were suffering from challenges of abuse at home. And so our schools all have, they're all now obtaining food pantries. All of them have closets. All of our schools have uniforms. Most of our schools now serve at least 3 meals a day with extended learning as well for children because our families, again, are struggling at home. And so they find that the schools are the safest place for them to be. And so I can go at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, and I have high school students still in our schools. And whether they're in fine arts or in sports or athletics. First of all, we want to commend that as part of this plan, you're adding additional weights for poverty, starting with, of course, with economically disadvantaged, but also even looking at a weight for density. Because, again, when you look at even the first initial look of poverty, there's other challenges when you have a family that could be reduced that maybe is making, and we have a block analysis, hopefully, that you guys have it. This is this page. One of the things that we looked at it's interesting when you look at a family who can qualify for free and reduced lunch. Right now, you can make as much as $44,000 and still qualify for reduced lunch. But meanwhile, the questions we ask are, does it make a difference if a family makes under $20,000? I have over 7,000 of my families that live in public housing where their median income is under $12,000 a year. Does it make a difference if it's a single parent household? When we look at schools in the Valley, which are the only districts that we see that have they have the closest concentration of poverty as we do, over 90% FRL, well, a lot of the families in the Valley are actually 2-parent households. And so we asked the question, does that make a difference when it comes to education outcomes in the work of our teachers? We also looked at, for example, do our parents, what's their educational level? Does it make a difference if most of our parents haven't even graduated from high school? If we have parents that are illiterate? We have now closed the gap in our district for the percentage of children that are attending 4-year universities. We've closed the gap with our county. We're closing the gap with the state. But I have Isaiah, who's at Columbia right now, who was one of my students that was homeless. And you can read about him in the San Antonio Express story about the challenges he's had as a student that has been homeless from San Antonio in Columbia. And I have students at UT, I have students at College Station where we literally take the care packages and video it for the parents because the parents can't afford to go drive to UT Austin or College Station. And so we actually take care packages for the parents to the students and we video the whole thing for them. And so these are just challenges that we see in our district that I find my teachers are seeing every day. We have lowered our low-performing schools. We've cut it now in half, 50%, and we're on track. We're cautiously optimistic we're going to cut it again by another 50% this year. And so Commissioner Morath has said publicly that 3-4 years ago, we were one of the lowest performing districts in the state, and now we're one of the fastest improving. But one of the things that I will tell you that my teachers, the biggest concern our teachers have is how do we get access to more resources when our district is already, we passed a TRE in 2016. Out of 160 voting precincts, 159 voted for a 13-cent increase for a TRE. Representative Bernal was a big advocate for us. We also passed a bond with another 12 cents. We're already at 46 cents. We're going to be at 46 cents, close to the 50% max on INS. We are aggressive about seeking state grants. We're aggressive about seeking federal grants. We're aggressive about seeking philanthropy, because that's what it takes to serve these children, and we're seeing the results. We're seeing our students actually, when we raise expectations, they're now starting to exceed them, and we see it across, whether it's our STAR scores, that for the first time we started outperforming the state in last year's gains. We're starting to see, like I said, in high school graduation rates, and we're seeing it now in even college attendance rates. And so for us, again, we just want to make sure, we want to, again, compliment you and let you know how much we support the additional weights for dual language. When I started in the district almost 4 years ago, we had 2 dual language programs. We are now going to be at 48 next fall that will go all the way through high school, for one simple reason, as Representative Bernal asked earlier. It is the gold standard for working with English language learners. It's also the gold standard for my children that live in poverty that just don't have a strong vocabulary. And so we are, and this is a ground level effort that's coming from teachers and parents. This is not a top-down approach. And so the strategies that we're putting in place, whether it's our new school models, which include single-gender schools, Montessori schools, as well as our dual language programs, our international baccalaureate programs, they're coming from our schools as ways and strategies to raise expectations and, again, to continue the progress that we're making. So with that, let me stop here, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, members, any questions? Well, let me just say quickly a couple of things. One, I'm a proud SEISD grad 3 times. Even though I got kicked out of one high school and landed in another, I still got through. The second is, our plan is to send our daughter to our neighborhood school, which is an SEISD. Could you, so you framed the district a certain way, but could you explain how even within that district, the way that poverty can look different between different parts of a really small, dense urban area?
Sure.
Because it's so segregated.
Sure. And so one of the, and you've heard some of the earlier panelists talk about context is really important. The strategies that can work in one community may not be the same exact strategies the way you apply them in another community. For us, because of this issue of segregation, one of the things we realized very quickly is that even though 90% of my children qualify for free and reduced lunch, I would go to one part of town and I would see, modest means, families that 2-parent households that, weren't wealthy by any means, qualified more on the reduced side, maybe a very simple home. But then I would go to other parts of our community where they didn't even have sidewalks, where literally when the city floods or when it rains, their houses flood. They don't have AC systems with 100-degree weather in San Antonio, in the summer months. And these are families that are multi-generations of poverty. And so we realized very quickly with the limited resources we had to differentiate what was happening. And like I said, I learned the most from my teachers, where we would go to schools and they would say, I have these children, these 50 children that I have on my list out of 800 that I keep an eye on every single day because they're exposed to issues at home, maybe of trauma. And so I have to make sure that they're okay. And if they're having a bad day, we have our strategies on how to work with those children. And so for us, it just forced us to look at poverty in a very different way, which is why when we saw not only the wait for free and reduced lunch, but also the additional weight for even density and poverty, we feel, again, this is the right conversation for us to have at the state level. The census block system that we use, we applied it to the entire county, and that's how we know that we serve over 2/3 of the families that have median incomes under $20,000. And so for us, it's helped us to really have a conversation at the community level to say, well, this is why we need more resources from the city. We need more resources from the food bank. That's why we have food pantries in our schools. And so for us, it's helping us just have that conversation, not to blame anybody, by the way, but to talk about how do we leverage resources, because we know these children are our future. And an investment in our children is an investment in the future of the city of San Antonio.
All right. Thank you very much. You're up.
Vice Chair.
Oh, please.
Sorry.
Talerico.
As one of your former employees,
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank you for being here. And just wanted to ask if you would comment, either personally or on behalf of the district, on some of the proposals for outcome-based funding, particularly for third grade early literacy?
Sure. So, for us, we struggle with it a little bit because I understand the concerns about using STAR testing. Right now, we have an initiative. One of the reasons we're seeing also big gains is we created an initiative called our Master Teacher Initiative, similar name to what the governor's office and what I know the legislature is looking at. These are our top performing teachers. And really, these were teachers, most of them that were veterans. These were teachers that were 20, 30-year veterans. I found a 70-year-old teacher her name is Gail, and Gail said, Pedro, I'm too old to be one of your master teachers. I said, Gail, you're doing the work. She's a fourth grade teacher. I said, you're doing the work every day. And, God willing, you still have the health and you have good genes because her parents lived into their 90s. And so I said, you got at least another 20 years to give me. And so how do we really also reward you for your hard work? And so we pay our master teachers an extra $15,000 a year, and they're concentrated mostly in our highest and our lowest poverty schools, or our what we call our Block 4 schools, campuses that were IR, and so I recognize the need for incentives for teachers to work with our toughest in our toughest schools. Just like there has to be incentives for teachers to work in rural districts. Those incentives are really important. How you identify that, we use different strategies to identify those teachers, not just test scores. We look at, the leadership they provide in their campus. We look at, what their principal says about them. We are now retaining 94% of what we identified as our top performing teachers, and that's now something that we track on a regular basis. And so, I think there is some benefits to look at outcome-based in terms if it provides incentives for teachers to work in some of our toughest schools. And I also believe that as long as you can use multiple measures, not just one, I think you can come up with a way. And I also feel, again, it should be if I'm in a rural district, it might look a little different than if I'm in San Antonio, or it might look a little different if I'm in a suburban district. So some ability to be flexible in that with some guardrails, of course. Somebody would have to make sure that those systems are rigorous. So for me, like I said, I think it can work if you put in those type of steps.
All right, thank you very much. Now you're up.
Great, wonderful, thank you. So thank you so much to the committee. My name is Yasmin Bhatia, and I'm the CEO of Uplift Education. And along with Superintendent Martinez, I'm one of the co-chairs of the District Charter Alliance. For those of you who are not familiar with Uplift, we serve 19,000 students in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We were an 88 or a B in the state's accountability system and have a 56% college completion rate, twice the state average. For those of you who aren't as familiar with the District Charter Alliance that the superintendent and I are here representing today, we are a group of 6 independent school districts and 7 public charter schools that are aligned on similar issues and champions for what is best for the children in our state. And we are here together in support of the school finance work. Before I go into what we appreciate from the District Charter Alliance perspective about the Commission's work, I'd like to take just a minute and thank those of you for your support of Senate Bill 1882 last session, which was the District Charter Partnership Bill. Uplift has a partnership with Grand Prairie ISD. We jointly operate 2 primary schools on one of the Grand Prairie ISD campuses. Both of them have been wildly successful, and we are expanding that partnership to a middle school for the 1920 school year. Prior to 1882, we had to use philanthropy to be able to make those schools financially sustainable, and now with 1882, we are able to be self-sustaining. So thank you for that. It is an honor to be here today to talk about the District Charter Alliance's perspectives on the School Finance Commission work. First, as a collective, we really support the outcomes-based funding approach that is a part of this work. We do believe that there should be a positive return for the investment that is made in our public school system. I also want to just applaud the efforts to put more resources towards pre-K, early childhood, and literacy efforts, as well as rewarding high-performing teachers who are helping support getting our students to the outcomes that all Texas students deserve. we'd like to ask that as the Commission's work moves forward into the legislative process, to continue to allow for flexibility and innovation in how school districts reach those outcomes, because we know that all school districts and public charter school systems are different, and want to make sure that we continue to be able to provide space for innovation. Lastly, I'd love to ask for consideration around what support could look like for our alumni as a state as we strive for the goal of 60 by 30 in terms of college completion. Right now, there's no state mechanism for actually supporting our alumni who are off at school. Today at Uplift, we have 56% college completion rates with an alumni and student body that's 75% of them are the first in their family to go to college. And we have an army of alumni counselors who support our students to get to that number, but all of them are philanthropically funded. And I would love to see if a portion of the outcomes-based funding around college readiness could be directed towards that alumni support so we can all make that 60 by 30 a reality. Thank you again for hearing my comments this afternoon.
Absolutely. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Louis Malfaro. I'm the president of the Texas American Federation of Teachers. We represent 65,000 bus drivers, food service workers, custodians, counselors, diagnosticians, librarians, and of course teachers all across the school district. I want to thank you and echo comments that have been made already for holding this hearing and for opening the door to listening directly to the voice of educators. I also want to echo the thanks to those of you that served on the School Finance Commission. I attended some of those meetings and watched the rest of them on TV, and you put a lot of time and effort and hours in, and it didn't go unnoticed by the folks in the classroom. So it gave us some hope, as did the early indication that the House budget would put perhaps billions of dollars above growth into our schools in this coming year. So my members are excited. They're excited about the work of this committee. They're excited about the possibilities of seeing pre-K get fully funded and about addressing what has been a decade of neglect of public schools that has really been borne by the children and families that attend those schools and the men and women who work in those schools. We're excited about the idea of a pay raise. And I wish that Representative King were here so that he could hear me say this. For the whole team. Not just for some of the team, but for the whole team. We know that teachers in Texas make about $7,000 below the national average. We know that teachers in Texas make about 28% less than other college-educated professionals that live in their cities and communities. So there's no doubt that we're overdue for a teacher pay raise in this state. But you heard earlier from the superintendent in Buffalo, and I don't think I can say it any more eloquently. You know, people that have to put their kids on Medicaid and go in for food stamps who are full-time public employees in our public schools means that we've let down not only our kids, but we've let down the people who show up every day, drive those buses at 4:30 and 5 a.m. when we're kind of peeking out the window as we wake up. We can do better. So I want to talk a little bit about compensation, because we disagree with the frame that the Commission put around compensation, and especially the notion of paying more to a limited number of highly qualified people. First of all, we have grave concerns about how this smaller cohort of educators gets selected. We know, and I know, because I travel all over this state and go into schools every week, at the fact that there are great teachers in every school in Texas doing important work. We are not opposed to differentiating pay. Headline, Texas Tribune, teacher union president says,
You're getting
not
tweeted right now.
opposed to differentiated pay. But if you've studied pay differentiation, you know it has to come on a base pay that's adequate that's going to attract people into the profession and keep them there. Right now, 5% of college-going students say they are considering a career in teaching. That is a scary thing. We believe that teachers support the notion of extra pay for going to hard-to-staff schools. We have supported extra pay for teachers who demonstrate their excellence through certification with the National Board for Professional Teacher Standards. We believe that teachers in high shortage areas like bilingual teachers, special ed teachers, high school math and science teachers can and should be paid more. Currently, school districts have the ability to do that and the freedom to do that. We do not believe that teachers should be paid based on their students' standardized test scores. We are not alone in that belief. The public in Texas, recently surveyed by our friends at Raise Your Hand Texas, believes the same thing. The parents, including the Moms Against Drunk Testing sitting behind me, also agree with that. We've taken a long, hard look at the Dallas TEI model. I was up yesterday meeting with our executive board in the Dallas School District. More than a third of a teacher's score in TEI is based on standardized test scores. We have had enough of test and punish. We have had enough pressure to teach to the test. We don't believe that it is in the best interest of students, of public schools, or of teachers to put more emphasis on a multiple choice exam. Spend some time looking at TEI if you have not already. It is not a performance pay system. It is a system where only 20% of the people are able to qualify for the highest pay bonuses. It's a forced distribution. There's not a bar, and everybody that meets the bar gets the extra money. It is predicated on the idea that only a small percentage of teachers are good enough to qualify. We've looked at which schools the teachers in Dallas are most likely to get TEI bonuses. They are schools that serve more affluent students, they are magnet schools, and they are schools of choice where kids opt in to those schools. We do believe that it makes sense to create incentives for teachers to go to hard-to-staff schools. When I served as the president of our association in the Austin School District, we partnered with our local school superintendent and school board to design a system where teachers could earn additional money for teaching at hard-to-staff schools, for setting academic targets for their students that were objective and measurable and based on the curriculum that they were teaching and meeting those targets, and for coming to and staying at schools that had traditionally high turnover. The one caveat that we laid on the table in order to do that collaboratively with our superintendent and school board was that we were not going to agree to have our salaries tied to the state standardized test. There is just too much research out there from the academy that says unequivocally that the STAR test is not an accurate measure of a teacher's effectiveness in the classroom. So I'm going to end on a positive note, Chairman Huberty. We're excited about the work that this committee is doing. This is a grand slam House committee. Every one of you has been a fighter for public schools. A few of you have taught in public schools. Not more than a couple of you have sat on school boards, been principals, been superintendents. And we have confidence that y'all are going to get this done. We want to work with you on this, but we want you to do it right. Thank you.
Okay, questions at all? All right. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. No, I just wanted to ask a more of a philosophical question. What is the role of standardized testing in determining, teacher performance at all? Do you see there as any role of standardized testing in that? And not just compensation. I just mean evaluation of a teacher, of an educator.
The best research that I've read on this says that when you factor all the things that go into how well a student will do on the standardized test, on how well a student will do academically, that the teacher is about a 15% factor in that. That means that how well the student did on the standardized test the year before is a huge predictor. The education level of the mother, the student's relative wealth, the peers. We don't believe that the STAR test is the right way to figure out who's doing a good job.
Can I just clarify? Is it the STAR test or any standardized test?
I have not met a standardized test that I think was designed to measure the effectiveness of an individual teacher.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
What? All right, I'll bite. What is it then? I mean, you can't sit here and say what you just said without what's Plan B.
What is Plan B in terms of?
You don't like any type of measurement of effectiveness relative to growth or anything on a test. Is what I'm hearing you say. So tell me what it is that you want to, how you want to measure successful student results. I heard a lot about what you said, which was teacher focused, but I didn't hear much about the kid focus. So I'm trying to understand, how do we measure how do we get? I mean, and I'm going to spot you 10 points in this and say, let's just say for a second, 50% of third graders can't read. Because there's some debate on whether or not, people don't like STAR, they don't like what it grades and all these other things. Would that be fair? Would you agree? 50%?
I don't believe that 50% of Texas third graders cannot read.
How about 40% can't read?
I don't believe that is the case.
Does 100% of them read at third grade?
No, 100% do not.
So it's somewhere between 60 and 100. Would you agree with that? Okay.
I would.
Okay.
Being a good
so you're
math
thinking
student.
more. You don't think there's a problem with our third graders that they're
No.
Oh, okay.
You're right. I spoke a lot about teachers and about pay because the commission touched on a lot of things. I agree with much of what was said up here earlier. My son left first grade a non-reader, and as a teacher and somebody that studied the research, I was freaking out because I knew what the stats were. In second grade, he was fortunate enough to attend a school where there was a reading recovery program. I even knew the teacher. She and I had gone to UT together. He went in the reading recovery program. He got intensive tutoring in second grade. He not only passed the third grade, at the time, tax reading test, but he got a designation of distinguished. So, yes, to putting more resources in to early reading, starting with pre-K.
And clearly, because you're a parent, you're engaged, you're involved, you pay attention to your child, that makes a difference. There's more than 50% of the population that don't have that. And so my question, I think, and I'd even give you 20 points. I'm going to say that 40% of the third graders can't read. We use, the number that we saw in our commission was 60%. It's actually below 60%. Or more than 60% of the kids can't read, more like 65. Now, again, basing on this, but reading at grade level, what is the effective measurement? Tell me how do we judge whether, and I'm not suggesting 100% of this is being used for this purpose or incentive pay or anything else, but how do you make that determination?
So I think there's a place and a role for the STAR test, and I think that right now, parents and teachers have more data than we know what to do with. I mean, I love going on the commissioner's TEA website now and driving around through all the comparative. But if I'm a parent, I want to sit down with my kid. I want to sit down with my kid's teacher. I want to, because most third graders, Chairman, with all due respect, in Texas, can read. They might not be able to read at a level where they pass the state STAR test, but they're on a continuum of learning how to read. Teachers do assessment all the time, reading teachers, and they identify kids that are struggling. So what is the system response to kids that are struggling to read? Is it that if we tell teachers you'll get paid more if more kids can read, that teachers are going to work harder? I don't believe that. I believe reading teachers are already working hard. Give us smaller classes. Give us training in the summer. Give us an extended day or an extended year like H.D. Chambers was talking about. So if in first and second grade we have kids who have been identified as behind the curve, they get extra help.
Yeah. I guess I'm not really getting the answer that I want, and that's okay. Give me 1 second, please. But my point is that absent of another solution or another plan, we've got to create some ideas. And we're talking about a bottom-up driven plan. And I'm not saying we're replicating exactly what Dr. Hinojosa is doing or whatever. It's obviously a blueprint for what we're talking about. I would encourage you as you go forward to visit with the superintendents and where it's at, because I did see the look on his face when you were talking about Dallas ISD. That he's sitting right behind you, by the way.
I know he is.
And I saw the look on his. I saw the look on his face when you were saying you were making assumptions about Dallas, which probably are not 100% accurate. So that's all. And I think you should engage with people like him and other people that can look at the mindset, because we've continued to do the same thing over and over and over again, and it's not working. And I agree with Dr. Allen that we have to pay our teachers more. We have to find, especially, figure out ways to do that. But there's got to be a way to do it that is meaningful and makes sense, and that we get actual results. I mean, I spent 12 months of my life in the School Finance Commission with Representative Burnell and King to not just have, hey, just give us more money. You know what I mean? I don't think that's what people are expecting. So I'm asking you to
yeah, you guys used to give us school districts funding for mentoring programs to support new teachers coming in. I mean, ask Dr. Hinojosa, his teacher experience rate has fallen. His 45% of his teachers have 5 or less years of experience. So what are we doing to support new people coming into the profession, to keep the churn that happens mostly at our highest need schools? I think there are a lot of strategies if we're really having a serious conversation about talking about teacher effectiveness. I'm just telling you what my members tell me. How my kids do on the STAR test is not a measure of my effectiveness as a teacher, and telling me that you'll pay me more money if my kids do better on the STAR test isn't going to do anything to change the equation.
I may not be disagreeing with you, but I may say this in a little different way, which is that we should be focusing on the growth of that child, meaning where are they at the beginning of the year, where at the end of the year. And that, to me, tells a story whether that teacher did their job. I'm not sure what the test result's going to spit out at the end there. But there's got to be some measuring tools, and all I'm saying is that this is going to be one of those things where I know that many members of this committee are going to be working hard to come up with this as we go forward. So, Representative Gonzalez.
I just want to add, I thank you, and thank you for doing what you do for teachers, and I totally agree with Chairman Huberty. Like, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I don't want to throw money at a situation just to throw money, right? And I think what you're saying is, like, there's a balance, right? I hear you that maybe STAR is not the thing to kind of anchor onto. What I think is really important, I've been really rethinking this lately, is we are required by the federal government to have an assessment. We have assumed that assessment means standardized testing, and it actually could look a lot. It could look there's a variety of ways I could look, and I think what I want to think about in the next few months, and I invite you to come to my office, is what is the tools? What are the tools? And it doesn't have to be a standardized test. And I think we could look creatively at it. And as the federal government is evolving, and Chairman talked about this a couple days ago, how maybe with a new federal government and new people in charge, there are some opportunities that we can take advantage of. And so, thank you for doing what you do, and I invite you to come to my office to talk about that.
I will come to your office and talk about that.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, one more. I just want to ask if you feel like the way teachers in Texas are currently compensated and evaluated has any impact on the prestige of our profession, in Texas at least.
I do. I think that the fact that we are paid less than similarly situated professionals makes the job less attractive. I think that hearkening back to the accountability system, the federal government has really taken the boot off of the neck of schools, of states, in terms of how that we use standardized testing. The Every Student Succeeds Act has none of the punitive sanctions that No Child Left Behind had. And yet in Texas, we are doubling down on using a single measure to label schools, to label school districts, and now we want to use it to label teachers. We're going backwards, and that becomes a very unattractive thing for people who think about entering a profession where they want to be creative, where they want to touch and change lives, and they're being told a multiple choice test will be how we will decide if you've succeeded in doing what you want to do. Mm-hmm. Highly demoralizing.
Thank you, Paul.
May I make a statement?
Yes, Dr. Allen, of course.
Yeah. I have to advocate for children on this one. By the time a child gets to third grade, he has had a teacher in K, he's had a teacher in 1, he's had a teacher in 2, he's had a teacher in 3. Somebody dropped the ball to teach that child how to read. And we in our reading by third grade, I think we need, and we have taken away teacher development money. We need to teach teachers how to teach reading. Everybody doesn't know how to teach a child how to read. And so we need to put that money in teaching the teachers. Because if he's had 4 teachers and he can't read, then something is wrong with the teaching, or something's wrong with the child, and maybe we need to do some referrals. But it's not that. Somebody does not know how to teach reading. That's our fault. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just for the record, Dan, I enjoyed that time together over the summer. Just to be very clear, you don't have a problem with paying teachers more to go to the campuses with the most challenges, right?
Correct.
And if there is an outstanding issue to be worked out, and I think Representative Gonzalez talked about it, it's how they're selected to be eligible to be a part of that program. Is that right? Bless you. Bless you. Sorry. The evaluation system that's used to identify who they are.
Sure.
Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Absolutely. Anybody else?
First of all, thank you all for having me here. My name is Mike Waldrop. I'm the superintendent of Frisco ISD. And I want to acknowledge the amount of time and effort that you all put into this process, and thank you for having us. And I'll try to keep this short. I want to address 2 recommendations from the committee. The first one has to do with the cost of education index. And I think we all know that it's probably impossible to update that current index. It's probably impossible to fix it. But whatever we do, I would hope that we do something in an equitable fashion. And just to give you a little story about Frisco, when that index was last updated was 1991. Frisco was a rural community with about 6,000 people in it. We now have about 180,000 people that live in Frisco. Frisco is not the same place it was in 1991. Our school district in that same amount of time has grown by 3,800%. So we've dealt with all of that, and one of our neighbors to the south that has a community very much like ours is today has a higher cost of education index and receives significantly more funding per student, and yet we're almost exactly the same community in terms of where we live, standard of living, and all of that. So I would ask that, I know you all are looking at ways to fix that particular issue. And I would just ask that as you look at that, I don't want there to be winners and losers in this, far from it. I want everybody to come out on top. And I think Dr. Hinojosa said it, whatever we do, all ships need to rise. And I think in all areas of this school finance thing, I think that needs to be the approach. But just to share that with you about cost of education index as it relates to Frisco. And the second recommendation has to do with outcomes-based funding in regard to third grade reading. We all know that this is a high-stakes situation, and we can't fix we can't tie outcomes to funding until we fix the assessments. We've got to do something to fix the assessments. I think we all agree, and there was quite an exchange going on here. So as I go through this, I will offer Plan B when I get to that point. Many of you may have been familiar with the third grade STAR test. It's 34 multiple choice questions. Last year's test was 34 multiple choice questions based on 4 different reading passages. I would offer up that we do something that looks at a student more holistically, that looks at a student from many different angles. And I'll just give you an example. And I'm not saying this assessment is the answer, but something that's more performance-based and from a more holistic view. It's called a developmental reading assessment, DRA. A lot of teachers know how to administer this. The reading teachers in Frisco administer this assessment. It looks at 9 different aspects of a student's ability to read. It looks at identifying errors, how the student reads. And the student is actually reading to the very person that knows them best in terms of their academic ability, and that's their teacher. And as they go through this process, they give this child this assessment, and then they're able to actually pinpoint what it is specifically about the child's reading that is deficit. And then from that point on, identify strategies to address that with each individual child. It's a personal assessment for each individual child. That kind of more holistic view of a child, and here's the other thing too, that teacher knows that child best. They might find out that that kid, it's not really a reading issue, it's that they need glasses. And I say that because that happened to my oldest child when he was a 3rd grader. I was too stupid to figure out he needed glasses. His 3rd grade teacher told me he needed glasses. They might find out the child's dyslexic because they know our mission in Frisco ISD is to know every student by name and need. They may know something about that child's home life that we don't know, that a STAR assessment cannot tell you, and that may be having a huge factor on how that child reads and their ability to perform. Any number of things could be going on with that child socially, emotionally, that the teacher might be able to pinpoint. So the Plan B, Chairman Huberty, is to look at assessments that do that. And I would put a lot more stock in a teacher using an assessment like that to identify and improve reading in a student than I would on a 34-question multiple choice test. The stakes are very high. The commission said 3rd grade reading is high stakes. Let's not make it even more high stakes by continuing to tie it to standardized assessment. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank
Said
you.
to be short and sweet.
Thank you for the suggestion. That's very helpful. Have we, I guess when we do have our assessment day, when we have that, we'd like you to come back and bring some of your teachers with you to talk to us about
Sure.
that. I'd love to see that in practice. I don't think anybody on this committee is married to the STAR test. In fact, most of us, don't like it very much, but it's what we're dealing with right now. So.
Right.
So we're listening to any concepts or ideas, but I still think you have to measure growth, don't you? I mean, don't you have to measure?
I do, and
you have to measure the teacher, how they're effective they're doing, and I look at from again the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Did the kid grow and did they learn? That's to me again, that's an effective teacher.
Yeah, I agree, and an assessment like a DRA can be used to establish a baseline, and then it can be given. It can be given several times during the year to measure growth. And it does, and it gets back to the very crux of this. Our greatest asset in teaching our kids is our teachers. Right. And if those teachers are trained and given the skill set they need, when they use that assessment, that's just the beginning to identify what's wrong. The things they do in between to teach the child how to read, that's the most important piece. And to your point, Dr. Allen, that's where we need to invest our resources, is in our teachers.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it very much. All right. Next up, Dr. John Booth, Superintendent, DeKalb ISD. Dale Kramer, President, Texas Taxpayers and Research Association. Dr. Jody Duran, Superintendent, Elgin ISD. Michael Lee, Executive Director, Texas Association of Rural Schools.
How many more of these we got? How many more panels we got?
Elgin?
2.
Elgin?
We have 7 total.
Elgin.
Yeah.
Elgin. Huh? Yeah. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Just curious, just everybody knows we have four more panels.
Thank you.
Oh no, we have 4 more panels of 4.
Lord Jesus.
Huh? Yeah, welcome to public education. That's right. Hmm? Oh, Dale's an add-on? Where's he at? Oh, there he is. Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, okay, all right. Help yourself. Go.
All right. Michael Lee, Executive Director of Texas Association of Rural Schools. I'm coming here, I'm certified in BOAG, math, school counselor, principal, and superintendent. Just came off superintendent, so I kind of had a little bit of all of this as my career. I dealt with the TABS test when I came back in as a teacher, the teams TOS 1 and TOS 2 as a school counselor, and the tax test as an administrator, now the STAR as a sitting board member of our local school district. So our school district scored a 92 in A, and I've also talked to San Perlito, Mr. Pena down in the valley, scored an 89. So we have a 800 miles difference, but a lot of commonalities. We emailed you our official response to the commission. There's just a couple areas that I'd like to touch on, and we're going to try to be very brief because I know you're tired already. Of course, the small and mid-sized school adjustment is very important to us. Putting this, there's been a lot of discussion whether to put this at the beginning of the formula or at the end of the formula. Right now, it's currently at the beginning of the formula, and we'd like for it to stay there. Quite frankly, in our opinion, the school finance, the distribution part is really pretty decent. It just needs to come in here on revenue part. I think it's going to be the challenge, obviously. The thing about putting this at the beginning of the formula, it goes through all the weighted programs. And those programs are required to spend somewhere in the neighborhood of 52 to 54%. And they kind of change a little bit as you go through that. And leaving that, sitting in, watching you in the commission all summer, and watching you talk about you need to drive money towards these special populations, leaving the small and mid-sized school formulas at the beginning of the equation drives that money to where you need it. We do need a little bit more, drives money more to the low socioeconomic. It drives money more towards the ELL. There does need to be more flexibility in the ELL. It drives money to the special education. And I want to tell you that Booker had opportunity to increase their money in special education, and I was thinking about how we were going to use that money, to boost those kids to technology and so on. But then we kind of got back to what Representative King has testified on several occasions. We ended up with a kid that was brain injured, not something that just happened in his life, and so we ended up having to use that extra boost to pay for one person to take care of him. When that situation ceased, we had a deaf young lady come in. We tried to get her mother to send her to Amarillo, which is a 2.5-hour drive, pay her transportation, kind of support him through the week, which we felt in the best interest of that child. She refused, so we had to go. We were very lucky. We found an English teacher who had a minor in deaf education, so we had to buy that extra personnel. So those are the things that happen in a small school and why we need this boost. We talked about the transparency, setting it its own allotment. And, we're required to spend this money in these areas. We have audits that show how the money's being spent. And I'm quite certain that there could be some sort of, technology adjustment if you're not tracking it to track this money as it currently is doing. So not leaving that, in special education in particular, might raise a maintenance of effort issue for the school districts. Which is kind of that's a situation that you get hit pretty hard. And leaving it there, we pay our teachers higher for these special programs. So, just recommend that they do that. I know Mr. Pena in San Perlito ISD, he talks about how he can compete with this small school adjustment, into a larger school districts. And I'm talking one high school districts. If they have more than one high school, we cannot compete with their salaries. They can just generate more funding, and there's just no way to compete with those. But what I think is happening is that let's just say that when you look at the TREA, TARS, and TAMS, you're looking at north of 800 school districts represented by these three organizations. And so what I think is happening, those 80% have 20% of the students. But when we look at our budget, the WADA, it's just a simple calculus one problem. The WADA in the urban districts is just overpowering the WADA in the small and mid-sized school districts. And these adjustments just kind of get that bucket back up a little bit more to where we can compete. As far as teacher compensation, we feel that if you would address the minimum salary schedule, that would better serve the rural schools. We just can't find teachers who are certified. It's $28,080 is the starting salary on the state minimum salary schedule. We feel we could be better served if we could see an increase in that area, so we could attract teachers. And please be careful as you listen to the certifications. Yes, we get alternate certification. We'll train them up if we can get them certified. We're just trying to find people that we can get certified, and we'll get them trained up. It's that third year of teaching when they're finally, knowing what's going on. So, we pay above base, and quite frankly, the school districts pay a payroll tax. It's less on the minimum salary schedule than it is on the salary above the minimum salary schedule. So that would help us all. I'm not going to spend much on career ladder. I will tell you that you can tell I'm pretty old, and I experienced that. And it did drive, wedge between teachers and other salaries. So part of that is there wasn't enough money to support it. Those teachers that qualified for it and didn't get it, well, it caused them hard feelings and stuff. So be careful with that. We do have a shortage of teachers, and I think one way that we could help that is if a teacher that's retired comes in and they work more than half-time or something, they pay a penalty, the school pays a penalty. If we could maybe access them and then come in with a higher salary schedule to attract new people into this, then I think that would be helpful for us. And you access them without them being subject to penalty. So that would be a great deal of help. When they come in, the school districts pay for that. Like when I was an interim superintendent, I came in, I negotiated with that board at 12% less, 12 or 15% less than what they were paying their superintendent, because they were paying a penalty to the TRS system for hiring me, which, it worked out for a while. I'm going to not talk about the CI much, but just, yes, it is a level of concern because, it's something that, we're cautiously waiting, optimistically waiting to see what you're going to replace it with. I think the main concern is if you take the CEI out of the funding formula, you take the small and mid-sized school adjustment out of the funding formula and put it in its own allotment, future legislatures are going to cut it. We've seen that happen in other ways. They do something, they put it in its allotment, and then it gets cut in future legislations. But if it's part of the formula, it tends to stay part of the formula. And that's where we feel that we need to make this. The Dallas board member talked about Dallas had the scalability to do their incentive program. We do not have that scalability. It's just not there. So with that, and in the interest of brevity, I think I'm going to conclude and let these others, unless there's something I can answer.
All right. Well, thank you. Any questions? All right.
Greetings from the sausage capital of Texas. I am Jody Duran,
That
proud
is
superintendent of Elgin ISD. I think I heard him say Elgin. Thank you for helping. I am here representing the Texas
the best
Association.
opening we've ever had.
Yes.
Here.
Right. I'm representing the Texas Association of Mid-Sized Schools, also referred to as TAMS, and I think you will hear the three of us talking similarly in terms of our concern regarding the scale adjustment specifically. I'm going to try to stay on script so that we get out of here at a decent hour. TAMS represents almost a quarter of the school districts in the state, with enrollments ranging from 1,600 to 5,000 students. Again, I would echo previous panels, just simply to thank you for your time, your attention, and your willingness to hear from those of us that are in the field. We deeply appreciate state leadership's focus on funding for public education for this session. We support funding levels that help help us keep up with the cost of inflation and other true costs associated with educating 5.4 million children. We also support the legislature maintaining the state's funding level for school districts specifically at an amount that will not continue to shift the burden to our local taxpayers. As you know, current state funding levels have dipped to 1/3 of school district foundation school program funding, while our local property taxes has increased to 2/3, paying 2/3. TAMS advocates for recognizing the true cost of education in our school finance formulas. This means a focus on the cost of it to educate all students, no matter where they come from, what school district they attend. Children that are being educated in full-day pre-K, whom our formulas pretend aren't there full day, to the children in high school whose opportunities and pathways are aided by school district, high school and CTE funding. We do appreciate the focus in the Commission report on the weight changes that provide greater funding for children with greater needs. Just so for perspective, in Elgin ISD, we've been growing 1.25% economically disadvantaged for the last 25 years, where it's 77% now. And that number continues to grow, our ELL population 30%. And so that will make a huge impact for us. We appreciate cost-based formula funding that is stable from year to year and that we can plan and budget around wisely. Cost-based formula funding, properly funded, is efficient and effective at improving student outcomes. Cost-based formula funding also means recognizing the cost of educating each student and meeting each student's needs, no matter what kind of district they are attending, so that each student has similar educational opportunities. And as my colleague mentioned, our smaller districts face diseconomy of scale issues in programs and personnel, which is why the small and mid-sized district adjustment exists. It recognizes this cost difference for districts under 5,000 students. The formula helps compensate for cost of education that are outside of the district's control, using a sliding scale with higher amounts for smaller districts and lower amounts for larger districts. So as we get larger, that scale amount goes down. The Commission report recommended changing from an adjustment, which applies to regular program ADA and to all student weights, and which provides more for special programs, to a standalone allotment, which quite frankly is our primary concern. We appreciate the recognition that our smaller districts face diseconomies of scale in employing teachers, counselors, librarians, and principals, and providing for high school endorsement areas, transportation, technology, telecommunications, and so forth. But understand that a bus that is half full is as expensive to operate as a bus that is full. And in some cases, we are traveling in much further areas. Elgin is 165 square miles compared to Round Rock, who is much larger in size, and they are 30 square miles in size. So there is that disparity that when you start thinking about rural and mid-sized school districts. However, diseconomies of scales do not exist only in regular programs. When few children are enrolled in a special program, it becomes financially more difficult to offer the same levels of service as larger districts. That is why our current formula also adjusts funding for special programs. I think one of our largest concerns is special education and that scale adjustment. This is especially what Representative Gonzalez, you asked earlier with another panel. Is the funding that you're receiving for special ed adequate? And I will tell you that for Elgin ISD, locally we pay 1/3 of our special ed costs because the state doesn't cover the bulk, and maintaining that effort becomes quite a challenge. So in special education, where we are seeing growing enrollment, this was validated certainly by Legislative Budget Board in their appropriations document. Just to quote them, it is anticipated that the special ed student population will rise dramatically in the coming years, beginning in the current 2018-19 school year and continuing to grow as capacity at school districts increase. That's true for Elgin. 2 years ago, we were at 9% special ed. 9% of our population was identified as special ed. Today, we are at 11%. My special ed director tells me that we receive, on an average, 3 referrals a week. That doesn't mean they will all qualify, but we are going through a process to determine their eligibility for special education. Special ed was one formula area where the Commission did not recommend an improvement in funding levels, despite being the biggest gap between school district expenditures and school district revenue. the commission recommendation to decouple our smaller districts' real cost to serve special ed populations appear both to decrease smaller district special ed funding and to grow the gap between our expenditures and our revenue in this area. We're concerned about our school district's ability to meet federal maintenance of effort requirements if the commission recommendation results in a decrease to special education funding in any district. Again, we cannot ascertain the overall amount because no level was set for basic allotment.
Jody?
Yes,
give me
sir.
a second. Are you saying that we have recommended a reduction in SPED funding?
So my understanding is if it comes out as a standalone, that will, as our numbers increase, we will not see the increase in that the school districts will continue to have to bear the burden of funding those additional costs, and that is our concern. Of course, we were alarmed to hear that this change could cost small and mid-sized districts in the upwards of $600 million per year. Our organization and others, yes, testified during the commission, and you were shocked too. Yes.
Excuse me, Jody. So the reason standalone doesn't work is it's a compounding effect. So instead of the beginning of the formula, we essentially get a compound interest, and that's what Leo and I were discussing, and he said he thought there was a way to make it revenue neutral, but if you don't have the compounding effect and you don't know what your student population looks like year to year, I don't know how you can ever make it revenue neutral, unless there was some kind of a back-end payment for loss.
Well, yeah.
And now we have another asset target.
We're not doing that.
Just saying, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we're not doing that. So, all right. Well, we'll look at it. We'll look at it. But I'm not. I mean, part of the rationale, if you recall, when we did the commission recommendations, was that we recognize there are some school districts that are small that have no choice because of their proximity, but we also have school districts that are small that choose to remain small. Is that fair? I think that's what our recommendation, that's kind of what we identified, and so that was kind of where we're out there. So we'll have to look at it and see what the numbers look like on that, obviously.
Once, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, just clarification. One thing that we did identify on school districts that were small by choice versus necessity, that is actually a larger problem in the urban areas than it is the rural areas.
I don't disagree with that necessarily. I think that's fairly accurate, depending on, it's all determined on site. When we say small, what does small mean? But if you got two school districts in Harris County that each have, 2,000 kids or 3,000 kids, you're kind of like, well, that doesn't make sense, so I get it. So, all right, well, we'll certainly, I'm looking at Leo, and he's typing way feverishly right now, so I'll talk with him afterwards, so keep going.
Yep. I think that's really all I would say. I would emphasize that we do feel that the diseconomies of scale related to special ed in particular, and I'm happy to give you examples of what we deal with in terms of cost, but otherwise I think I've made my point on behalf of TAMS, and I want to thank you all for your time, and we are happy to work with you throughout the session to resolve some of these challenges.
Thank you. Questions for Jordan? No. All right, thank you, Dale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. And Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Bernal, Representative King in particular, thank you for the work that you all did this last year on the School Finance Commission. My name is Dale Kramer. I'm the president of the Texas Taxpayers and Research Association. For those of you not familiar with us, TARA is a nonprofit membership association that focuses on state fiscal, tax, and school finance policy. We're generally a business membership organization, and business pays roughly 3/5 of the property tax, as well as about 3/5 of all state and local tax revenue. So we are among the primary funders of public education and also the employers that hire the products of that system. Over the years, we have supported enhancements in public education. We supported the House Education Bill last session. We actually supported recapture when it first came into place, even though a lot of our members do a substantial amount of business in recapture districts, and it's a substantial increase for them. But we strongly support equity in the school finance system and encourage that we preserve the level of equity. We do support the work of the Commission, in particular the goal of creating higher proficiency for our graduates, for repealing the outdated formula elements and redirecting them into a more rational system of allotments and funding. We also support the addition of $9 billion to the House budget that allows us to put additional funding into our school finance system to enhance programs. We do ask that that be accompanied with some type of measurement so that we can achieve the expectation that we're going to get something for those dollars. We also would like to see a portion of that revenue be used for property tax relief, and I'll talk more specifically about that part of the equation as a taxpayer group. You know, we support basically achieving lower school tax rates uniformly across the state by working with a compression percentage and compressing tax rates down across the board, reducing a compression percentage. We suggested a couple of ways that could be done over the interim. First of all, in a highly equalized system of school finance as we have now, the wealthier a district is in terms of property wealth, the less state aid they get. That works excellent as a snapshot. But when you put that picture into motion over time, even through normal economic growth, values rise, and even poor districts become slightly wealthier than they were. And as a result of that, the school finance formulas see them wealthier and they qualify for less state aid. We would suggest one way of alleviating that would be as values grow. For example, this next year in the budget, values are expected to grow about 6%. Instead, reducing the compression or reducing the compression percentage by 6% so that forces basic tax rates down by that 6%. The state no longer benefits from that value growth. It is ultimately shared with the taxpayers by bringing tax rates down. Another option would be with the 2.5%, using value growth above 2.5% to compress rates. That's a slightly more affordable approach to it, but again, it helps keep pressure on bringing overall tax rates down and bringing them down uniformly in all districts of the state. In the Commission report, it includes a recommendation we made with regards to recapture, in that, for example, next year the state will gain an additional $1.4 billion as a result of recapture. That money could be redirected to adjust the compression percentage to bring basic tax rates down. And it's not new money that you have to come up with. It is new money that is flowing into the Treasury as a result of value growth that instead you can redirect. So it does not cost the state any additional revenue. A couple of aspects of the school finance system with regards to taxation. We do support retaining a mandatory election above a $1.04 tax rate, or whatever that tax rate ends up being at the end of this session, so that voters are able to participate and weigh in on whether those tax rates should go up. With regards to local option taxes, I know that's been discussed. That's something that the School Finance Commission looked into. We do have great concerns about local option sales taxes. In particular, I don't know that the system is improved by giving schools access to another highly unequalized source of funding, which means that in turn, over time, that revenue would have to be equalized. I'm also not sure that the reality of some of the large numbers thrown about with sales tax exemptions are actually achievable. There's a good reason for many of those exemptions. So I would just like to close by expressing some concern about going down that path. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Dale? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to back up you, and I may have misunderstood you or misheard you. You mentioned an option that would have growth above the 2.5%, anything above the 2.5%, then reversed into lower the tax rate?
Yes.
Okay, are we talking on a statewide level? Because I'm concerned about equity if we do that. How do we maintain equity? Because, I mean, I have districts that are not going to grow 2.5%, and so their tax rates are going to remain at the current level.
Yes, when we passed the last major school tax reform initiative in 2006, the state created a compression percentage that applied universally across the board. So whether you were at $1.50, $1.48, $1.47, whatever, your resulting tax rate was going to be 66.67% of that. That compression percentage is now in law. It applies equally to every district. We would suggest using that money to adjust the compression percentage so that you achieve tax relief uniformly across all districts, so that you don't create winners and losers. You preserve the level of equity in the system.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Dale, you mentioned the local sales tax thing. We've heard about that, and I don't disagree with you. I think it creates an inequity. Certainly if Austin ISD was able to do it, but, you know, Huffman can't, or, you know, you can't, right? It's a little bit of a problem. But let me ask you this. Have you guys looked at any type of analysis that would show a statewide increase in lieu of a decrease in property taxes? Meaning compress the property taxes down with a you know, I don't know, pick a number, half a penny or a penny,
Yeah.
whatever the number is. You know, I know there's other research groups out there that have looked at this before, and what's your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, an additional penny on the sales tax probably generates another maybe at the outside $5 billion a year. That would translate into, you know, if you put $5 billion a year, that's what, about a 15% reduction in school tax rates. As I look back at 2006, over 2 years, we reduced school tax rates by 50 cents. At the time, that cost us $7 billion. It was a huge infusion of money, as you remember. But that relief was phased in over 2 years. It got sort of lost in the rounding of values going up, of cities and counties raising their taxes, of schools themselves taking the opportunity to pass a tremendous number of bond elections. And we had the most successful bond passage rate in the 2 years after the school tax compression took effect. So a lot of that tax relief was given back or taken back. And the bottom line is we put $7 billion into the system 10 years ago to buy down tax rates, and most people did not see much of a change in their tax bill. I mean, as we look at property taxes over the next 2 years, they're likely to increase north of $10 billion. So if you put $10 billion into the system, you're just holding basically property taxes flat.
Right.
So I'm not sure that the lure of buying down rates is that attractive, given that the barrier to raising the kind of money you need to produce noticeable relief may not be worth the trade. You may end up achieving such pain on the sales tax side that is not rewarded with the relief on the property tax side that you want to achieve.
So you don't think a dollar for dollar reduction, whatever that would be, I mean, significant in scope for the districts?
It would be real. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, you know, I think the numbers you would want them to work out to where everyone was held harmless. But being real does not necessarily make it noticeable to the average taxpayer.
So you're saying forget real property tax relief. It's not one penny. It's, you know, it's a combination of things that you'd have to do to get it to where you want it to be, right?
Well, you know, property tax relief is achievable. Noticeable property tax relief is a much farther target to try to hit. But the reality is you can put $1 billion in to cut property taxes. That's still $1 billion of relief to folks. They may never see it.
It's nominal, right?
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. But
Okay.
that's why we're trying to figure out, you know, if we do this compression that we're talking about doing, that's, you know, it could be several $1 billion, and then have a different way to think about this other idea that's floating around out there. So just wanted to get your take on where you're at on something like that. But, you know,
And we're happy to help, and we'll roll up our sleeves and provide whatever technical resources we can. It's just we would caution that the payoff may not be everything you want it to be.
Yeah, yeah. No, I get it. But I mean, if we're able to find, 15 to 20% actual relief in property taxes, I mean, somebody that's paying, $5,000 a year in school taxes, that's pretty meaningful.
Absolutely.
So we're just trying to figure out how do we get there. So, all right, thank you.
Hi there. I'm John Booth. I'm superintendent in DCAB. I'm the son of a teacher, the husband of a teacher, the father of a teacher, and the brother of a teacher. So kind of invested in this. And we're all in rural schools. And I'm here today on behalf of the Texas Rural Education Association. The first thing I would like to say to you is, wow, I've been around since Edgewood 1 and have seen some bold moves before. This is bold. It's exciting. Have been toying with retiring. I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad to be a part of this. This is going to be fun. Y'all are, it's hard work, but it's good work, and it's going to be good for Texas. School finance, people ask me about that, and I tell them it's crazy complicated. It's worse than a spider web. And you touch a spider web and it just sends reverberations through the whole thing. And that's what we're dealing with and you're dealing with. On behalf of the rural schools, our main, obviously, is the small school adjustment. And we talked about it just a little bit ago. Yes, it compounds. Moving that out would then compound it negatively back the other direction. And the unintended results of that would be huge for us. The maintenance of effort on special ed is something that just jumps off the page as a flashing sign that says, if we move it out from where it currently is, then we're going to have to deal with that, and we're going to have to pull money from somewhere else to be able to pay for that. So to me, leaving that there would, because in what it says is that on the recommendation is that it doesn't cost anything, but it will cost us, and it will cost kids. The small school adjustment allows us, and especially like in DCAB, we have a few innovative programs. We do coding from K through 12. We do robotics 3 through 12. We do one-to-one connectivity 4 through 12. Our CTE offerings, we need that small school adjustment because we try to offer a variety of CTE courses, which means when you don't have about 813 students in all, those courses are going to be small in numbers as far as the kids. We need this. One of the things that gets lost, I think, maybe in small schools, yes, Chairman, there is a bit of a concern about, you say there's some small schools by choice. But when you look at it from a state, I try to put myself in your position as a policymaker and say, okay, if we're looking at it from a state standpoint, there may be a few schools out there, rural schools, that are small by choice, but on the aggregate, and the state is paying for a per pupil. If you move that student, you're paying that number of dollars to go to another school that may be a bit larger. But if you move this out, or you do some consolidation, then some of those unintended results may be, we may have kids sitting on a bus longer, bigger class sizes. We may not be able to offer some of the innovative programs that we had. If we can get past that, if we can see what that we don't have those unintended results, then that would be good. But bottom line, the Texas Association or Rural Education Association would be against moving the small school adjustment. We were going to talk about prior year property values or moving to current year. We're not. We're going to skip that one. Pre-K funding would be this next thing in here that we think is powerful. It's near and dear to my heart. 6.5 years ago, when I went to DCAB, they had they paid for half a day pre-K for those who qualified. And I said, if we want to do this right, if we want to get our kids right, pre-K is the key. And we put in pre-K funding full day for anybody who walks through the door. We put it in at 3-year-olds for full day for those that qualify. My business manager came to me and she said, how are we going to do this? I said, I don't know, but we'll find a way. The fellow superintendents around me, after we did it for a year or two, came to me and said, Booth, you're killing us, because all of our people want to do that too, because they see what it does. And so we've bitten the bullet. We've made that happen, and we're seeing results. 3 years ago, we had our elementary was on IR. This year, on the A to F, we're a B. So those types of pre-K works, and it works in rural schools. It works, and so in here, what I would think though is instead of wait until we see that we've got the cart before the horse, in that we're going to get paid after we get them there, but we can't get them there until we get the money. So my thought would be is let's start it next year, full day pay for those at full day kindergarten, and do that for 4 years. That gets that cohort up there, and then maybe change it into, okay, now you're paid for those that qualify. Because then that puts that accountability. Do you have a highly qualified?
I think we agree with, well, I think some of us will agree with that, which is that you got to have a runway of some sort. We can't expect the results and not give you the resources to get to the result. So we'll have to figure out how to do it, but I think that's probably the solution will be, and so free money for everybody.
No, it shouldn't be free. It's got to. There's a payday coming.
I'm just kidding.
I know. I got.
Keep going.
About rural schools, I had to throw this in, and it has to do, I guess, with that pay. But the superintendent from Spring Branch talked about the 60 kids from South America that came in that had no formal education at all, couldn't speak Spanish or English or whatever. We have 8. Well, we have 813 kids. Those 8 kids, percentage-wise, I think probably are a much larger percentage than what Spring Branch has. But we deal with them. We love on them. We work on them, and we're making advancements with them. It's not easy, but we're getting there. So that adjustment's important. Lastly, the CTE allotment is critical for us out in the rural areas, so that we can get kids into. Our goal, one of our district goals, is to have 100% of our students graduating with some sort of certification, no matter where they're going. If they're going into the work world or if they're going into, but 100%.
Mr. Chairman,
this will help us get there.
Representative King.
I agree that the allotment's important, but one thing I haven't heard any of you discuss is the lack of options in rural schools, where rural schools are struggling to even meet the criteria. Even if we gave you the money, you couldn't meet the criteria because you can't meet the you don't have the course offerings. Is that true or not true?
As association, that's a true statement. Okay. For the really, where I am, we're fortunate we have community college that we can partner with, but way out, out there, yes, that is
where I live.
Yes.
Right. So my point is, and the reason I stopped you and wanted to bring this up is there's more to this than just more money. We can throw more money at it, but if we don't change the policy and the criteria, the more money will never do you any good. So I just wanted to get that out there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
One thing that hasn't been mentioned all day that's in here, that rural schools face as a difficulty, and this is the last one I bring up, though, is there is some money in here for new instructional facilities allotment. The debt side, we didn't really, I don't think the commission really focused on that, but when you, some of our schools, have cactus and rocks, and in my district I have trees and cows, and that doesn't bring in much on the debt side. The debt, if we're going to, we can have great things going on inside of buildings, but if we're having to put down pots and pans for leaky roofs and those type of things, that's problematic.
Yeah.
So
I think we left the EDA at 60 million is what I think we left in the statutory, what we fixed last year. So we'll look at that. Yeah. I get it. Okay. Yes, sir, Mr. Van Diever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, Dr. Booth, by the way, it's DeKalb in East Texas, and just down the road from New Boston. And thank you for coming, and thank you for what you're doing there in that school district. I tell you, you guys have done some very innovative things in the past 5-6 years. I don't know, and I'll be honest with you. When I was at New Boston, we like to think we were the school of choice in that area. And in the last few years, DeKalb is pretty competitive, and maybe the school of choice in some ways now. And so, congratulations on that. Thank you for coming. And I will say, the chairman has made it and vice chairman made it very clear to some of us who represent rural areas, we're going to, do our darndest to get this right for rural Texas. And so. Thank you for your testimony, and we are committed to doing our best to do that. So thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Absolutely. Chairman.
Thank you for your being here, and welcome. Glad to have you today. Just quickly, I was trying to think some things maybe we haven't covered, because I think you're our last kind of rural guy here. Just briefly, give me your thoughts either from DeKalb perspective, did I say that right, DeKalb, or TRIA, on the outcomes-based side of what has been proposed with the Finance Commission, as well as two things. So first on outcomes-based. Secondly, I think most members of this committee are huge advocates, supporters of pre-K for lots of reasons. It just makes sense, return on investment, etc. But from a rural perspective, in terms of expanding that and allowing more, trying to incentivize more school districts to do the full day, 4-year-old pre-K. What are the hang-ups with that? Has it been our history of kind of from one cycle to the next of not knowing whether we were going to fully fund pre-K? Was it the grant program? Is it a facilities issue, which is something we hear about? I'm just curious your perspective on that.
One of the training is getting what a high quality pre-K program is. The other is the facilities. In small schools, we're strapped for what we have. So if you're going to add full day, as facilities, but it's sometimes we're a little slow to on the uptake. But it's beginning to take on, and see if we put the like you said, we were going to try to move that, have a runway, and if they see that it's going to stay there, then yes, I think you'll see it take off, and that full day pre-K will be for everyone, and then we'll see some real change. I think did I answer that? Kind of the way you. Excuse me? Outcomes based. I'm not, and I'm not talking from TREA. This is personal. and we've talked all around this today too, the test is not great. We know that there's a lot of issues with that. And so tying to outcomes, I do understand we have to have accountability, but we don't have to have accountability. We can have accountability for the system. We don't have to have outcomes based. On the you're talking about the third grade. Yes. Unless you can give me a test or an outcome that is proven to be on grade level. What we currently have, I'm not thinking has been proven out that it is on grade level. If you can prove it out that it's on grade level, and it's like one of the earlier people talked about is having a system that actually values reading for what reading is and not a multiplication.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I'm hearing you say is we all agree we've got to have accountability.
Yes.
Got to have it.
Yes.
Couldn't agree more. There has to be an assessment that
Yes.
proves into that accountability. But what you're saying is, to the extent we have that measuring stick, we need to make sure it's accurately measuring what we are saying it's measuring.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
So put it a different way, which goes back to what we said the last couple of weeks. I think if we have a problem with the STAR tests, or we have a problem with where our TEKs are at related to the expectations for third grade reading or fourth grade, whatever it might be, that's one issue. This is the funding of that as we go forward. So the question is that, and I caught Dr. Hinojosa on the way out the door, and I asked him this. I said, "What do you think?" He says, "I'm all in." He says, "I'm ready to go." He says, "We're ready to participate in that." He says, "Make it optional." He says, the people that don't want to participate, they won't. The people that do will. So I'm not sure that's exactly the direction we'll go, but I think there's an opportunity for people to get, I don't know, Dr. Allen, when you were a principal, I'm assuming if there was a way you go get more money for your school, you'd figure it out. I'm betting. So.
How would someone not? Everyone's going to get money for the scores they get, right? And how would someone not participate?
Well, if they don't want to participate, I don't. That's what we're trying to figure out. What's the solution on the outcome? Is it growth? Is it measuring? Those are the things that we need to start thinking about. How do we measure that? That's really what are we measuring? I don't know. You guys haven't told us yet. What do you want to measure?
I want to know how Elgin's doing compared to Elgin. I don't want to know how Elgin's doing compared to Brownsville or to other districts that don't look anything like us.
Sure.
Which happens to be what the apples to apples comparison measures us against. 40 schools that were measured against under TEA, every one of those school districts have a different 40, and it just makes no sense. I want to know how we're doing. And are we making progress? And there are numerous metrics or instruments, but our focus has been on STAR, which clearly is not. There's a lot of problems with that test. I think we know that, but we continue to rely on it.
I don't think any of us are disagreeing. It's okay. Unfortunately, we only get to come back once every 2 years to deal with these issues, and it doesn't seem like it's gotten better. So yes, sir. Go ahead.
As a school counselor, starting with tabs and helping kids through that, they progressively got, more difficult, harder. I'd be interested in seeing what the kids STAR that can't read, how they would compare to their grandparents' test and tabs when they measured reading then. What is that? And I think that's I think you're hitting on the key. Let's come in here and make sure we have like Dr. Booth said, an appropriate grade level test. Because I was an interim in a school that would have received a D rating, but when I went in there and sat down by those kindergarten kids, they were reading. When I went to first grade, those kids were reading, but their testing, due to some of their they have a higher level of kids that they're a little bit more mentally challenged.
Sure.
So, those are the things that kill them. So I think that's the key. Accountability is there, and I applaud you for all that you're doing. But I think that's the key, is make sure everything is appropriate.
I think the one thing we have to remember is this is huge, and we're not going to get it all right. You just have to promise to be here 6 years from now as we continue to tweak this and get it better.
I'm leaving when Dr. Allen leaves. So. Well. All right. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. All right. Next up, Natalie Brown, Teach Plus Policy Fellow and a teacher at Dallas ISD. Sarah Perez, Teach Plus Senior Policy Fellow and a teacher, San Antonio ISD. And Justin Yancey, President of Texas Business Leadership Council. Been patiently waiting for us all day.
Playing the speaker shuffle over here.
Yeah, that's fine. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Tell us who you are.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Brown. I'm a second grade exemplary rated teacher at Frank Guzik Elementary School in Dallas ISD, where I've taught for 13 years. I am one of 26 DISD Distinguished Teacher Ambassadors, whose main charge is to mentor, guide, and support teachers who are eligible to apply for the Distinguished Teacher status. I have also served as a TEI campus expert since the Teacher Excellence Initiative was implemented in 2014. I owe part of my success to a teacher from Corsicana, Texas, who loved what she did and saw potential in students who were hard to like. Miss Avery took a student who other students didn't hang around much. He was often dirty, from digging through trash cans to find food for himself and his siblings to ensure they wouldn't go hungry that day. She bought him clothes and new shoes when the ones he was wearing were too worn out to be functional anymore. Every chance she got, she would remind him that his current circumstances, while they were difficult, were temporary. She encouraged him to focus on his education, as it would be the key to a better life. That little boy was my husband, who now serves in upper management for one of the world's largest retailers. Our family will forever be grateful to Miss Avery for the investment she made in a kid who others used to call Dirty Brown. To us, she is worthy of every dollar in this finance budget, for what price can you put on changing someone's life? I do my best to channel Miss Avery with my students, to give kids like Abigail hope for a better future when she worries about family separation due to deportation. She often says leaving school is her least favorite part of the day. I have extra pairs of shoes in my classroom closet to give Trey when the ones he has wear out from walking around, killing time with his family before they go back to the local homeless shelter for the evening. They are why I'm so humbled to be able to speak in front of you today. I'm thrilled that the School Finance Commission, Chairman Huberty, and members of this committee have indicated a dedication to making significant and strategic investments in public education. I want to call out a few items that I particularly support. First, pass legislation that will provide funding for increasing Texas teachers' salary so that we aren't making $7,000 less than the national average. The investment Dallas ISD has made in its teachers is unmatched by any other district in the state. Through strategic compensation, student achievement has increased simultaneously with the increase in teachers' salary, and the retention of effective teachers is in the 90th percentile. In short, our students are doing better, and our teachers are not only staying in the profession, but they're choosing to stay in Dallas. The stability this creates not only benefits our students, but also our communities and the state as a whole. Texas often boasts and is known for its strong economy and attractiveness to businesses, yet we have shortchanged the funding used to educate our future workforce and teachers who are given the task to prepare them for it. As an exemplary rated teacher, a rating reserved for the top 2% of teachers out of a workforce of 10,000, strategic compensation has allowed me to stay in the classroom by substantially increasing my salary over a 3-year period. Many teachers pursue administrative jobs for financial reasons, despite their love for the classroom. However, TEI and the commitment by the district to financially award teachers for their performance in the classroom has provided a pathway for the district's most effective teachers to do what they love, teach. Secondly, allocate resources and funds for our high-need students to ensure access to equitable education that provides a strong foundation so that they can grow into contributing working citizens. A third grade reading allotment for all K-3 students who are low income or English language learners would ensure and reward quality early childhood programs that will better prepare our students for future successes and increase literacy rates. Similar investment has paid off in Dallas, where our gains in third grade reading were higher than that of the state. Investing in our younger students in a proactive way will help close proficiency gaps and allow more students to enter third grade on grade level. In closing, ensuring high quality, whether it be an education or a product we choose to buy, requires strategic investment. School districts all across the state are in need of additional funds to ensure programs and incentives that work are sustainable through the long term. The data from these programs implemented by Dallas ISD is well known, and I'm proud to represent my district. It is the reason that a district with over 100,000 students and the most diverse student population in the state is able to earn a B rating. If you were surprised by the advancements Dallas ISD made and the rating it earned, chances are you probably aren't a teacher. We believe in tackling the impossible every day, and the rewards are the successes of our students and our community. Investing in public education works, and I thank you for your commitment to doing so.
Great job. Questions for her?
Sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
Ms. Villarica.
Can you describe your campus? Is it just a traditional
My
neighborhood?
campus is a normal neighborhood school, no
Okay.
additional, it's not
Is it
ACE,
an
it's
it's
a
not an
Title
ACE?
I school.
Okay.
Yeah, just a normal
How many
school.
teachers are rated at, you said you're an exemplary? Is that the
Some
rating?
exemplary. I know that we have about 25% distinguished. So distinguished could be proficient 2, proficient 3, or exemplary. So I don't necessarily know everybody's rating, but I do know that we're at 25% distinguished teacher status.
25% of the teachers at that campus are
25% of
distinguished.
teachers at campus. So it is possible with just a normal neighborhood Title I school.
Yeah. Do other teachers know each other's ratings?
So I don't know their particular ratings. We know who's distinguished or not because I help all teachers who are eligible for distinguished teacher status to apply. So help them through the application process, all their leadership, things like that.
And how long have you been? Have you been at that campus since the TEI was rolled
I have.
out?
I've been at that campus for 13 years since it opened. So
Okay.
before TEI and
Can you comment just real quick on your opinions about the culture on that campus with this new
Sure.
strategic compensation system? I'm curious
So
about.
I was really surprised to hear a lot of the other people talk about how it negatively impacts culture because that's not the case on my campus. If you go to my campus, and I think every administration is responsible for setting that tone. But the culture on my campus is very much like we're all winning. So we're all building this together. It's not me versus you. It's let me help you get distinguished too, or let's work on this TEAC and let's get your scores. Like we're very open at my campus. So teachers come to me all the time. I'm this like 1 point away from getting a distinguished teacher status. What can I do? Where can I improve? What PD do I need to take to improve a certain area that I'm low in that can get more points next time? So I don't necessarily see the competitive nature on my campus.
Last question, Mr. Chairman. Before this was put in place, did you have any designation or distinction for being for the quality of your teaching?
None. And so I was 7 years in. I think at the time my salary had been frozen for about 4 years. And even though I was grade level chair, even though I was on SILT, even though I was a mentor teacher, I was making less than a first year teacher. First year teacher could come in with no responsibilities, no mentoring, nothing, and they were making more than me just due to the pay disparity and my salary being frozen. So it benefited me greatly just because of all the other things that I was doing.
Okay. I appreciate being here.
Yeah, Representative Bernal.
Since you've been at the same campus for so long, one of the things we hear about Title I campuses generally is they have a hard time keeping teachers, that there's a lot of attrition and turnover. And one, was that the case in your campus prior, and how has this program affected that aspect of the campus?
So majority of my campus has been there 10 years or longer. Of course, we lose 4 or 5 maybe every year, just depending on whether they're doing other things. But the majority of my colleagues have been there for 10 plus years.
Okay, thanks, Chairman.
Other questions for her? Yeah, Representative Meyer.
And I know it may be anecdotal, but obviously you have first-hand experience with your campus. Have you spoke with other DISD teachers at other campuses about TEI and the effect on it? Because we've heard some, when I speak to the teachers in Dallas, generally across the board, I'm sure, there's certain areas of it they'd like to see changed up a little bit. By and large, a good number of teachers are pretty excited about the program. However, we've certainly heard from some groups from around the state who are not thrilled with the idea of it being implemented statewide. So I just didn't know if anecdotally you spoke with other teachers and they were having the same experience you have had.
So yes, I would say before when TEI was coming around, I was skeptical too. I mean, no teacher wants to be told, hey, your kids are going to take a test and that's going to determine your pay, knowing that it can go up and down. But I will say the one thing I think that's important, I think as teachers get more educated about how the system works, is the way that those tests are measured. So we're not just given a passing percentage. So every test our students take is measured 3 different ways. So I think when teachers start to learn that you can get points for growth, you can get points for peer comparison. We still have the CEI, which is the traditional way that we were measured effectiveness before TEI. And then you have a passing rate. The more that teachers are able to understand how the process works, I think they can better understand how it applies to them.
Okay, and if you could say you're in charge, is there anything you'd change about TEI?
The one thing that I'm just speaking on myself, not for my campus or anybody else. The one thing I particularly don't like, and this doesn't even apply to me because I don't have this component in my pie, but is student surveys. I think if you guys were to give a survey to your constituents and they were in charge of 15% of your pay, that feedback may not be accurate of what you try to do for them. Or I think if you were to get a survey after a police officer gives you a ticket, even if you were in the wrong, you may not have a high favor to say about a particular officer. So I think student surveys is one area that should be looked at when it comes to TEI. Just because we're giving some kids as young as 8 years old 15% control of their teacher's salary would be the one area that I think could be improved.
Any thoughts on a replacement component?
Sure, I would say teacher leadership. So even though that's measured in distinguished teacher status, the things that you do to give them extracurricular activities, to involve students in other engaging things outside academics, I think could be replaced for that 15%.
Very good, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
You teach second grade?
Teach second grade math and science.
What is the student evaluation? How is it given to students at that grade level?
Okay, so 65% of my evaluation comes from my observations.
Sure.
So my principal comes and evaluates me. 25% is from my tests,
Sure.
Standardized testing. 5% is from School Star. And then another 5% is my own student learning objective, something I would like to personally grow in my students that I give a pre and a post test on.
But you said student evaluations is part of your...
Student evaluations is not a part of mine.
Oh, it's not.
But I would think that's one area that I get the most complaints
got
about
it.
talking to other teachers.
I apologize. Thank you.
Mhm.
So let me go back. I want to make sure I'm clear on this. 65% of your, you sat and listened to this all day.
Yeah.
And you heard some of the teacher groups that came in, one in particular that talked about this. You're okay with the system the way it's set up? I mean, you okay with the way that it's being graded today and even having some of the STAR tests being counted towards your score?
I don't know that I'm okay, but I've seen that it can be, right now in Dallas, the way that they're giving it multiple measures. So it's not, if you were just to say we're only going to grade how many kids pass STAR,
Right.
I would say that's unfair.
Right, sure.
I think if you create a system that gives multiple measures for whatever test you create to give teachers the highest benefit from one of those 3,
Right.
including a growth metric, that to me would be the right way to do it, which is how Dallas is doing it.
And how are you measuring growth right now?
So there's really complicated. One of them requires one previous year of tests. So a student would have to have taken a first grade math test to measure their growth from first grade math to now second grade math is one of the areas. The other area requires 2 years previous testing to compare them to their peers. So students are placed in buckets. Low students, for the lack of a better term, middle students, high students. And you grow them regardless of what tier they're in. If they grow more with you than the other kids that they're measured against in their bucket, you earn points for them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I hope so. Okay.
Interesting. So, as we progress through this, and you hear from people that say you can't do that, or you can't do that for the teachers and things of that nature, what do you say back to them?
I would say that I'm proof that you can be a veteran teacher. You can teach Hispanic and African American kids in a Title I school and still would be an exemplary rated teacher. TEI increased my salary $30,000 over 3 years. Can't be stated for a lot of other professions or a lot of other districts in this state. And it allows me to stay in the classroom and continue to make that impact year after year.
Any questions? You're up. Sarah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Sarah.
Hello, Representative Huberty. So as some of you already know, my name is Sarah Perez, and I'm a 4th grade bilingual teacher in San Antonio ISD. I'm also a member of the Teach Plus Texas Policy Fellowship, a group of highly effective teachers who advocate for improvements to our education system. So we conducted focus groups with 227 teachers from across the state on school funding. And we wrote a policy brief that was presented to the Commission on public school finance. So through that work, the one thing that became abundantly clear was that not all public schools receive sufficient funds to meet the needs of their students. At one focus group, a teacher said crumbling walls and peeling paint are a commonality in my classroom. I was warned not to use push pins on the bulletin board because I could expose myself and my students to asbestos. Others spoke of not having the necessary supplies to teach their assigned subjects. For example, one teacher mentioned not having daily access to a computer lab, even though this educator taught a computer science course. In addition to improved facilities, many teachers spoke of the need for additional school personnel, especially those like counselors and social workers that help students who have experienced trauma. This need exists on my own campus. Last year, I shared a story about Maribel, who really needed a counselor. Her mom had been released from prison in January, and she really struggled to adjust after that. Not long after that, Maribel experienced a death in the family. One of her family members had taken his own life. I wish I could tell you that I was able to send Maribel to the counselor and that she could receive services and that things improved, but I couldn't do that. It would be really hard to send her to a counselor who's unavailable because he was busy being the special education, dyslexia, and gifted and talented coordinator. And as troubling as that sounds, Maribel's story is not unique. This year, 5 of our students were separated from their mothers due to detention and deportation. So one weekend they're there with their moms, and when they came back to us on Tuesday, they weren't there anymore. We're still expected to grow these students. We're still expected to teach them. These students are still expected to learn. So, like Maribel, I wish I was able to send those students to the counselor, but I wasn't able to. Now, these stories only begin to shed light on the trauma and the pain that our most vulnerable students endure. From each story, we can draw the same conclusion. We need more funding to better serve our high-needs students, especially students living in poverty. So I want to thank the Chairman Huberty, Vice Chairman Bernal, and Representative King for their hard work on the School Finance Commission's recommendations. And I want to talk about 2 of those recommendations, which we believe would make an enormous difference for students and for Texas. The 3rd grade reading allotment, which provides additional funds for low-income students and English language learners in grades K through 3, and the compensatory education allotment, which would provide additional investments in the highest needs students, especially those who live in concentrated poverty. Both invest funds where they are needed the most and proactively tackle issues our system currently perpetuates. We also recommend that the committee include strategic compensation for teachers through the educator effectiveness allotment recommended by the commission. Several districts such as Dallas and San Antonio ISD already use this innovative tool to ensure that their high-needs students receive the most effective instruction. They do this by placing demonstrably effective teachers where they can have the biggest impact and compensate them appropriately for the hard work of closing achievement gaps. Now, we thank the School Finance Commission for taking steps to provide adequate and equitable funding for the state's at-risk students. If we ensure that these students' needs are being met, we know that all our students are being taken care of. In closing, if we provide adequate and equitable funding for schools, teachers will be able to focus on student success instead of having to worry about asbestos, supplies, and counseling. So every dollar put back into education is an investment in Texas's most precious resource, our children. These children and our schools are our future. And thank you for your commitment to truly funding them like they matter.
You bet. Members, questions?
Also the 2 parts I was excited about.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. What elementary school? You said elementary school?
Yes.
What elementary school?
Well, now an academy.
Okay.
I'm over at Riverside Park Academy.
Okay. And do you have does your district have a compensation system like the one in Dallas?
Yeah, so I'm in San Antonio ISD, and we have the Master Teacher Program.
Mhm.
So they'll find really effective teachers, and those teachers typically, what ends up happening is they'll stay after school or before school with those group of students who need the most help. And what we've seen with that is that in a year's worth or in a year's time, those students who are working more with these teachers are growing like 2-3 years. I can't speak on average, but I know that's happening at least on my campus.
Okay, but San Antonio ISD doesn't have a district-wide program where every teacher is evaluated in that way. Is that fair?
It's not an evaluation system, not
Okay.
like that, no.
Okay. Do you have any personal opinion based on what you've heard from your colleague in Dallas?
I mean, from what they're saying in Dallas and how it sounds from what I heard earlier on the panel, I think it sounds like a really good program. I think it's something that if it's working and it's showing that it's working, why not try it? Yeah, I
Wish more people had data
what you
too.
need to do.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else? Let me ask a quick question. So, how do you become a master teacher? I mean, what's the process for you guys? It's different. Obviously, you're different from Dallas, but help me understand that.
So the process for becoming a master teacher, it's an application process. It's like several components that you would have to go through. First, obviously, there's just like the standard application. There's also having to show that you've been demonstrably effective. So for a lot of teachers, that was showing like STAR data, that was showing data in terms of MAP growth, in terms of iStation growth, especially for teachers who were like in second grade or lower. But yeah, it's just being able to show that with your data, also sending in a recording of you teaching. And then after that, after going through all of those things, then you would have an interview with the principal of the campus that you were going to be working on.
How many master teachers are at every campus?
In terms of every campus, I'm not entirely sure, but I know that on my campus, we have about 5.
Out of how many?
Out of over 40 teachers.
Okay. And is there another designation below you?
No, that is it. It's just master teacher and then regular teacher.
Yeah.
That's what they can afford, is what you're saying? They do more. You would do more master teachers if you could.
I believe so, yes.
And what's the differential in pay when you're able to get to the master teacher level as a percentage?
I believe it's $15,000.
Okay.
So it's in a
significant.
stipend, yes.
Yeah. So it's an ongoing stipend. Does it go into your salary, or is it just a stipend?
So what ends up happening is you get the stipend once in, I believe, December and then again in May.
Got it. Okay. Interesting. Good deal. Any other questions? Thank you. Yeah, sure, of course you can.
Sorry.
Of course you can.
Just because I heard some other superintendents say some things too. I think if you're a great teacher, you shouldn't just get like an accolade or like, hey, we're going to give you more students to work before and after school. That doesn't pay my bills or pay my student loans.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that that's one like really pro about the Dallas SC program is that it's actually things that we can use. It's not like, hey, come before school or like one chunk of money that has a lot of taxes taken out. Like it's something we can use every month. So
Makes sense. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay.
Well, it'll be difficult to follow two very impressive teachers, but I will try, and I'm honored to follow you. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Justin Yancey. I'm president of the Texas Business Leadership Council. The TBLC is the only statewide CEO-led public policy organization in the state. As I know you're aware, Texas workforce is not keeping up with the demands of our economy. We have approximately 300,000 unfilled jobs and about 540,000 unemployed Texans. If we want to sustain Texas economic prosperity, we must ensure our viability in today's economy by better preparing our students to participate in the workforce. In 2020, just 1 year from now, we started using that stat many years ago, but now we're just a year away, 60% of Texas jobs will require some level of post-secondary success. Yet right now, fewer than 30% of Texas students achieve any type of credential within 6 years of high school graduation. While Texas has imported skilled talent from other states, and we've done a good job at doing that, we're not doing a good enough job in preparing our own students statewide for post-secondary success, and this is not a sustainable model. 62% of our state's employers reported having to increase wages in order to recruit qualified candidates, many of those from out of state. We must do something now, and encouraged with what is happening this session to better prepare our students for the workforce of tomorrow. The TBLC believes the recommendations made by the Texas Commission on Public School Finance are very encouraging, and the Commission has envisioned a school finance system that is anchored in crucial student outcomes like foundational literacy in third grade that we've heard a lot about today, and post-secondary readiness upon high school graduation. The TBLC is supportive of the Commission's report, particularly the recommendation to identify our state's strongest teachers, strategically staff them in our highest need schools, and compensate them based on their impact. Student achievement can be improved if we know who our best teachers are, and we do, and place them where they are needed most. The TBLC is also supportive of the Commission's suggestion to align our school finance system to crucial student outcomes by providing outcomes funding for achieving third grade literacy and post-secondary readiness and access. These outcomes are as high stakes as they come. Students failing to read on grade level by the end of third grade are 4 times more likely to drop out of high school, and every student who does not achieve a post-secondary credential surrenders $1 million in lifetime earnings. In business, reward individuals for the strength of their contributions, and teaching should be similar. Our state's best and brightest teachers deserve to be recognized for the impact they are making. Yet we currently have no structural way to identify who those teachers are. We support the Commission's recommendation to provide school districts with funding to develop a rigorous evaluation system to strategically compensate and place our best teachers on campuses that need them the most. The Commission's recommendations commitment to equity is also important to the TBLC. Not every student has been able to share in Texas' recent economic prosperity. Our low-income students are falling farther behind. Just 3 in 10 are literate by the end of third grade, and fewer than 20% are ready for college, career, or the military after high school graduation. I had some other, but I'm just going to go to the end here. We look forward to working with this committee on public school finance reform and offering our assistance in any way possible. And on behalf of the TBLC, I want to thank those of you who served on the commission, the School Finance Commission, and those of you on the committee. And your leadership with this and other policy matters around the state is paramount to our continued prosperity as a state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members' question? Mr. Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of going back to the teachers, and I'm sorry for that, but I was wondering, if you go back to your college education, I assume you studied education, to what degree did that prepare you for success in the classroom, as opposed to your the training that the district provided?
So I'm actually an alternative cert teacher, but I did go through a certification program that required me to take 18 hours in pedagogy and things like that. And while that was great, the best thing I think what had the biggest impact was a great mentor teacher once I started teaching. So while the program was good, and nothing prepared me for a classroom atmosphere like being on the job. And so what had the biggest impact on me was having a really great mentor teacher that first year.
And so I went the traditional route, and I can tell you that having as much experience as I did in the classroom, going through and actually having, going to multiple grade levels and doing all of that, again, like she said, nothing prepares you when you're actually in your own classroom and you're trying to set everything up and you're trying to do as much as you can and everything's happening quickly. For that first year teacher, like the thing that was most important was having that mentor teacher. And I unfortunately didn't have like as great of a mentor teacher experience my first year. So I struggled more than maybe another teacher who had like a really good mentor.
Did your mentor teachers get paid?
At that time, yes. That's gone away because now it's a part of the TEI component. But I think they got like $1,000 stipend.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Any other questions for this group? Thank you all for coming. We appreciate it. All right. Dr. Teresa Trevino, President of Texas, advocating for meaningful student assessment. Dr. Jesus Chavez, Executive Director, South Texas Association of School Boards. Dan Casey, a partner at Mo Casey and Associates. Lisa Dawn Fisher, Dr. Lisa Dawn Fisher, Legislative Consultant, Texas State Teachers Association. Go ahead.
My name is Dr. Teresa Trevino. I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist, and also was a member of a commission in 2016 on the next generation of assessment and accountability. So while I didn't spend a year on a commission, I did spend a good 9 months. So I have an idea of, somewhat of an idea, not quite as complex. First of all, I want to say thank you for inviting me to come and share my opinions. Also, I want to thank you guys for the hard work that you are trying to do to try to fix this very complicated system. And that is, I know it's going to be difficult, and I know there's a lot of discussion still to be had. But I do need to let you know why I didn't sign my commission report. High stakes. And we have asked since our formation 8 years ago, with the passage of House Bill 5, we have said, please do not put high stakes on the STAR test. It has not been proven to get kids across the finish line. It doesn't get them to post-secondary. All it does is make sure that they know how to take a standardized test. And that is still our concern. So when we came across the commission recommendation, which I think is Section C, recommendation number 3, to increase the focus and weight attributed to high-stakes standardized testing on 3rd grade, we became very concerned and alarmed about this. We have grave concerns about the STAR test, and this has been from its inception because we've been very concerned about the fact that STAR was not simply harder or more rigorous, but literally written grade levels above where the students were being taught, and that is still going on today. And no matter how much goes on in all the great work that the teachers are trying to do to help prepare the kids, I guarantee you that a lot of that work has to do with STAR prep. And what high stakes does is it leads to drill and kill. I've got some information up there in front of you. I've got a white paper that we've written based on years and years of research on high stakes and standardized tests. Even the first person who developed standardized tests, the Iowa Test of Basic Skills, how many of you guys took those? I did. He even said, do not place one measure, do not use one measure as the sole measurement of a student's success or how they've done for the year. And yet that is what STAR has become. State standardized tests written the way that they're written were not meant to be used for monetary purposes or for the various purposes that it has become used for. I mean, I know our commissioner is extremely smart and he can present you with all kinds of data and depth of knowledge and all kinds of stuff that's going on there. But he's leaving off some very important pedagogical theories behind what it takes to read. And that is important. We are all for pre-K. We are all for getting the kids in earlier, getting them started earlier. We all know we're a diverse state, and we know we need to improve. But getting them just to pass a standardized test and basing it just on that is not the only answer. We've been asking for this now for 4 years, 4 sessions. You have not seen us, some of you, at the level of red alert as we were on our first session with the passage of House Bill 5. We had parents lock up the governor's phone line. Lock it up. I mean, they had to put in other phone lines. We had them call their representatives. If this goes through, and we concerned about this, we did a poll, It was a random poll, but it was a poll asking, do you approve the use of high-stakes standardized tests for third graders? Unanimously, it came back within 24 hours, a hard no at 98%. That was 2,000 of our members, and we're in the further thousands than that. Here's what our concern is. If you go through with this particular item, an 8-year-old, think about it, an 8-year-old is going to be responsible for making additional commission for their school. And if they happen to make the grade and they're in that lower performing school, they'll make some money. How many of them? I don't know. We would hope we would have them on grade level. But again, we don't trust the test. I mean, this is about as blunt an instrument as a scalpel that hasn't been sharpened correctly. Would you want surgery done that way? Of course not. This, with the ACE system, while it is showing tremendous promise, and we are thrilled to see it, basically what Dallas is doing is just getting to where they needed to be. I mean, these are things that many districts have been working on for years. Now, I applaud them. I think they've done a great job, but I don't think that using one system in one city across the entire state, as diverse as it is, from rural to urban, from high ELL to low ELL, from way out in the Panhandle to way out in East Texas, I don't think you can apply a one-size-fits-all system. And that is exactly what we have said about the STAR test. You can't do this. All you have to do in terms of looking at incentivizing for test scores and looking at teacher incentivization projects is look at the Denver portfolio study. Denver has been doing this for 10 years. Their NAEP scores have only improved a tad. Their student achievement gaps have widened from 2007 to 2017. So they were doing pretty well. They were kind of going on course, and then boom, they put this kind of system in place, and now they've got wider student achievement gaps than they've ever had, among the widest in the nation. Texas is making headway in this, on the NAEP with this. We don't want to go in the same way. So we're going to be trepidatious about this. We don't want to just go all in. Let's stop. Let's have a discussion. Let's talk about this, please. Because I'll tell you what, if we go down this road, you're going to hear from parents, and you're going to see us on red alert, just like some of you did for H Bill 5.
I got it. That you were invited here to provide that. I don't think that's helpful to if you know, I interpret that if you're not getting your way, you're going to say something. I don't think that's who you are. So
no, I'm not trying to say I want to get my way,
yeah,
Representative. And let me be clear.
I know. Let me finish real quick. There's some newer members of this committee who don't know the background and everything else. I just think it's important for, you know, while we invite you to be here, to be, you know, to exchange ideas as we go forward.
Absolutely.
I think that's the most important thing. And so my point is that what I'm hearing is that if for whatever reason on outcomes-based funding we're tying it to some mechanism, whatever that may be, it sounds like you're not going to like it, and all of a sudden you're going to light all these members up on this committee to say, hey, you can't do that. So I would encourage you to do the same thing that I've talked to a variety of other people about, is then give us some other mechanism and measurement tool. We're happy to take a look at anything that's out there. But the reality is, I want you to separate the STAR test.
See, this committee, this does not separate STAR test. And the one thing that Dr. Hinojosa did not mention, and I mentioned to him when I went out to talk with him, is that he is not just solely using STAR test.
Right.
And I understand. Don't make no mistake. We're not against assessment. We are not against assessing our kids. We want to know that our kids are on level or are on track to go to that post-secondary something that's out there. Make no mistake. However, the STAR already is, when you look at 3 through 8, it is the accountability system right there. So we've already got those two married. When you get into high school, there's a little bit more leeway, and we're not completely opposed to the looking at outcomes once you get there. And in fact, what we have looked at is saying, well, what about looking at the standardized tests that colleges and universities require? They require ACT, they require SAT.
I don't disagree with
We
you.
have our own TSI that are based on our TEKS. We've been pushing for that as another option to get more kids into dual credit. I mean, I'm not trying to say, look, we're going to slam the STAR and that's it. But we need to remove some of the teeth, because I'll tell you what, it's not giving us all the information that we think it is.
Well, let's and we'll get there. But again, and I fully expected, based on who you represent, for you to talk about the test.
Sure.
I'm not debating that. Today that's not where our focus is right now. Now, will our focus be on the STAR test, and if it's working, if it's grading where it is? Absolutely, we're gonna tackle that issue as we go forward. We've heard all kinds of of hyperbole about what's going on or what's not going on, or is it testing at grade level, is it not testing at grade level, and we'll have everybody in to talk about it. But I just want to be very clear, that the expectation is that we made a recommendation after 12 months of sitting around and saying, how do we get better results?
Right.
How do we get better results? How do we get our children to be able to read? And I think Dr. Allen probably said it best, is that we're not teaching our teachers how to teach to read.
Exactly.
Well, understand that. But then shame on the school districts and everybody else that say, give us more money. Just listen. That just say, just give us more money and we'll get better results. Well, I don't think that's actually accurate right now. So we have to figure out a way to get the money where it belongs, into the classroom and to those teachers, and so that they can teach those kids to read. But we need a measurement. We need whatever the end result is, whatever it's going to be. We need to be able to measure it. We need to be able to figure out, did that child grow, and if he did grow, to be able to make that decision.
If you're talking about growth, again, and with my
also
work on the commission,
also being at grade level on all those other issues.
Well, and looking at and being on the commission, I mean, we discussed many times over growth, measuring growth, putting more emphasis on growth versus, grade level, because even back then, we had grave concerns about STAR. And even your bill, Representative Huberty, 736, asked for a validity study, in addition to doing other measures to try to make the STAR a little bit easier for the kids to take. So we've been in conversations with this for a long time. Our concern is, it's not that it's money for money's sake, but I don't know about you, but I'm not living on my salary that I made in 1984. I'm not. I mean, I've been able to get a raise and kind of move on, and inflation and so on and so forth. Not even my parents, who are government, Texas state government retirees. My mother's TRS and my father is ERS. They have received very, very small, minimal raises. But our school system has not. So I don't really just see it as us throwing money. I think we need to put the money into programs that work, that have the research that support they work. And we've heard a lot of that today. We've heard a lot about pre-K, about offering universal pre-K. If you want to look at other states, Florida instituted universal pre-K, and they've seen results on their NAEP. I mean, it goes along with a lot of other factors, but we're such a huge and diverse state. I don't want us to get stuck on thinking that, okay, we're going to hang it all on STAR and what happens in third grade, because there's a lot of growth that goes on beyond third grade.
Once again, I think you that's not at all what I think any of this committee has said. I'm looking around and seeing if that's the case, and I'm telling you, that's not what I've said.
Okay.
I've repeated myself over and over and over today. Then come up with what you think is a better measurement tool. We're happy to look at it. We're happy to have that discussions, but we've got to, you got to have the results. You got, and we're going to give her one. We're going to do all kinds of things that are going to be very creative, but the current system is not working.
No, it's not.
So,
and it's been going on for 35 years.
I'm aware, and we're trying to change it. And so, that's why I'm saying it's important. Yes, Mr. Toller.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yes.
I'm trying to get my head around this kind of conversation. It feels like so much of it gets confused. So I just want to kind of propose a counterfactual and see what you're thinking. So if we had a test that was seen and as legitimate and valid and accurate by our education community, let's assume that, because I know we all have problems with the STAR test.
Right.
What would you then think about this outcome, particularly this early literacy allotment?
Well, once again,
I'm just trying to separate the problems with the test.
Trying to separate the two. Okay. I still don't think, and I will tell you that many of the Western cultures that are doing well don't necessarily tie their educational funding to a measure. It is a process that goes on for years, and there are multiple things that are going on. I mean, we look at Finland, you can look at the Netherlands. I mean, the commissioner oftentimes looks at Singapore. But and granted, they're different cultures they provide different services and so on and so forth. So we really can't compare. But there's not been any kind of research that has shown that doing that actually works. And that's the concern, is we're finally going to get to a point where we want to finance our education system and finance it in a way that's fair. Tying it to outcomes-based testing, I think, I don't know, you can read my white paper, but it will pervert what it is you're trying to do, and I don't know that it will continue to have persistence.
Okay, no,
that's
helpful.
the concern.
So you and and the members of your group, it's fair to say, both problems with the current assessment regime, the STAR test, but also a philosophical disagreement with tying investments or incentives to student performance. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you.
Like Dr. Hinojosa said, fund the basic allotment, all boats rise. That's where we would stand on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Huberty and committee members. My name is Lisa Dawn Fisher, and I'm here today to represent the 65,000 members of the Texas State Teachers Association who touch the lives of school children in campuses, teachers, counselors, custodians, bus drivers, 180 days a year delivering education. I want to first thank all of you for your strong support of public education over the years and the hard work you're about to embark on this committee. And I'm here to say that one of the primary reasons that we would like to speak with you is to address our top item on our legislative agenda, which is to bring the average teacher salary in Texas up to the national average of about $53,000. As you heard earlier today, we're about $7,300 short of that average. And our school teachers spend over $700 a year out of their pockets buying supplies for their classrooms. And the average teacher is spending about $360 out of their pockets just for their own health insurance. So we're looking at teachers, because of that, about 40% of our teachers have a second job just to make ends meet. So we look forward to seeing the school finance proposal, and we very much are supportive of a strong and significant increase to the basic allotment, because as you've heard already today, and we would agree with so many other of the folks who came before me, that the basic allotment changes does raise all boats. It delivers more money to property poor districts. It delivers more money to property wealthy districts. It increases funding for special programs, bilingual education, compensatory education, special education. And those are the dollars that we need to go into our classrooms to make sure that school districts have money to support our educators in the classroom. So we look forward to working with you over the course of this session while you tackle this tremendously difficult task of revising school finance formulas. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Members, do you have any questions for Lisa? No? Thank you for being here, sticking with us all day. It's like old times for you, huh?
It is. A little different hat this time.
Yeah, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chairman Huberty, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to be here, to the committee members and everyone who served on the commission, especially a great thanks for the tremendous work. I think the commission prepared a tremendous report to move Texas forward, so thank you for that. I'm Jesus Chavez, and today I'm representing South Texas Association of Schools. Just to tell you a little bit about our association, really as it relates more to district characteristics, we actually represent small, mid-sized, and large districts. We also have some Chapter 41 districts, although a majority of our districts are Chapter 42 school districts. A great majority of our students are Hispanics, and we represent Region 1 and Region 2, so that's who we are. I'd like to, I guess, take this in two phases, and first of all, talk about a few of the recommendations that we support. There are lots of recommendations. We're not going to cover them all today. I just want to mention a few. And then towards the end, I do want to talk about a couple of concerns that we do have. So first of all, really appreciate the Commission's recommendation with regards to the increasing of the compensatory education weight. You know, for a great number of years, a great number of sessions, we've talked about the need to increase those. And so we're very happy to see that there is a proposed increase in there. We really would like to keep, and there really hasn't been any discussion about changing this, but it may relate again to the looking at census tracts. But we really believe that the best way to count students and fund students is to look at the free and reduced lunch rates. I think we heard a number of witnesses indicate, and even a number of our leaders have said, you know, yes, it takes additional funding to educate our poor kids, and so we need to invest to make sure that our poorest in the state are doing well.
Representative Bernal has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure that we're operating with the same level of information, make sure I'm not wrong. So the recommendation on FRL is that what is currently the weight for compensatory education.
Yes, sir.
Remain, because there's really two weights we're talking about, right? One is
Sure.
the 0.1 weight for K to 3, and the other is the spectrum weight that has to do with concentrations of poverty, right? And so the way the spectrum weight works, the 0.1 weight is FRL, easy, right? But the way the spectrum weight works, I think, is you start at the weight as it is, and then as concentrations of poverty increase, the weight goes up.
Sure. Well, and I guess to make sure we're talking about the same recommendation here, Representative Bernal, I'm really speaking to the compensatory education, and I believe the recommendation was to look at adding a range for districts, starting at 0.025 to a high of 0.027.
Right.
But that really was going to be applied to just the straight compensatory education weight. And so that's the recommendation I'm talking about versus the K3, which I believe is the one you're referencing. So,
Yeah.
so I'm on the compensatory education weight now.
But wouldn't you agree, and I'm not saying anyone's getting a free ride, but wouldn't you agree that if you had two schools that are both 100% FRL and one was all reduced and one was all free, that those are not the same school?
Yes, I mean, I guess let me tell you what the concern is,
Sure,
and maybe it'll
yeah.
clarify.
All right, thanks, Chairman.
Here, as we look at how we count students, and whether we go with a pure count of free and reduced lunch or the propensity of poverty,
Right.
our concern is that if we look at the census tracts, that we may actually be undercounting and get less funding. So if indeed the propensity of poverty and looking at the census tract gives us additional funding, we're going to raise our hands and say, yes, we're for that. Right? So whichever one gives us the greater funding is the one that we were going to support. We believe
You're concerned about there just being a diminishment of funds for
Exactly.
students who need it.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
I get
yes,
it.
sir.
All right.
So yes, we are supportive of the addition of weights to compensatory education. One of the things that we would suggest as we look at distributing the additional weight is to really look at a line distribution so that there isn't a stair-step case where one student or one percentage gives you a significant difference in funding. And so we appreciate if you'd give some consideration to that. Just a number of some of the other weights, again, that we're very supportive of. Certainly the dyslexia weight. We really appreciate the inclusion of CTE in middle school, grades 6 through 8. We believe that those courses will help support the 60 by 30 recommendation. There are a few reallocations that we are supportive of. Some of them are old vestiges of hold harmless and other funding mechanisms that we believe, again, the dollars would be better spent through the formulas, through the basic allotment as well. So getting into the two areas where we have some concerns, and really when I describe this to you, I guess I'd like to think of each of you having some of your districts in this situation. I'm going to be talking about South Texas, but I can almost guarantee you that each of you has some districts that are like this. We believe that the cost of education index is an element that should remain with our funding system. It's a good way of recognizing differences across the state. Now, we certainly understand that it's way out of date, and it has really no applicability to today, right? And so our suggestion is that we update it and implement it. As you look at Region 1 in particular, and yes, we are the district that would lose over $100 million. Region 1 gets about $332 million. So think of the redirecting of those funds as losing a third of those funds. Now, there are going to be a lot of other things that get added to. If you think of a bucket and the bucket going down 10%, because that's about how much it funds on district budgets. So it goes down 10%, but we get some of that back. We get 2/3 of it back. So now we've got that hole, that bucket to fill with the addition of other new funding, new dollars, if you will. While other districts actually, when the redirecting of funds occurs, they actually gain from where they were. And so they start out ahead, in new dollars, and on top of that, new things get added on to that. So, we'd like for you to think about that. Keep in mind that the cost of education index funds a great number of things across the district. Teacher salaries, yes, maybe special ed, yes, maybe technology, yes, maybe staff development, yes, maybe even transportation. And we mentioned that because a concern of being short, if you will, that third, I'm just to give you a district example, McAllen would probably lose about $5 million. Brownsville, $9 million. West also in Region 2, which is a lot smaller district, they would lose about $700,000. So, yes, they would make up some of those, but the other funding is going to be categorical funding, meant for compensatory education, meant for dual language bilingual education, meant for dyslexia students. A lot less discretion in those areas.
Can I stop you?
Yes, sir.
No, that's not true. I mean, we're talking about increasing the basic allotment significantly, right? I mean,
yes, sir.
Significantly. I don't have a number yet, but I know there's a whole bunch of people, and we got one of them sitting next to you right now that's trying to figure out what we're doing with all these runs and whatnot, and and telling school districts that the earth is falling or the sky is falling. Not yet. Maybe not. My point to you is that
sure.
I want to be as clear as I can on this. The cost of education index is going away, and it's going away for a very good reason, which is that we haven't updated it, we haven't dealt with it, it's meaningless, and when you adopt something like that, it's outdated within 6 to 12 months. It doesn't make sense. And so we're trying to simplify the formulas. Everybody says how complex this is, and I'm throwing this out there, and you listen to us for a year talk about how we got there. We had multiple meetings and really came to that determination. Now, I don't know what Dan's going to tell us after that, but we'll be interested to see. But that, in my opinion, unless we're going to make this ongoing commitment to continue to monitor it and maintain it and to keep up with it, it makes no sense. And you can't. And I hear what you're saying is that you got districts going to lose money. You know what you need to do? Go talk to Frisco. Go talk to Austin ISD. Go talk to some of those school districts today that are getting killed as a result of having a low CEI. So it's a winners and losers argument. But I want you to understand that everything that we're talking about is going into the, starting with being able to pull levers. In theory, the way it should work, if we do it the right way, is that the only thing that you're ever going to have to mess with for the next 10 years is putting more money in the basic allotment. It's going to move everything then. That's the equity argument that we've been trying to have. So you may continue, but I just
Sure.
want to be clear on that so that, you know, we don't get too far down the road.
Sure. Let me mention one other thing, you know, with regards to eliminating the CEI, and this is probably a smaller amount, but there is an impact to school districts that they'll need to pick up with regards to the TRS contribution by district. So just keep that in mind. It may be that we also maybe need to address that as well. Let me switch over to small and mid-sized adjustment. You know, a similar kind of thing happens there where dollars that currently exist as an adjustment would be taken and given to small, mid-sized district as an allotment. And you've already heard from the small rural groups, if you will, where again, you know, you lose the application of the basic allotment and the weight where it helps them even further. We have a number of districts in that situation. And so, you know, our suggestion there is that we keep the small, mid-sized adjustment rather than placing it as an allotment. Keep in mind that with regards to developing that formula, if you will, even as recent as last session, there were some additional positive changes made to that. And so, you know, from our perspective, we need to keep funding our small, mid-sized districts appropriately for the diseconomies of scales, again, that were described earlier. And we believe keeping that is the best way to do that. One suggestion really is that we actually accelerate the legislation from last session that really dealt with that 3-mile size, and you know, hopefully we can find the dollars to do that. Let me say thank you again to each and every one of you. We know you have a hard task. Luckily, it's a positive situation from the aspect of, you know, we know and understand, Chairman Huberty, that in the end, yes, you know, districts are going to have a positive new funding, if you will. So thank you so very much. Appreciate that.
So, you have a question? You do. Go ahead.
I had just a statement. Thank you, Dr. Chavez, for being here. He was my superintendent when I was a student around Rock High School. So just wanted to say thank you.
We're very proud of Representative Tallarico.
Was that like 5 years ago?
Okay. My goal was not to insult the senior members on this committee. So.
Yeah. You young, fresh space starter does it for you, so it's all fine. All righty. Thank you. Dan?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Dan Casey, appearing on behalf of myself and Mo Casey and Associates as well. And I was told I had 5 minutes, so, and actually I can kind of pick up your subtle signs about the cost of education index, so I decided not to spend a lot of time, much time on that. It hasn't been too nuanced so far, but there are cost differences out there. But what I came to
hey Dan, I would say this. I would say this, which is that I think we try to be clear on where we want to head with that direction. But if there's something that, you know, adds on, like what you said, Doctor, TRS, or something that, you know, maybe needs to be considered to be put back in that we would miss, that's something that we would need to know, right? So we don't want to make a screw up. And I'm going to give you one other example, and I want you to opine on this for 1 second. But in 2006, at least you might remember this, in 2006, when they did the tax relief, the one mistake that they made, because John Otto called me about it this weekend, is he said he forgot the over 65s when you did your compressions. And we had to come back and fix it. So I want you to talk about that for 1 second, because I know you'll be able to, or you or Lisa, one of the two of you can talk about that whenever you get a chance. But go ahead, Dan.
Well, the main point, and again, I want to appreciate it, the work the committee's done and members have done has been substantial, and thank you for it. I really want to talk very briefly about current year values, and basically, and it sounds counterintuitive, but I think my concern is moving to current year values. You're going to see more variation and volatility in state aid payments and recapture than you do currently. Now, that sounds counterintuitive. Well, I know there's been concern about districts with declining values and how common that is. But the other thing I wanted to point out, we've already got a mechanism in law to deal with that. Now, it hasn't been funded very well historically, but I'll take you to that point.
That's the one I want you to talk about.
Yeah, that's the one.
Because you and I I already told you that I think we came to a determination that the current year value thing doesn't work, but we got to solve the King oil went down to $40 a barrel problem.
Sure, that's
Right.
and that's entire. You mentioned it earlier in the day to H.D. Chambers that you were thinking about abandoning the ship, and I had a philosophical moment. I thought, well, what's the best way to help? Either throw you a life vest or fire another torpedo. I opted very quickly for the life vest as far as the alternative. But additionally, the priority value issue, and I appreciate Corey Castillo for bringing over the charts and stuff that she did comparing the property value study with the payment schedule, because the one thing right now when you do school district funding, having the property value study conducted and available that summer sets the tone as far as the preliminary estimates for school funding for the next year, and that's but having the values associated with that is a real key issue there with that. Now you do go through, you do what they call near final, actually the next September, and then the final payments can drag on to the following May. So this process can drag on. One of the things that I think, as far as this goes too, as far as your ability to appropriate money, and this goes back, I was generations before Representative Bernal, a student at the University of Michigan. I took a 2-semester course, sequence of courses in English constitutional history, but the first appropriations bill came about around 1350, and it's been a jealously guarded legislative prerogative since then. It needs to be, but the point is that when you do an appropriations bill this spring, you know you're going to have, at least as things stand right now, you're going to have the property value study in hand, and so when you come to the appropriations bill, you got a pretty good fix on the first year as far as what the state aid payments will be, and then when the controller certifies the appropriations bill in June, you've got a pretty good fix on it. If you're going to current year values, you don't have a tax roll until that next July 15th, and so you're guessing more as far as how all of this works. And so the setup process, at the extent we've got more settle up than the rest, you're kind of putting more pressure on local fund balances just to keep the doors open locally. So that's the concern. Let me address though and the other question I get from some districts is that they're concerned if they got large settle ups, what do they do about their annual financial audit? What is it they plug in there to make the auditors happy is one issue too. But the issue that you raised, and this is, it starts on page 9 in this handout I have, is the language from, and this is to address Representative King's issue. Anybody that has values, this is on the books right now, 42.2521, and basically what it sets out is that it provides that the state, with funds appropriated, can protect districts from any losses greater than 4% as far as what their values are. So if you have more than a 4% value decline. Now, and this has been on the books for a number of years. I think that 1999 reference is actually, there were earlier versions of that. If you turn to page 10, what I've got, the main problem has been is this thing has not been consistently funded. And we've had, and I'm embarrassed to say the $26 million, this is how history dates you back, and we had earlier versions of this, earlier codes, but back in 1987, I was the budget examiner for TEA at the LBB. We were really broke. We had about $52 million the prior year as far as the settle up, so that all I could do was apportion $26 million a year, and then I didn't realize that would still be there in 2010-11, starting in 1987. But that's how some of these things evolved. But when the budget cuts hit in 2011, really this thing got zero funded, so there were really no adjustments for it. In some ways, it was less critical during the ASATR period because you got your target revenue regardless of what was happening with your values, and that went away. But right now, and I attached the payments that you made this year. They've been prorated some. For the last school years are attached on here. In the appropriations bill that you have right now, both bills, House Bill 1 and Senate Bill 1, as introduced, they've got $37.5 million. We've tried to run some estimates as what we think it might cost this year as far as adjusting for that, keeping everybody whole at no more than a 4% loss, and we came up with an estimate about $48 million, what we're working with right now, so it's not substantially higher than what you have. But I think if you've got a mechanism that provides consistent funding for that, you've really addressed a lot of, districts are going to have to eat a 4% decline, but not anything beyond that.
So I just want to be clear on this. So you're saying this 21, 20, this $37.5 million in there, it's in our Appropriation Act now, and is used for what?
Well, basically, what it's used for is it adjusts the values are adjusted for those districts that have that kind of a decline. They'll basically go back in and adjust their values, and that'll change their state funding formulas.
Well, it's not an acetar necessarily, or a what did we call it? Not a hold harmless last year. What did we call that thing? The $75 million that went in. What was that?
Well, you had hardship grants.
No. The grant. The hardship grants. Yeah, $150 million. So where's the 50 and 25 from the year before? That's not hardship grant money, is it?
Well, no. On the pages that I have attached, I actually show you the breakouts of those two. You had two pieces to this. You had the 42,
okay,
250,
these are the districts that got
and 21, and then you had the hardship grants and the other columns, and so those are that. But I mean, this is really what's intended to address that very specific concern: is what the heck do we do when values decline from one year to the other? And the way this is set up, and it has worked in the past. The way it's set up is that anything more than a 4% decline in values, you're going to get an adjustment essentially in your values for state funding purposes, and so it'll modify your recapture costs or modify your state aid, whatever's necessary.
The commissioner makes the decision.
Correct.
Okay. So the question is, we got $37.5 million in the budget for this year for both of those each year, give or take, right? Okay. And you think it needs so
may need to go up some, but I think it needs more analysis. We're comparing preliminary values with the final values from last year. There'll be some adjustments.
So $75,000, you think it's probably closer to 100. $75 million, you think it's probably closer to 100 million.
Probably, yeah, I think so, right now. But I think
Amy writing that down.
I can't sign with a bloody thumbprint for.
That's fine.
But I think it's kind of the best guess I have right now.
Yeah.
But I think that's one that is out there. If we can get it funded, it really protects those districts, and you don't have to go through a lot of those kinds of changes. But we can do some more explanation, more work on it. But it's been out there for a long time, and I think when funded, it works effectively.
Okay. Now that's just by appropriation though, because the legislation exists, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So it's just an appropriations deal.
That's correct.
We'll just have to figure out. We could dedicate those funds to where they go, but in theory, we're going to pay them out anyways. And so the question mark becomes if they have $100 million problem in the next 2 years, and we only fund half of it, then you're going to shortchange these smaller districts $25 million.
Well, everybody gets prorated in some fashion. So everybody gets prorated across the board. That's it.
Okay. Could you make sure that you get whatever that info is back to us so that we have it and Amy has it and
sure,
Andrea has it?
Be happy to do that, and that's why I stuck it in here. But we'll be happy to do that, and can work with Leo as far as that. And last but not least, and you had some comments about this earlier today, and I think the facilities funding issue. I think one is it was not a primary, and appreciate your work on new IFA, and I think the $60 million you referenced earlier, I think is reflected in the appropriations. But I think at least I saw in the LBB notes on the funding elements, they had raised the EDA yield in the second year on that. So I think that's reflected. But that's one that this is. There's still a pretty good need out there, whether it's new facilities or whether it's the 70 and 80-year-old schools you run across that are due.
I agree.
And I really appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Could either you or Lisa, you talk about the over 65 issue? I forgot to mention this to Amy this past weekend, but
go ahead.
One of you can what happened in 6 and what got screwed up and that we had to come back and fix it.
Well, in 2006, when we compressed tax rates, we didn't in that same move because over 65 taxes are frozen. At the time someone becomes 65 and applies for that over 65 exemption, then that freezes the amount of their school taxes at whatever the rate was. And in 2006, we missed the part about going in and adjusting that section of the tax code to make a proportionate reduction to the over 65. So really, whether or not that becomes an issue this time depends on the mechanism that you use to reduce property tax rates.
Well, let's take a school district that's at $1.17, but they had their taxes frozen when they were at $1.04. If we come in and you compress down to $1.07, if we don't change it, they don't get any tax relief.
That's correct.
So
You're still going to need to pay attention to it.
So we're going to proportionally have to adjust that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all the over 65s, you can thank John Hutto for that, because he called me. Miss Dr. Allen's just like, what? Don't forget about me.
Don't forget about us.
But that was Mr. Otto this weekend that called me, and he says, don't forget. I said, well, I promise you we did. So, so that's good. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. So you got that one too, Amy? All right, good.
And I think the other, you asked about this, but I think the other thing around the CEI, was mentioned around TRS contributions, and you heard also from school districts about their concerns around special education maintenance of effort. So I think when, whatever your basic allotment is the magic number here in terms of knowing whether or not that's going to work. And so I think it's something that, while I think there's not going to be such a concern at the state level because of the way this is working right now, you do need to be careful about what happens at district level with special ed.
I agree. Okay. Any more questions for this panel? Okay, thank you. All right, our last panel, Christy Rome, Executive Director of Texas School Coalition. Christian McGuire, Director of Government Relations, Texas Council of Administrators of Special Education, and Steve Alleman, Attorney and Policy Specialist, Disability Rights, Texas. And this is the last panel, so did I miss anybody that's supposed to be out here that we invited to come testify? Because I want to make sure I don't. Okay, great. That and cleanup.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Christy Rome, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas School Coalition. Thank you for hanging in there this evening and hearing so much about school finance today. I want to first thank the members of the School Finance Commission for the time and the due diligence that they put into their work and bringing forth those recommendations. And thank you for the careful process that you're going through as a committee. As you have heard hours and hours of testimony today, and we'll hear hours and hours of testimony again tomorrow. I hope that has benefited the bill that will begin working its way through the process very soon. I know that one of the benefits that we see to that thorough vetting was the removal of current year values from the proposal. We were very concerned about that and don't have to be concerned about that anymore, is our understanding. Chairman Huberty, you asked last week for some recommendations for how to help those districts. You just heard those recommendations, so I will not belabor that any further, but we'll second to what was just said about how we can help those districts. And we understand and appreciate that this is a big picture process, and that we want to look at the system as a whole, but also that as Chapter 41 school districts, when we look at these recommendations, we appreciate the fact that we're talking about transportation funding for Chapter 41 districts to the tune of $50 million. Then we also look at the loss of the Chapter 41 hold harmless of $30 million and the early agreement credit of $60 million and the loss of the available school fund dollars on top of formula for $235 million. And we start to get a little concerned. So we trust you. We want to work with you through this process to make sure that no district will lose any funding as a result of school finance reform. We've heard this line quoted often today in that the rising tide lifts all boats. We will hope that the state is in the business of being that rising tide to lift all boats rather than rearranging deck chairs on the sinking ship. So just want to make sure that there is some level of guarantee that all districts are winning through this process. While the details remain unclear through the recommendations at this time, I know we're talking about some form of property tax relief through some form of compression. And I couldn't appear before you and not utter the words additional state aid for tax reduction or ASETAR, that we don't want to repeat that history. When we compressed tax rates in 2006, districts were promised that they would receive the funding necessary to make up for that tax reduction, and then when the state didn't have the funding to give anymore, decisions were made to end that funding. So that left districts holding the bag. So whether it's some form of a safety valve with the tax rate compression so that districts are not in that position again, or what that looks like, we just want to ensure that districts don't receive any less funding to serve their students. Because at the end of the day, we want to see some form of funding put in place that's sustainable, that will meet the needs of students, not just for the next 2 years, but the 2 years after that and into the future, because we are educating the future generations of Texans, and that has to be our priority as we work through this. So thank you again for the time and attention, all the work that you have put into it already, and that I know you will continue to put into this through the rest of the session, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Questions? All right. Yeah, go ahead, Representative Meyer.
Huberty would love for me to ask this question, and I don't think your testimony even got close to it, but talk to me about hold harmless and the benefit of that staying in the formula on a go-forward basis.
It's a benefit of preventing districts from falling flat on their face, quite frankly, and sustaining that loss and of that hold harmless that was put in place, that was a guarantee.
What year was that put in place?
1993, when Robin Hood was put into law. Yeah. And it was those original districts that were guaranteed that equalized wealth level that would meet those years of funding. So it's not necessarily that the hold harmless itself has to stay in place, but to ensure that those districts are not suffering from a loss of funding. I guess the problem is that I would argue no district has too much funding. So for those districts to have to suffer that loss and cut programs and teachers and things that we know benefit students would be devastating in those districts and very unfortunate. So that's what we want to work with you on, is to ensure that no district loses funding. And however that mechanism works and however those funds are delivered, just to ensure that no district receives less.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, fantastic.
Good evening, members. I'm Kristen McGuire. I'm with Texas Council of Administrators of Special Education, and I am here today with Steve Alleman from Disability Rights Texas. I'm not too proud, I'm not proud to say, I'm not too proud to say I'm begging. I can't. My joke's gonna fall flat. Sorry. It's 6 o'clock.
You want to go practice?
Can I go back? I was gonna start the wave. I was
going
gonna start whatever. Okay. Rewind.
Well,
Rewind.
We'll give you one more shot. Just
Okay, I'm not even going to try it. I'm just going to tell you I'm pleading.
I kind of want to hear it now.
I know, because, well,
right?
now,
now you're just kind of bumming me out.
You don't want to hear it now.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be a letdown.
I think you can't.
Anticlimactic.
Yeah, we want to hear it now.
Okay, seriously, that's pressure. Okay, anyway, so I was going to say that, first of all, I'm not going to do my joke, but first of all, I do want to thank the commission very much for its work on school finance, and I want to also thank Chairman Huberty for this chance. You did not have to invite all this testimony. I appreciate the opportunity to be included in this panel or in this committee's hearing today to talk about school funding. I wanted to, first of all, on behalf of administrators in special education and public schools in Texas, thank Chairman Huberty and the Finance Commission for recommending a weight for dyslexia. I think that will help tremendously in the implementation of services for students who are identified with dyslexia. I do want to just, I know it's not the time nor the place, but I wanted to add in just one quick thing about dyslexia, that of course, as we continue those discussions, we definitely need some more discussion on the interplay of special education and dyslexia and related disorders, and of course, how we get those qualified practitioners to teach those students, because it's so important. That said, the commission did decide in their final report to make a very specific note about special education and special education formula weights, and say that these do need to be looked at and do need to be analyzed. I want to just take this opportunity to ask that that time be now. I know that there are several reasons for waiting, for purposes of kind of seeing how the strategic plan is implemented. However, that's going to be a very a multi-year process, and to put it simply, I feel like we're adding kids to a broken system. And I think that we really need to think about what reform options we could make with special education. So from that perspective, I just wanted to tell you, or just ask one more time to say, let's think about what reform we could make with those special education weights. We have not only the U.S. Department of Education letter from January 2018 that we're a year out, and we're still trying to deal with what does that mean for Texas. We have a Fifth Circuit case that was very condescending and kind of critical of our special education funding system in relation to TEA's maintenance of financial support. So there are a lot of reasons why we need to do this. First and foremost, special education is a service. It's not a place. and the way we fund special education right now is based on the place. And so I'll kind of turn it over to Stephen to kind of talk about so just principles that we kind of came together with to say, even absent these charges of the U.S. Department of Education and Fifth Circuit, we wanted to try to propose some changes, and now we think it's the time. And so I'll turn it to him and stop talking and won't tell any more jokes.
Well, you never told us the first one.
I know. Well, now I'm going to prepare one.
Well, good evening, members. Again, I'm Stephen Alleman with Disability Rights Texas. Really appreciate the chance to be here and partner with TCASE to speak to you about students with disabilities in our state. As Kristen said, we're at a real critical threshold in the policy and the services that we provide to them. And with the overlay of school finance reform, it's really, really just a great chance to tie it all together, services, policy, and the financing, so that we can once and for all move forward. So with that being said, as Kristen said, we have thought a lot about this. We did discuss this over the last year with the Finance Commission. We bring it to you for your further consideration because we do believe that there's an imperative for this committee to at least consider it as part of the big bill that you're working on. And so fundamentally, we have 4 principles. That is, first of all, to efficiently and effectively target our resources to students with disabilities to improve both services and outcomes for students with disabilities. As you may know, last week you were visited by TEA, where they provided some PowerPoint slides about our students with disabilities performance specifically. Just suffice it to say, if you go back and look at those slides, students with disabilities are at the bottom of all of our performers by whatever measure you use, beyond star. We won't even go there. So we have to do better for these students. The current system is not meeting their needs. And part of that is, how do we direct resources to them? Our second principle is then to simplify the allocation system. Again, last week you heard from Leo Lopez, who I believe you made the joke, Chairman, that you needed a Red Bull or something after that lengthy outline of each and every complicated step it takes to get to the special ed allocation determination. So our principle here is to simplify that. It shouldn't take a power deck of 20 slides to explain how a school gets aid for students with disabilities. We have our specifics, basically a 3-step process. It's very simple. You take a look at FTEs, you take a look at ADA, and then you apply a new reformed weight. And we can outline how that all pulls together here in a bit. But it's very simple. So that's another principle.
Stephen, let me interrupt you real quick. I just want to be clear on this for a second. And I actually might have TEA come up in a second. But after you sat here all day, so that you don't feel like you wasted your entire day, Leo. If you look at the system today, it's based on contact hour, based on, you're right, it is complex. I guess what I'm asking is that since we've seen the cap remove and the increase go up relative to the amount of special education children that are now being educated in Texas, and I don't know what the number, 10%? I mean, you guys probably know the number now. What is it? Where are we approaching 10? Get up here, please. Leo.
We just had to give you something.
Where does he go? He's sitting right there. Where, Chris? She's right there. She doesn't have to. Oh, you have to go? You can stay or leave or whatever you want to do. If you want to go, you can go. If you want to stay, you can stay. I think we're done with you, but it's up to you.
I'll step back here to my seat back over here.
All right, no worries. All right. Oh, she was enjoying it. You just didn't know the whole thing for her, so go ahead.
All right, good evening. My name is Leo Lopez. I'm the Chief School Finance Officer for TEA. Right now, I think we finished last 17-18 school year at about 9.3%. I don't have right now information about the fall snapshot, but what I do have information on, we projected about 9.7% in our TEA-aided, and then districts went and submitted. Districts actually reduced their projections off of what we had projected for the next biennium. So I don't think we'll hit 10% based on those numbers until the following biennium.
Okay. Comparative to other states, though, we're below.
Yes,
right?
That's my understanding. Yes, sir.
Yeah, about 3 points, 3 or 4 points is what I understand. So,
but certainly the trend line for students with disabilities being identified is going up, and So we do need to figure out for those, as Kristen said, basically, do we want to put more money into a broken system for more students, or take this opportunity to fix that part of the system while you're fixing all of school finance? Because it all, as it was said before, whether you use whatever analogy, a spider web, it all is interrelated. So why would you leave one component out for this population of students, which is growing, when you're fixing it for everyone else, whether they're homeless, whether they're in career and technical education, et cetera?
Okay, keep going. Keep going.
So our third principle is to have a system that's reflective of all students with disabilities. And I know that this is sometimes confusing, but we have students in Texas public schools with disabilities who are not receiving special education services. That's a very specific legal term under federal special education law, special education. You can have other students, for instance, students with dyslexia and related disorders, who are receiving what we call generically a 504 plan. They're still receiving accommodations and some services, but it's not special education. It's not in the funded weight system at all. It's not covered by the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. So a third principle of our plan, which is kind of where the commission was going, was to expand state support to schools to serve this other population of students with disabilities, which now do not get any aid whatsoever from either the federal government or from the state government. It's all on the back of local districts.
Representative Gonzalez has a question.
Oh, well, are you done, Steve? I'll
Well,
let you finish.
it doesn't sound like he's done. You want to?
I
No,
appreciate-
I'll let him finish. And then
Sure. Well,
mid-sentence.
so again, just outlining our principles of reform. Then I'll very quickly describe kind of the plan in general. Then we can open it up for questions. So our fourth principle is finally and most importantly promoting inclusion, promoting the integration of students with disabilities into all of our school activities. It goes without saying that once upon a time, students with disabilities were separated and removed, whether in the school building or to literally separate campuses, just quote, for them. And we're beyond that as a society. We're beyond that education system. In fact, Texas is on a good list. We were hearing someone else who was told, oh, you're number one on the list. It's like, uh-oh, tell me what that list is. In this instance, Texas is among the highest ranked states in percentage of students who are included 80% of their school day with other regular non-disability students. That's a good thing. We can be proud of that. But that comes in with some consequences for districts, for Kristen's membership, about then how do we have the resources to serve them in an integrated, inclusive setting. So those are our four principles. And just to get to the chase here about what sort of our plan is, as I mentioned, it's a simplified formula that totally moves away from a placement-based system, which is what we use now, a quarter-century-old system, an antiquated system, and instead moves to service needs and service intensity needs on a 3-level basis, and weights are geared to those levels of need, so that we are targeting our resources, our biggest bang for the buck, for the students who need them, who need those services the most, regardless of where they're served, preferably in the most integrated setting possible.
Have you talked with Leo or vice versa, or talk about what that means from a the LAR? I mean, I don't know, what do we have? Assuming you're at whatever the percentages is for special education, this budget, what does that equate to money-wise? And does it, is it match up so you can grow into the formulas on a go-forward basis?
Sure.
Is it an increase? Can you help me understand that?
Sure.
And, and one last question. And assuming the fact, because we know that we're probably not going to hit our MOE, that we're going to have to figure out how to do that from a supplemental perspective, I think is what we're talking about doing this time, that we've got to make sure, I'm looking at Amy and Andrea, that we got to make sure that Zerwas is aware of what we have to put into that. So go ahead.
Oh, first of all, I want to acknowledge and thank Mr. Lopez and the rest of TEA staff. Last year, when we started developing this idea, they were very gracious to having meetings with us. Former Associate Commissioner Penny Schwinn was very gracious to helping us have access to staff and their expertise, so that this can be, well, not that all details are settled, what we think is sort of a plan that is functional and operational. And so to the question of how does this match spending-wise with what we have now? What is the projected growth, the 800 million plus or so that we're going to need to add to the system, one way or the other, in the LBB estimate and through TEA to account for those increased students? It's a system that, yes, can take the current funding, take the absorbed increased funding, which we're going to spend anyway, and allocate the money where we're satisfying state maintenance of effort. The trick, of course, then is devising a transition period for locals to make sure that they're receiving the amount of funds that they need. But in a general system that seems to be all boats rising, especially if there's going to be an increase in the basic allotment, local MOE issues should be resolved.
Okay. So, Leo, can you translate that? Does it work or not? I mean, does it?
I think I need some more details in terms of their plan.
Okay.
In terms of, I would need the numbers of students in each of the categories for that.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Representative Gonzalez, and then Representative Ashby.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to y'all. I know that during the interim, just such hard workers. And for those of you who don't know, my little sister has Down syndrome, so I just really appreciate all your commitment and hard work. One thing we did hear earlier in testimony was from a superintendent from the sausage capital that the weight does not actually meet the cost, right? And so I think there's two things for the committee to consider. One is the maintenance of effort from the feds, which we know we have a problem, but not just that, right? Like that's just that's one standard. The other standard is the actual cost, because while the weight might not be sufficient, with the domino or consequences is that we are really just taking money from other places, right? Ideally, if we're transforming the system, we pay for the true cost, so it doesn't impact other areas, right? Like robbing Peter to pay Paul kind of thing. And so I think that's what you're trying to, and correct me if I'm wrong, what you're trying to highlight is, yes, to meet the maintenance of effort, because why give it to the feds, and so I'd rather it go to the kids, A, but then B, making sure we truly fund at cost, because if not, then that's just the cost is going to the overall district, right?
Right.
And so I think that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, it's an issue where, and Leo spoke to this, quite often during the Finance Commission hearings too, is special education is a particular allotment where districts consistently spend more than their state and federal allotment. And because because that funding system is based on the place where the student receives the instruction, whereas most students are now in this integrative setting, but you could have a student that has, that requires a one-on-one adult support for, significant academic modifications or behavioral modifications. You could have a student in that same class that just requires some, pretty minimal accommodations. So to talk about the efficient use of resources, we've got to figure out, well, is the same amount from the state, does that make sense? Or do we need to look at, this extra adult, salary, this extra, and the gen ed is no less impacted. General ed is no less impacted for a student with a disability when they're getting these special ed services in the class. So yeah, so I think the idea is this is an area that's consistently been where districts spend a lot more in their local resources than their allotments.
Well, and I think so that's one part of it, and the second part of it, which I think the chairman was kind of talking about, was the identification part, right? And I think when we talked to Commissioner Morath, or I did in my office like a few months ago, there was this concern that there were some kids who probably still weren't being identified, and so working to find a way to incentivize, maybe identifying those students who are on that borderline kind of area, like making sure they're getting identified, which is what we got also dinged from the feds for.
Right. So I think, I'm sorry, I'm taking the mic.
Y'all can share.
Right. No, I completely agree with you. And I think the idea when Leo also was mentioning we don't have percentages yet, in terms of the increases, I have not met one special education director yet, and we have over 1,100 members that has not seen a significant increase in requests for evaluations this year. Now, that doesn't mean all students will qualify for special education services, but that means there was something that is indicating that student is not performing the way they need to perform. So from that perspective, whether or not we're going to see this significant increase in special ed, we've got to get a better handle on identifying students with special needs, whether it's through special education, through 504, or through, other mechanisms.
Well, and I just want the committee to think about that.
Yeah,
if we
sure.
can.
Representative
Yes, sir.
Ashby. I'll pass. Okay. All right. Okay.
I failed to mention, and I think Kristen and I have put together a presentation for you all. It was emailed in to you all, so we didn't hand it out this evening, but so the details of what we've discussed is in that presentation, and we're happy to continue to come by and visit your offices and with the committee as you move forward.
You're obviously, your window of time is limited relative to the decisions that need to be made very quickly. I would encourage you to get back with Leo and their SPED people over there, right? And get me some numbers we can look at.
Certainly.
And get the committee numbers so we can look at them and see if that makes sense or not. Okay. I mean, it's not that I'm saying it doesn't make sense, but one of our concerns, obviously, I think I'll let you speak, Diego, for yourself, but I know one of the concerns when we heard about this, when we did the School Finance Commission was, we're kind of growing into this cap has been removed, and we have the dyslexia, and that will help, and so where is it at? And we really thought contact hours was still the best way to identify that. But if you're going to create it a different way and simplifying it, and we could make it work, I'm not opposed to it. I just it's just I don't want to do something that would have an unintended consequence that puts us in the spot where we have a problem on our MOE again, right? Okay. So I don't know about you.
No, I think that's right. I think you add the layer of maybe the state sort of waiting for the feds to draft out what the blueprint is. But to the chairman's point, we need to start those conversations right now, tomorrow, so we can start working out all the kinks and figuring out if that's a model that we can use. But I think, and also let these guys be a model for everyone else to say, here's an issue, here's a proposed solution, we're ready to talk to you about it at length and not just on the surface. We appreciate that very much. So let's start literally tomorrow. All right.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody, any other questions for this panel at all? All right. Well, you know what to do, and get back to us on that.
Thank you.
Okay. That is it for today. But guess what? You get to do it tomorrow. So,
How many people tomorrow?
150. No, I don't know. How many people we got tomorrow? 20 something advocacy groups. 20, 25, something like that. I'm staring at you, Amy. How many people do you think we have tomorrow? 25, 20. 27, yeah. So, but we'll meet upon adjournment as well tomorrow. So, and we will go from there. So, any other comments or questions? All right. At this point, Committee on Public Education stands adjourned. Subject to call the chair.